Nate is a professional Fortnite player, a model, and a poker enthusiast. There's Yasuo. He, too, was a part of yesterday's festivities, which were sit-and-go tournament-based. Tonight, of course, we switch gears to the cash game streets. A prolific Twitch streamer and content creator in the League of Legends community is Yasuo. And here's a guy who's at home in his natural environment, Anatoly Filatov.
He is a former GG ambassador himself, a Russian poker pro with over $5 million in live tournament and earnings. Ali, excited to see him play today.
Nothing former about that man on your screen, Bertrand Gros-Pellier, who you may know from a variety of different endeavors. Esports world, where he plied his trade before switching over to poker. A prolific Warcraft, Starcraft player. Won himself a World Series of Poker bracelet and 7-card stud. Now here he is, playing cash.
So they're allotted that much.
There is
every time they move, they get
Nemo.
40 moves, you get another half an hour.
So the game's
Part of the chess content creation community, a grandmaster, popular Twitch streamer. Won the first Celebrity Poker Invitational for 20 grand. Held at the Poker Go Studios back in August of 2023.
And it was a draw.
Wait, was this
No, I won.
Wait, was this?
And here's a late addition to the festivities.
Not turkey.
He just goes by Sean.
That's right, Ali. A bit of an unknown. Last-minute addition here. I was speaking to some of his friends who are in the audience today, and they wanted to let me know he's a accountant, but the cool kind, like Ben Affleck in the movie.
Oh, okay. Danger.
You're making 6.5 hours.
Always dangerous is Phil Locke, a long-time, old-school poker veteran. One of the more animated personalities
So you can keep going.
from that world, and of course, the woman who needs no introduction. In particular, if you're joining us on Twitch because you're a fan, none other than Alexandra Botez herself, prolific content creator out there in the Twitch streets, who has since turned some of her attention to poker. Not the most recent of developments, but she is continuing to grow her talents in this world. To her left, Lynn G, a high-stakes cash game player. She's appeared on a number of streams and poker broadcasts, including Poker After Dark and high-stakes poker, never far away from festivities such as these. Again, it's $25.50, no limit hold'em, a minimum buy-in of $10,000. That's exactly what everyone has gone with here. Again, this is real money, unlike yesterday when it was a sit and go, whereby each player bought in for $3,250 and was given $40,000 in chips with 3 places paid. Every single one of the chips that you see on the table here is worth cash money.
Elkie was ready to go yesterday.
And with that, we'll get our cards in the air. And early on, those who watched yesterday's action and tonight's action will notice some stark contrast between the way that tournament poker is played and cash game poker is played.
I don't think they're going to be very happy.
Absolutely, Ali, and it's going to be really interesting to see the addition of some seasoned professionals in the mix today with Phil Locke, Anatoly Filatov, Elkie, Lynn G, who is a high-stakes poker regular. So the level is going to be of poker is going to be very high today.
Botez makes it 300 to go. Nate Hill plays the pretty Jack-10 suited as a flat call out of the hijack. Nemo now with a couple of 8s in the big blind.
2,500.
And she's going to play it as a 3-bet here, squeezing that flat call of Nate Hill.
I never get drunk, bro.
We have a large 3-bet here from Nemo right out the gates, out of the big blind, out of position, and she takes it down.
Yeah, clearing the field. Thought perhaps, especially as players are getting their feet wet, that somebody might have wanted to take one in position against Nemo there.
No, I taste.
Yeah, for sure. It's good to see her get a pot under the way right away. She had a bit of a tough go of it yesterday in the tournament. Got unlucky a few times, got cooler with ace-king against kings, and we know she's extremely capable. Won the Celebrity Poker Open recently back in August, so look forward to seeing how she plays her cash game today.
Nemo
It's not a straddle, it's a black.
actually moved back to Canada recently so that she could stream poker because online poker is not legal in the United States. And going north of the border enables her to do that.
I have to at the start, and then when I'm down, I'm gonna just crawl back into my cave.
Botez with the dirty diaper under the gun, raising it up to 200.
You
want me to make it 4 to core?
I want you to pick, and I'm gonna look at my cards when I have to make a decision.
I don't want you to raise.
Phil talks Elke into a smooth call there on the button with the 10-9 offsuit. And we'll see what Sean decides to do here out of the big with a premium ace-queen off.
You have to
If I win,
he's
can I
okay,
have
but
one
you
of
have to
your
announce before. It's kind of it's kind of
He's
swing
going to
bet,
give
but
you the
have to-
13
okay.
set one.
Looks like a 3-bet.
Yeah, you have to say before you put it in.
Yeah, he's
To over 1,000.
It's okay.
sniffing it out here very nicely, showing that he's not afraid to splash around here in what I believe is his first poker stream.
I did have 2-3 off. I was
did
going
the thing that-
Nicely done there to take it down.
Maybe not this
Like,
time.
I'm gonna raise.
Alex confessing that she was out of line with the deuce 3 offsuit.
And this. But actually, the first amount of chips you put is the one you raise. But here it's a funny game. So
While Sean might not be familiar with poker streams, he is certainly familiar enough with poker itself, evidenced by
In some spots,
activating with that ace-queen there.
But if you say the word raise, now you're committed to just a minimum raise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're already setting the tone here, Ali, for a bit of a different tempo than we saw yesterday. Some of the play yesterday was a little more careful than we're used to seeing on a tournament live poker stream, but today the players are showing that they're not afraid to get after it early on.
Pocket 4s here for Anatoly. He takes it north.
Oh, this silence is
6x
I'm going for
to 300. And Nemo wakes up with needles. 2 black aces on the button.
Oh, sorry.
easy game.
That's
Yeah,
it's
we
not
see
you,
a
mine.
flop. Like,
Battle over.
3-bets it to 1,500. 1-4 note is busy in Botez's hand and in the muck.
You don't have to straddle.
Not that Anatoly wanted to play for that price. So 3 consecutive 3-bets in the first 3 hands of this game
Mix it up every
certainly
time, so keep me on my toes.
tilt us toward thinking that this is going to be a fairly aggressive table.
No, since she's not here, they'd probably.
That's a great explanation.
Yeah, it's deductive.
Process of deduction.
Captain Bobby in the YouTube chat saying Nemo by far the best of the chess players who plays poker. While I agree she's an excellent player, I think there may be a few others who have something to say about that.
Yeah.
400.
We get a flop.
let's go.
Let's go. Side bet here.
50 bucks.
Blind versus blind and lock limps. Botez says,
I bet a bit 50 on 50.
let's see 3.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
King 6-4, neither player with a pair.
Now, if I was Elke or Anatoly, I'd
Thanks,
raise
bro.
my I don't feel it.
I'll show you one.
Oh, ace.
Oh.
I got a cup soda.
Botez betting in position and taking it there.
Try that little one, right?
Alexandra's got a nice little game on her as well.
It's a squid game, is it?
In terms of the poker, we already know
What?
plenty about how good she is at chess, but
No, what is it?
No.
continuing to evolve as a poker player. Did cash the main event last year, if I'm not mistaken.
Progressive squid game.
That's correct, Ali, and I think she's gearing up with these 3 games this week for her main event appearance a few days after. Day 1C is on Friday, and Day 1D is on Saturday, I believe. So we'll see which one she chooses to enter.
Oh.
Yasua with the ace-7 offsuit. Those who watched yesterday's stream certainly familiar with his aggressiveness. Bit of a double-edged sword. He wound up busting early.
A little more subtle.
Elke, Jack-10 suited,
No, bro, 3 to 1.
flatting. Both Botez and Lin involved as well. It comes 9-6 deuce. Gut shot straight draw for Lin.
How can you win if you check, bro? What's going on?
Yeah, you can't.
A round of checks. The 3 doesn't change anything. Alex's ace-jack. Still the best hand. But note that Lin,
2-1 now.
after that round of checks on the flop, recognizing that out of the big blind, having involuntarily played this pot, she can sort of represent this board texture. I say involuntarily, just out of the big blind more, because she did have to call pre. But
There's where you need the dirty dice.
nice pickup there.
Yeah.
For her, when I chatted with her prior to the stream,
Says everyone
having
playing the main.
not caught up with her for a while. I was asking what she's up to. She said she's looking for opportunities in the, quote, salon space. So perhaps looking to flex her entrepreneurial muscle
Traveling a lot this summer. I kind of want to go home.
in the world of beauty. Also says she's dabbling in crypto. Careful with that.
Definitely, Ali. She's also extremely active on social media. She travels a lot. She's excellent in engaging with her followers. So if you don't follow her, highly recommend that you do.
Like sponsorship, that's like literally like
The same day.
yeah, the same, like at the later end of the main. So
So you're gonna drink wine instead, or what?
Oh yeah.
I wish. No, I have not been.
We got Brett Bassick in the chat saying that Botez knocked out Anatoly day 3 of the main event last year. If that's true, we'll see if he could be out for some revenge.
Nemo is so good at traveling. She came to Poland for like 3-4 days like a champ.
God, yeah.
It was so productive. That was fun.
It was. No, I'm glad you came.
Yeah.
That's kind of lot, but I have to call.
A 7 deuce board here.
I might be going back
Elke's second
for
pair
a
ahead of
tournament in August.
bottom pair.
August?
Late August.
We have a lot of family stuff.
Okay.
Elke called Locke's bet. And Locke backs into deuces and threes on the river after both players check the turn.
Top it out.
She's a robot.
My sleep schedule
I
is
fiddle with my
so
chips and now you
bad.
say nothing?
Yeah, I paid over.
I guess 1,200 should be the ticket.
I'm on permanent jet lag.
I got the dirty diaper.
Let's go. It's a clean diaper, but it's so good.
Yeah, it's a clean diaper.
That is clean.
Unsoiled.
Yes,
Nice
it is.
Wait, do you know why they called her diaper? We had that question.
If you're wondering what all this diaper talk is, one Nick Rigby, who
That's what I thought.
made multiple deep runs in the World Series of Poker main event, left us breathless by playing
You shouldn't wipe.
what is generally regarded as a horrible hand, deuce 3 offsuit or deuce 3 suited, and he christened it the diaper,
was really
the
fun
dirty
to watch
diaper when it's offsuit,
Last year.
and
Absolute insanity.
Ooh.
it stuck.
Pro.
Yeah, he's a very action player, and he's made some highlight reels bluffing with that hand, including
Oh, yeah.
one hand last year where he got an opponent off pocket kings.
By the way, he would be a welcome addition to this particular lineup, is my guess.
You looked.
His chips stay in motion.
Looks like it looks
7, 8, and 9 full. 600.
600?
Not yet. Not one yet.
You want us to do a collection? We're doing bomb.
Elke opening with the Queen 7-0, the computer hand under the gun. 3-bet quickly by Sean's aces. Notice a bit of a smaller sizing to this 3-bet than we've seen so far, even though it is 3x, somewhat more standard. And unfortunately, Sean's not going to get any action with that.
6 minutes, 600, and everyone else.
I'm a bit surprised at how respectful, given that this is a cash game, a lot of the openers have been in the face of these 3-bets. A lot of those 3-bets have been meaty, though.
50 big blinds.
Yeah, big time. This is the first 3-bet that was sort of more of a standard sizing. I know Nemo kind of opened with a very large one to 2,500 early on. Yeah, unlucky for Sean this time to get action, not to get action with the aces there.
for Anatoly, so I can restart myself normally, but no, it's not far. It's not as good. It's not as big.
400, 8, and 9 full.
400.
1 full. 3 full.
Locke
The diaper's dirty this time.
showing his creative side, making it 400 to go with Jack 6 suited.
I got it cut. But now I'm against
Very
two
quick.
gold.
Both Anatoly and Elke have flat called, and both have hit top pair. Advantage Anatoly. Note that Locke has hit this 6 dangler here. Does get checked around, and
Are you
now
frowning on purpose?
Anatoly can feel
Sounds like a design.
quite comfortable barreling.
800.
Yeah, with what is an underrepresented ace-king here out of the big. He just chose to flat Phil Locke's open with Elke acting behind him in what I believe is the straddle. And Elke could see himself into some trouble here.
1,200.
Elke, yes.
500.
He's going to hypnotize you into exactly.
Now, the diamond draw did get there on the river, and it is relevant that Elke holds that king of diamonds. I wonder whether or not he feels
Oh my
like
God.
turning his hand into a bluff. It looked like a little bit of a raise there on the river, if I'm being honest, a 1,200 bet.
I think you picked a good one. Oh no, it's the bad one.
Oh, my goodness. It was a raise to 4,900. Anatoly folded. Elke gives him a free look at a card that guarantees that Anatoly actually had the winner.
The other card was good, actually.
So a bit heartbreaking to get that peek.
That was a really nicely played hand by Elke there. Our first sort of pro-on-pro encounter, and you see how Elke wisely recognized that his king was no good in that situation, and used the diamond to turn it into a bluff there, which was really incredible.
Was not raising for value. That much needs to be made quite clear.
And when you have it, you could use it on someone and force them to show their card.
Oh, he's a liar.
Take it and then they can use it on someone.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Get it going.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, now you all
I'm also so confused. I feel like I've been under the gun for like...
You all one straddle to the table, especially when you win.
One straddle. You know what?
Yeah,
I'll owe one straddle every
If the table
hour.
agrees.
You owe me a straddle. You owe me
I owe you a straddle?
Okay.
Okay, person. Okay.
I'll wait for them to do this action.
Are you going to use that the next time I'm in a tournament
Yeah.
against you? Or?
Okay, I'm gonna put it here for luck for
This
now.
card, but in cash game. When you play,
Sounds good.
you owe me something.
All right, I'll owe you a straddle.
When you win, you cannot refuse to straddle. It's also that's
How long have you guys known each other?
It's been 10 minutes.
Yeah, you're
Sean
When you cannot leave and you cannot
popped it with the ace-queen.
like the poker winner. I
Got
have
it.
to.
Okay, thank you.
3-bet out of Yasuo with just 7-3 suited on the button here.
I feel like you're taking advantage of the fact I don't know a lot about cash games.
And an ace-9-5 board. Sean with top pair. Absolute air for Yasuo.
It's true. Everyone has one.
I appreciate it.
Sean checks it over to him and faces follow through
And also,
to the tune of 700.
Yes, exactly. And like if it's been used on you, at least you have something that
Win a little bit is fine, but
Yeah.
a lot.
I think it's a mug.
Yeah.
You don't want to play.
yeah.
But I have to leave it like 9.
He makes the call and now turns top 2 pair. Sean's not going to be going anywhere. And Yasuo could have gotten himself in a little bit of trouble, but he pumps the brakes.
And you cannot just like.
Took what feels like might have been his one shot at this pot.
I don't play anything. I'm retired.
He's a family
He's the
man
father.
now.
with the
I play with my
cutest
daughter.
daughter ever.
Pretty good hand.
Congratulations.
She's only one.
My dad was talking about how cute she was on the car right here.
Cool.
She's one on.
$1,400 bet on the river, and Yasuo knows better than me.
Guys, I
Get
have
out of
a
line.
suggestion for rules, so I'll put this in this pot, and basically it's like the chapstick rule. So whoever wins it, you can use it on someone and make them show you their cards, but only after like the action is done, and then that person takes it, and then they could use it on someone.
Cool.
Oh, cool.
All right, it's in the middle.
So you can win it by winning the pot.
Yeah, so whoever wins the pot wins it.
How did you just pull out a little horseshoe?
I had it.
Oh, you had it.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's a long story why I had it, but it's
from a tiny horse.
from a very well now the story's out. So I'm breeding tiny horses. It's a clone sort of something or another, and it's wildly against
Gene
the rules.
splicing and
Love it.
It's only against the rules if you get caught.
Yeah, tiny horses. I like that.
Yes.
Yeah, those two.
Well, I'm not winning that.
How much?
3 mils.
Lock opening here with a pretty hand out of the gun, the ace-10 of diamonds.
The chapstick though.
Anatoly with a
Sorry, the
reasonable flat here with king 10 off on the button.
Yeah, that's how
I would lie on
it
stream. I would lie on stream.
Thank you. Absolutely. I'll do no problem.
I need to take care of my email.
Note that he is dominated, heading to the flop, which doesn't improve either party.
button, no option.
Locke quickly checks it. Now Anatoly decides he can activate. Locke does make the call, peeling on the hunt for a diamond 10 or ace. Instead,
You can
the board
pressure
pairs,
whoever
but
has it to use
the
it.
board pairing will leave ace highs a bit curious from time to time. Looks like Anatoly
No, yeah, you could use it on
took what might have been his one and only swing, ace on the river.
Pressure them.
At the end of the hand,
I thought
right?
you were gonna go for a little steal there.
At the end of the hand.
I
only
finally got
after
there. And I
it's
was like,
Locke actually checked the river in the hopes that Anatoly would try
Then
to
you really wanted to see what they
bluff
had,
at
then
it.
you use it.
no dice.
Oh, sorry.
You can buy it from someone, right?
Right
Here.
there.
How much do you want from the horseshoe?
It's not for sale, and I should have. Maybe you're right. I could have just.
Yeah, you should say it. Come on, bro.
Yeah, you.
I could have used.
How much you want?
You could have if you
How
wanted
much you
to.
want? Let's make an auction. Let's start 50. I mean 50.
I mean, it should be for sale, but it's too much fun to have it. So
It
I
is,
can't
it's a
sell
lot
it.
of power.
Like I like it's building power right
Yes.
now. I can feel
Yeah.
it. It's vibing, you know.
That's why I want to buy it. That's why I want to buy it.
Oh, hold on a second. I missed that.
Rattle on 7.
But you have to use it. You cannot just keep it forever, right?
I will not keep it forever. I will pry the truth out of somebody's hand.
1 full.
I might not even be in the hand. I might just.
We
pry.
just might be so curious.
9
Ace Queen,
That works, bro.
piquing Lynn's interest.
Good.
Yasuo and Sean
Smell good.
have both
Even
called with
secondhand.
King 7 and 5-6 respectively, and they have performed better than the Ace Queen on the 7-6 trade board. Yasuo the best hand.
I pick Yasuo.
400.
400? Yeah, pick him.
Good bet.
He leads out for 400, and Sean with the call with the pair and the gutter. Turns to Jack of Spades, which neither player will really be in love with here.
Yeah, neither of them have that flush draw. Both of them unblocking spades. Board comes running jacks, and that's actually pretty nice texture for Yasuo to hunt value, as he's got another check in front of him, but he just shuts it down.
It's actually a lucky horseshoe.
Oh, there we go.
To let you know that it's actually oh, King 7.
Wait, did you
Around
show
so
what you
bad,
had?
bro.
Yeah.
What'd you have?
Yeah, yesterday, Ali, we saw Yasuo attempt some creative bluffs, which I really like to see. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit ill-timed when some of his opponents had very strong hands, but he was one of the few yesterday who showed he'd be willing to mix it up with any two, really. I think that could serve him well today, so I'm curious to see if he continues with that style.
There's no bomb pot in tournaments, though.
Well, he already 3-bet 7-3 suited earlier.
I feel like in a few years there's going to be a tournament where it's like a bomb pop YOLO tournament.
They had one.
Really?
Yeah, mixed.
Wait,
Hold on.
seriously?
Double more bomb pot.
Are you serious?
It wasn't every.
Our first early look at the profits and losses here, with Sean taking an early lead up 15-50.
It was the first year they.
And Anatoly, a couple unlucky hands down about 35.
Oh,
2K cap, yeah.
You know how I met Anatoly?
How?
He
2K
sat
cap
to my
everyone,
right.
okay?
Oh, yeah,
main
main
line,
line,
2K each, 2K each.
And I busted him, and
So
then he gave me his
19 more.
water bottle.
No, no.
Nice.
2K more, 2K more.
Post flop.
2K more.
We love it.
Yeah.
2K post
Cap is
flop.
2K more each in the pot.
How much is it? We added? It's just 100 each, right? Something.
Yeah, no, each, but you can only use
Oh, the
2K.
cap.
If you go all in, you can only put 2K in
Okay,
pot.
yeah.
I'm not sure what you're asking. Check, 6 check.
Did you check? Yeah. I checked.
6 check, 7 check. 8 check, 9 check. 1 check, 300.
Well, if you're out there in the chat, whether it be on the BotezLive page on Twitch or the Valley Live Poker YouTube page, let us know where you're streaming from. Let us know who you're rooting for.
Just name 2K, cap,
Let us know what you're up to as we all soak up this quarter 50 cash game together. Soaking up a jack high flush draw is Nate Hill as he bets 300 in a 5-way pot. Pair of threes and the wheel gutter for Nemo, which turns into aces up now on the turn. No, Botez has made the wheel problems
Cap for one person. So
for Nemo. She could get herself in a little bit of trouble potentially.
funky game, and all of a sudden 2 people are all in like every
You
time.
can only raise like
Oh, sorry.
1,700.
Okay, well, the rest,
1,700.
1,700?
We did 300 last, right?
Yep.
Yeah, 17. Correct.
1,700.
Good on stream. Thanks, bro. Nice, nice. Thank you, thank you.
She has bet
I
this.
apologize.
They are
can
dirty,
you-
dirty chips.
So can I bet more?
No.
No, you can only
So I
call.
can only call.
This is your game.
Yep.
Alex, like, cap.
You can call the floor. It's a rule.
I'm the fish. I brought you guys here to prosper. I call.
If you have 4-6, yeah, you can take the cap off.
No, I call.
Okay.
So Nemo bet 1,700 into 2,100. Botez has called.
Oh.
I had clubs.
Clubs, let's go.
No, they had 4.
The Jack 10 of clubs is in the muck, and they're on their backs here, although I'm not sure. This is not the river, is it?
And look at that.
It was not. And I guess they must have negotiated not to put any more action in. Nemo makes threes full.
Play poker, guys. I apologize.
So for Botez, it's good that she didn't put any more chips into the pot.
Advertising for future.
Although
Yeah,
maybe the raise gets the ace-3 off. We never know.
yeah, that's true. Ali, in a regular spot there, she'd probably be raising, but I think they must have agreed to just call and run the river there, which is super unlucky for Botez with Nemo hitting the 4-outer.
Thank you. Here you have to play the main event.
Hey, you're free rolling.
Is also.
You know what? Okay, fine.
a lot of rules today.
Yes, okay.
Wait, now did the
No, but not leaving when you're winning is actually true.
I mean, in private games.
I don't think it was supposed to.
This is my private.
I don't have anywhere to go. I'm staying in the
Honestly, I'm
hotel.
glad there was
so-
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I'm
the button after
No,
Sorry?
stays.
so it should be back there. I think I'm the big, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Put it back.
Okay.
I think that's how they do it.
Oh, we're freezing it. Cool.
Oh, I get
I'm
butter
getting
twice.
poor now, but I will
It's
still
a
straddle.
different game.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
I think it's because you won the bomb pot, so you're paying the rake.
Do I tip? Can I tip?
Out of the pot, actually. He takes it out of the pot.
Okay.
Yeah, he's taking 50 or something.
Okay.
Yeah, but
And then his time.
Alex is paying it.
I will offer $1 for the
I'm
portion.
paying all. I'm paying all of it. Yes.
All right, guys, let's develop a curious hand so I can see what it is without you wanting me to know.
Nemo off to a good start here after having a rough go of it yesterday in the early part of the session. She was also in Poland with Alex Botez for a chess tournament recently as well, so they just got back and wasted no time coming straight to the felt here to play some poker.
Logging plenty of miles in their worldwide journeys as
What stakes would he play?
It was 2040.
chess champs.
but you can win a lot at this game.
Oh, back in the day, it was.
Back in the day, one session I could win like 70K.
Oh, 900?
Yep.
It was like long sessions, it was like 60 hours.
Yeah.
Glory days.
Wild.
Okay, Nemo, you're spending all my winnings already.
3-bet with ace-8 suited on the button.
Yeah.
Not lost on Botez, who mucks the king-queen offsuit.
I know my wife was pregnant. My wife was pregnant with Ura. It told her she was pregnant.
Oh, wow.
So,
Body temperature up.
interestingly enough, Sebastian, I feel as though,
We have baby here.
for the most part, we're seeing a tighter approach to this cash game in the early phases, in contrast to what we saw early on in the sit-and-go yesterday.
No.
It is very true, Ali. A lot of 3-bets getting through without seeing a flop here, but those aggressors are the ones benefiting, and Nemo is putting her foot on the gas here. She's already up, increased her stack by 50% early on.
It's free, yeah.
Well, obviously, that 4-outer to make 3s full against the wheel that Botez had
I used to wear whoop, and whoop is the opposite. If you have like
had a lot to do with
it's harder to get a high score.
where she sits now.
Ura, it doesn't track the skip depth as much.
Healthiest profit early on here in this cash game.
Congrats, Nate.
Oh,
Hold on.
Raising ticket for the ace-5.
What's your six score?
Yes.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
All right.
I had you beat, Dan.
75 to 80.
Embarrassed to say that.
Pretty good.
It's really hard to get crowns actually.
It is, yeah.
I used to have a
Good,
whoop.
good use. Thank you.
The whoop is so easy to
Giving
get
it
100.
input to the table.
I get 100 like every time. I'm like, it's a joke. But Ura is like,
Yeah, I want to
It's a fun one.
The last
to
one,
play.
was king too, so that was better.
In Kane, and I wanted to.
No one-arm jacket today for Nate, Ali.
Yeah.
Did we ever figure out what that was about?
I didn't,
Nate, I folded ace 8.
and I wasn't going to ask him when I saw him today. I just left it alone.
Yep.
Wait, what's Dead Man's Hand?
Ace eight.
Actually, ace and ace.
it's a quarter? Oh,
Oh, sorry.
I don't know what.
Because
My bad. I apologize.
The limp parade
that hand
got
Are we family potting?
underway,
was it Wild Bill Hillcock?
courtesy of
Do we all want a family?
Yasuo.
Yeah, fill it out.
Please look up on Google if it was Wild Bill Hillcock or who it was. Somebody got killed in Deadwood, South Dakota,
What?
and their back was to the door, and somebody came in and boom.
Oh, wow.
Dead.
All right.
And that's why you don't have your back to the door when you're playing poker.
Damn.
Wait.
Sorry.
I missed the start and I came at the end. And
For the record, Nate is in there with a couple of 3s, by the way. Not that he's going to be in love with this ace-9-8 board.
Okay.
Nobody has an ace. 2 players with an 8 and Anatoly's
Luck
9s
hasn't been here so far, but maybe later.
are in the lead.
And so that exact bar is in Deadwood, South Dakota. You can go in the bar, and the chair where the guy was sitting is actually enshrined up on a casing behind glass.
Is it really?
No, but it's up there. I don't know if it's the actual chair, but probably is.
Cool. Yeah.
Unless they
Yeah. It'd be kind of weird to just kind of.
put a different chair up there.
Yeah.
But that's why I know all this stuff about that.
I fold.
Kind of cool. I like the one.
And look at that, Sean bets
Yeah.
with the offsuit Robbie Ali into 6 players with nothing and takes it down. He's come to play.
Got it in reserve.
You know, I wanted to make sure that I saw what I saw before acknowledging it. And, you know, you beat us to that punch, a punch that I don't think either of us anticipated would be thrown by the resident accountant at the table. Guys who are normally financially very responsible, but the Jack 4 off, a bit of an irresponsible
If I call, will you-
move, one that paid off. off in the end, though.
Yes, his friends also wanted me to let everybody know that he's a professional Clash Royale player on the mobile phone. So
Okay, so
take that for what it is. But this,
You think they're trolling with that?
I'll leave it up to our chats
really
to decide.
Professional Clash Royale players? I don't mean to poo-poo the idea in the event that it's a real thing, by the way, but you know,
There you go.
I don't think of Clash Royale in terms of high-level strat type games. Maybe, you know, look, I confess, I've never played it. I just saw the commercials, but you know, be careful for the trolling type stuff out there. That's all I'm getting at. 300 ahead.
No.
I thought about doing some bad things, but I really shouldn't get out of line there.
Courtesy of this Elky raise with King 7 offsuit, by the way, from early position.
No bounties on the sheet.
This is perhaps a sign of boredom.
9 raised to 15.
15.
It's real money.
Is a karma in this one?
2 fold.
Fuck, no karma.
4 fold.
Min G with the King Jack.
Horseshoe.
No.
We're not
3-bet and take it.
$1,500 pre-flop raise.
I worship $300 pre.
I saw her cards. I saw her cards, so I don't really need to see
No
it.
need.
Oh, you saw
Margot
that?
Brooke enters the chat asking how's the game going, if anyone's crushing early on.
Or something?
Welcome, Margot. I'm sure you'd be crushing if you were playing today, but congrats again on the win yesterday.
Sorry.
Shipping that tournament for the first place prize of $15,000.
I was like,
Fuck, bro.
Nate.
Yeah, not sure whether or not Margot had an opportunity to go back and kind of
I need some time.
watch everything that she was a part of yesterday. Oftentimes it can be good in terms of watching game film kind of thing, but
I told G
she really just
the most entertaining pros. Don't get me in
navigated, marched to the beat of her own drum, made the adjustments she needed to make, and to great effect, you know, laid back and then got hot at the right time.
2 fold.
She says the tournament poker used to stress her out, but watching cash games with real money is now more stressful.
trouble. The quiet assassin.
Set of 8s here for Yasuo on a jack-high board where Phil Locke has himself top pair and some real issues. Note that he checks back to close the action in a 3-way pot. Then the ace comes around on the turn. That's a card that freezes him and could wind up saving him some money. Yasuo, unable to get anybody to bet now, must take matters into his own hands.
1,200.
2-bet 1,200.
Blinds is always goes up, so 25, 50, then 100, then 200. So.
Thing.
1,200 to call. Sean is reaching for chips with the aces. And it feels like potentially more than 1,200. No, just a call.
Oh!
Oh,
Hot damn.
not bad.
That allows Phil to get out of there.
Oh.
That, yeah, good.
Yeah, hard to blame Sean for paying it off there with the ace-9 after it checks around on the turn. A little unlucky for Yasuo that he only does get the 1 street of value, but nicely sized on the river to go for about half pot. Note how Phil Locke there avoided potential disaster by checking his top pair on the flop, and he got away for the minimum loss.
Oh no.
Yeah, blind raise?
Once he calls, I'm kind of done with it.
Yeah.
Not yet.
I put half for you if you want.
Yeah, you'll let it know. I hope you guys straddle. You can
how do
follow
you-
that at some point.
How'd you have that best hand?
She's only up 4K, LP.
Yeah.
A non-problem.
Pretty good. That's probably the most of the table.
That's the most.
I'm up to 300.
See, you should have blind raise. Would have been more easy.
No, I can't believe him.
6 fold 7 fold.
Would have been the greatest overcall. I mean, not the greatest. In like maybe 2 hours, it would have been the greatest.
Is that a blind raise or a real raise?
Oh, I thought you had
She's cheating.
a pair of
Blind.
You had an ace of blind raise?
Sorry, guys.
Oh. Okay.
There you go.
I thought you showed. I thought. Okay, I didn't.
Nah, you showed me.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't.
I didn't show my hand for that one.
Okay, I'm out of it.
Nemo opening under the gun here with a pretty 10-9 suited is met with 2 calls from Nate on the button with the 7-4 and Yasuo in the small with the Queen 10. Nobody really loving this flop.
That time it went straight formal.
Yasuo with a gutter. Nemo continues, and Yasuo does stick around.
Well, the glasses are working.
4 of clubs on the turn, complete brick. We'll see if Nemo falls through yet again with no showdown value and no draw.
First debacle I've had before 7 p.m. in maybe like 5 years.
I'm glad I'm a good influence.
Yeah, I hardly ever drink it. And then if I do, it's
900?
probably a glass of wine at dinner. That's about as deep as it goes for me.
Nice little barrel there on the turn, 900. Getting it done as Nemo
Non-beer.
continues to perform well here in the early going
That's 2.
of the cash game part of the program. And there is the little horseshoe
You horseshoed her, right?
that was being referred to earlier.
Oh, yeah.
I know you're steaming about that 4-outer earlier.
Where did that thing come from?
I am.
Dirty.
Is that a Phil Lock special?
You're winning most of the table, you sour. My advice.
Well, you can say the words, Elke. You have one straddle.
Yeah, you know what? But
Yeah.
I'll save it for a long time.
5. 6 raised to 200. 7 plus 200.
What's the name of the movie where Justin Timberlake has time credits on his arm?
Oh, I love that movie. I love it. That's
That
one of my.
thing reminds me of.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, just.
It's like bad but good.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what Elke's little patch thing reminds me of. It's like he's about to take time from instead of money. You know?
Jack 10 open from Sean, picks up 2 customers, one of whom has a better version of middle pair, that being Phil Lock to his direct left. Queen high board, 2 checks in front of Phil.
The only thing.
Looks like he sprinkled a little something out there, 300.
Kind of wobble.
But in this movie, he took everything, all his life with a gut shot and hit the river.
Sean made the call. 3rd heart on the turn. Neither player with the flush draw, so it goes check, check.
Royale, right?
Casino Royale.
Actually, I just recheck it,
Yeah.
and he turned the straight flush. He turned the straight flush, so there was a nuts on the turn.
Did he turn it?
Yeah, I think so.
No betting after the flop.
That was on the turn.
Lock able to roll over the king 10 for a winner.
First time I saw it, I thought he just called the turn with the gut.
Yeah,
But then I realized he hit the straight flush on the turn, and it's like, so just a cooler.
Even though poker is always shown wrong, let's just say, in every movie, I always enjoy it.
Yeah, it's always
Rounders.
Rounders is the worst.
It's
What do you like
Like
this?
Rounders.
No, it's a great movie, but when he's sitting at the table with Johnny Chan and he min buys, he's like, yeah, I folded for like 4 hours. And then he like 5-bet him somehow.
Rebot if you
or in Casino Royale, where everybody is slow rolling.
Yeah.
Each guy, 5, right down to James Bond, the cool guy, is slow rolling.
300. 9 4. 1 4. 2 call.
Are we playing the Do 7 game or no?
I don't think that was announced.
I suggested at the start, but we're not as of right now.
4 call.
But if people want to, we can put it in.
I should put it in, yeah. Let's go.
Of course he
For sure we should put it in.
Elke's like, I'm putting it. Elke's gonna.
Alex opening with the Jack 9 of hearts here, discussing potentially getting a Do 7 game in the mix here. We'll see if that takes shape.
You know, that's a little bit like applying hot sauce
Nasal strip. Like,
to a pepper-based dish already. I think we've got enough spice in the building. Yasuo being among those spices, and here he is with ace-3.
That relationship with his girl.
Actually in front of Botez.
The producers had a fight back.
He's getting a little out of line, but picks up a heart draw on the turn here.
He was forced
to see this board pairing 4.
against his will, basically. Something to that effect.
Well, yeah, it makes sense.
Ace of hearts becoming more relevant for Yasuo, and he's going to face another barrel. Note that his kicker does not play. He's just playing that 6 on the board, so Botez can really lean hard.
Players have wives.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And happy little babies and everything.
1,000 into 1,900, north of half pot.
Retired real poker player.
But that was the best out of all the movies that had.
Was the only one with the baby?
Crushed the field.
Yeah, wow.
It was.
Ryan, let's get a round 2.
That's because Ed Norton was so fun.
I thought Yasuo was cutting out a call, but it feels as though there's a little bit more meat on this bone.
I like Maverick, too. Nobody talks about that.
And interestingly, he's going to raise it up to 3,000.
90s, I think.
And note
No, please knife him.
He goes all in.
how that Jack 9 of hearts is bullied right out of this pot.
I
Ace and
Excellent decision by Yasuo. And interestingly enough, if he gets called there,
Oh, that's also
unimproved, he always has the option to just check back, which he sort of purchases by virtue of that raise on the turn.
Yeah, very right, very true, Ali, on that one. His check raise there can set up different options on the river. He can either, check back and get the pair of aces through with some nice showdown value, or potentially decide to turn his hand into a bluff if he thinks it's not good. So that's the power of just showing aggression sometimes. It sets you up for many different options on the river. So nicely done there by Yasuo. I don't mind Alex's turn barrel there with the turn flush draw. Her bet will work a lot of the time as the early position raiser. Just a little bit unlucky for her again that it didn't work and she faced a sticky opponent in Yasuo.
Captain Bobby in the YouTube chat says, Yasuo has good instincts, and on multiple occasions we observed his aggression yesterday pay off. Now granted, at some point it didn't, but I think by and large skewing toward the aggressive side of the spectrum tends to be a profitable side of the spectrum toward which to skew when it comes to these cash games.
Yeah, I definitely agree, although he did get unlucky yesterday in the tournament, as we mentioned. I think this style will serve him much better in the cash game than a sort of a more passive style than we saw yesterday played through a few portions of the tournament. So good to see him pick one up early.
I need to get more cash here. Phil, you have more cash? You have a lot of cash here? You must have a lot of cash.
I have a little bit. I'm 500.
How much is a little bit?
500.
Okay, finally Anatoly in a hand where he does have the best of it. He's ran a little cold so far. We'll see if his hand holds on the river as he calls this lead from Phil Locke. But
oh no. 8 on the river. Locke ends up making a straight. This ace-jack has some real problems here. They're somewhat face up, though. Given the 4-liner on board, you can see Anatoly facing a bet of 1650 and forced to really play the guessing game. Not where we want to find ourselves, but either he's got it or he doesn't with a bet size like this.
Also, didn't it start out as like a chapstick?
Well, I forgot, because when I learned it, it was called the knife.
Yeah, that is.
Hit him.
Oh.
The knife has not come out, so.
Oh no, he's.
You want me to use it?
Yeah, sure. Use it.
Straight.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, so now I am.
Nice fold there.
Yeah, properly finding the bin.
It's good when somebody forces it on you because then you have the power again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Forces it.
So that horseshoe apparently is the trinket by which you can force someone to show their hand even when you don't call on the river or prior to that. And once you force them to show their hand, they inherit it, and so they can use it on somebody else later on down the line.
That's very cool. Ali makes for some fun viewing for the players. Obviously, we can see their whole cards, but definitely affects the metagame going on down there on the felt when you can see when you're bluffed or when you correctly lay down to value.
Computer style.
That's it for sure, boy.
A couple of 7s here for Sean. Plays it as a 3-bet in the face of the hijack raise from Anatoly's suited connector.
We're getting out of line a little bit.
Do you want me to put the hundreds in front?
He was actually in really good shape with
I'm hiding the fact that they've dwindled.
Anatoly holding 2 unders.
No, usually you have them on like little stacks.
It's not any horseshoe, right?
I'm gonna do it just to trigger you.
Oh, I didn't even know you knew I was a content creator.
I've seen your league videos from way back when.
Oh, shit. I do like gambling content now.
Oh, cool. Nice.
What's your favorite gambling game?
Roulette.
What's your favorite slot?
Favorite slot? All the in-person slots suck. Actually, Huff and Puff's the only fun one.
What's your code?
It's literally greedy.
What's outside the code?
Yeah.
Oh, the whoop
On the bonus.
Wait, I played that in Vegas.
100? Is it a Strata?
I think so.
Yep, that is a Stratolinski.
Those are more confusing to me than poker.
Wait, is it like Hacksaw or like Pragmatic?
Prag. Yeah. Pretty much like all the online providers, they just
Healthy open here from Yasuo in the under the gun +1 with the ace-6 of clubs, opening to 450. And Nemo again finds herself with a nice hand and 3-bets it to 1100 with the 10s.
Yasuo on the stickier side of the spectrum. Not going to bully him off at that price, so he hangs tough.
Yeah,
heads up.
Less. Yeah. Because all video games suck right now.
Yeah, that's true.
What happened to them?
I don't know.
Like the devs
stale,
just
dude.
not-
Yeah, it's just stale.
Pair of 6s for Yasuo, still lagging behind the 10s, but a jack on board, 1 overcard
Fail too. That's
to
why we
Nemo's
get
pair.
playing
Let's see how
tournaments.
she reacts.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see how Yasuo elects to play this. We have seen he's willing to mix in calls and raises with both his top and middling pairs.
Looks like he's actually leading out, is he? Yeah.
Don't let me down.
And this creates a really awkward situation for a couple of 10s because we call this 1,000, maybe mindful of Yasuo being a bit frisky.
No, Anatoly.
But if we do flat, we sort of open the door for Yasuo to continue to be aggressive and unimproved with a couple of 10s on this board. Where do we expect to go?
Like aggression.
Yeah, Ali, this is why I was in particular one of the reasons looking forward to seeing Yasuo play today, because his creative and unorthodox style could confuse his opponents. I expect Nemo to peel 1 here at least with the 10s, only 1 overcard with the jack. It's a dry board,
Like you kind of
and she does make the call.
your style of fighting, and it works kind of, you know. And if you hide, you have no fun, so no one's really hiding.
Right.
And now a board pairing jack on the turn is actually a really good card for Nemo because it sort of leaves her questioning the likelihood that Yasuo has a jack in his hand.
What game was first?
Yasuo, undaunted, continues to barrel, takes it up to 2,000 now, and it does feel milky.
Yeah, PUBG was after H1 though. Or DayZ might have been first, I don't know.
Yeah, these, I think.
Yeah, honestly, quite nice sizing here from Yasuo. If he had a jack, he wouldn't need to bet super large, so he does bet about a third there. So we'll see how Nemo reacts to this, and we'll see if she does make the call, what Yasuo decides to do on the river unimproved.
League is not easy to follow.
I believe the 2,000 is actually bet into 44.25, so we're talking about
for sure.
Just want to stay alive.
Yeah.
a potentially $8,400 pot if Nemo were to make this call
FPS first person
on the river, and then Yasuo was 7,800 back. You know, we could face almost full pot if he were to jam.
I gotta touch the bag. I know the pros. I watch them do. They look up, they swing around, they go back to back. They go. I'm like, oh, I'm at the bag now, and I get all cozy, and then I'm just dead. You know, like, and I know what's gonna happen to me too. I'm like, kind of an idiot game player.
That's funny.
I tried so hard to learn CSGO. I just couldn't, like, I could aim or I could move. I couldn't do both of them at the same time.
Nemo recognizes that her decision over here with no straight draw, or sorry, no flush draw on board,
I was so afraid of getting killed. I would
is
do nothing
really
but
one
camp.
that
And, like, I'd always play second with 0 kills, just like
is kind of going to govern what she does on the river as well. We always reserve the right
But I feel like it feels
to change our minds depending on what rolls off.
satisfying when you're just
second all the time.
Yeah.
So she does eventually come with the call, and one wonders whether or not Yasuo recognizes that this is, on a board texture such as this, better than ace-6 99% of the time, and he's going to have to turn his hand into a bluff on the river here in all likelihood.
Yeah.
Will he do it, though? A king on the end. We don't expect that to be a part of the equation for either player. And what did Yasuo fire here?
Wow.
Whatever it is, he did so with very little hesitation, and it is all in. Max pressure application. This is not where Nemo wanted to find herself.
The horseshoe.
Yeah, like the horseshoe is with Mo, I think.
Yeah, I honestly love this follow through from Yasuo. I mean, it's easy seeing both hole cards, but you know, some players, if they're willing to fire one street, they're willing to fire two. But Yasuo, as we saw yesterday, Ali, he is willing to empty the clip and put his opponents in extremely uncomfortable spots, like he is here.
That would be very strong.
If only Nemo knew. All she has to do is click call, and she gets to take down a massive pot.
Why are you laughing? It's a good hand. That's a good hand.
Wait, I want to see it.
Is he using it?
No, don't show unless you want to. No pressure.
And Nemo does muck the winner.
Well,
Oh, you had it.
And Yasuo torturing rather,
Yeah.
He could have been torching if she clicked call, but
That was a good throw.
Yeah, it was.
Was it Jack 6 free?
A6. Yeah, Jack 6.
oh, Nemo doing her best not to let on. I think everybody realizes that
What do you fold?
Pocket tens.
she had the winner, and now she admits it.
I bet on you and you fold pocket ten.
Nicely done by Yasuo there. And we'll see after this hand and after the whole table now sees what he was doing that with, if he makes sort of any little adjustments moving forward and maybe uses that play to his advantage to get some value later
He's
on.
a king too. That he's never the king. He never the jack. So
How do you know that?
And there's the moment. He gave everybody a glimpse at
Why can't he have 6?
just how savage he's capable of being.
Why can't he have a jack?
you can have boys.
what is it? How much?
Right, you can't have it. No. As a jack,
He can't have any hitting.
doesn't matter.
The more jacks there on board, the less likely the hardest one.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, that's how it works. It's free. It's pretty hard.
3 is, 2 is hard.
Two is already pretty hard. Two is pretty hard. One is not hard.
And right away, Yasuo picks up a premium hand, pocket jacks here.
Okay.
In under the gun +1, 3-betting, a small 3-bet here over Nate's open. Lynn with a real hand as well in the big blind, pocket 9s.
Yes.
Decides to flat call, which makes a lot of sense here. We're 3 ways.
Yeah, ace queen 4 as that pesky ace downs Yasuo. And note, by the way, he was in great shape against the 9s and the ace 8, but he's also so dangerous when he actually ends up with a real hand as he had here. Unfortunately, this is not really the board that's going to allow him
Ace queen.
to maybe go as nuts as he did moments ago. Again, it's a board pairing turn card.
He might not have a queen.
Yasuo's getting revenge for Sapnap earlier.
Now Nate being put into the same blender that Nemo was earlier, although his situation is quite a bit different.
When he went all in on the river, he snapped all in. Looked like he was strong.
He was.
Here with the ace, facing the bet of 1,000.
He was. I mean.
Makes the call. And how hard will Yasuo go? At the river, it's a jack. This is unbelievable. He's made a full house. Note, by the way, that Nate has the ace of clubs. So this all in, we don't expect to be a flush, but again, expect the unexpected when it comes to Yasuo.
Yeah, and with wasting no time here, putting Nate to the test, we'll see if Yasuo's image will get him paid off the air when he hits his miracle 2-outer on the river.
A moment ago, he showed a willingness to take a very similar line with what would be the equivalent of like King 4 on this board.
And now he backs into a full house, and Nate does hold the ace of clubs blocker in his hand as well, making it a little bit less likely that Yasuo has a type of hand like a flush or a bigger ace.
I would go split some money if it was a lot. But winning is pretty big. Wow.
It's so tough, just moments removed from having observed a guy blast. To find a fold with a hand like this, it feels like maybe you've got yourself an opportunity
Can I have a shot of your mentholated power?
to win a big one.
Yeah, and a lot of times, Ali, the psychology comes into play in these situations. The players are really thinking, is Yasuo really doing the same thing back to back after he just showed a bluff with a middling hand? Would he really be doing this again, knowing that Nate is likely fairly strong here?
And I'm out, so I'll take one.
What do you mean?
And so you can really start leveling yourself in these situations and wondering, and Nate pays it off, and I don't blame him.
Ouch.
Nice.
So the first felting of the evening.
Less likely for him to have a jack.
Bro,
And it comes at the hands of Yasuo. Things just really could not have played out any better for him in terms of the context.
It's hard to have.
You know, the ace-6 moments ago. People finding out that he bluffed his way through that one and then has that reputation that precedes him and then blasts. And really, Nate's call was going to be right the vast majority of the time, but he just ran in to that 2-outer.
Any other river you win, I guess.
Nasty. And now Yasuo,
Yeah, pretty much.
the furthest in the black on the session, and it isn't close. Already up 15 grand. That was first place money during yesterday's sit and go.
Poker's fun until it's not, you know?
Hello.
3 ends, yeah.
So you have one part now?
You'll be fine.
You're
You'll
okay?
have a guy for 30K next week.
I have
You'll go back to normal, everything's good.
Okay, yeah, I think
You'll be
bomb
looking
pot.
at watches.
Trade it? Yeah. Come.
All right, guys, bomb pot.
A lot of investment stuff too. It's fun and
You can give me the chips now though.
then you learn a little. There's no losing. There's only
so.
learning.
How do you want it?
You win.
And then the button
I mean,
stays,
count
right?
Winning the losing.
Okay.
They kept it last time.
We make
Yeah. Oh, I remember last time.
Golden Griffin in the chat asking what was the highest amount that Alex has ever won. If I recall, Ali, I think I saw her run up a nearly $500,000 stack on a live stream earlier, which was quite the run.
Yep.
She had pocket king several times, and that was a memorable session for her, no doubt.
Yep.
She's a little bit down, about 4,700 early on here, with some hands not going her way. A couple unlucky rivers for her. So we'll see if she can turn it around here.
I honestly don't. Would you have raised there? Were you gonna? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have the nuts I raised. Well, I guess
Thanks, Alex.
you could have had 4-7.
She's really
Here's the
giving
big
us.
chips.
Getting coaching
I'm-
Melky.
I'm
I
retired.
shouldn't give all my tips.
I'm retired. I'm terrible.
Old dinosaur, just trying to break even, right, Elkie? That's the story I'm sticking to.
Just trying to feed my family.
That's even better. Not even trying to break even. Just get a little something. Rice, maybe. Maybe even some
He's
vegetables.
saving for the college fund.
How much is credit? It's expensive in the US, right?
Yeah. And by the time your daughter's ready, it's going to be like
Inflation.
200K.
How much is it? 100K? 100K?
Well, like an Ivy League is probably like 80K now. Ivy League is probably 80K.
7-5-3 board.
Show, bro.
Pair and a gutter versus a naked gutter.
See one?
Elkie able to take it.
Where's the
How much you want?
Sebastian and I will certainly do our best to lay out and let you guys listen into the table talk, of which there is no shortage.
Yes. I would like that.
80K, yeah, but in 20
Just like yourselves,
It's going to probably be like 120.
we're here to listen
50%.
to the players, not talk over them to the best of our ability.
I'm trying to now that I'm a dad. I need to think far ahead.
Yeah.
Before I was thinking like next week. Now I'm thinking next month.
No, I mean by then.
Oh, you opened the
Will
window.
people still be going to universities then? Who knows?
Yeah.
Right, with the advent of the internet, man.
Right?
Yeah, no. This is a big
think
line,
that-
right?
Elkie taking that pot down, the former StarCraft and Warcraft player. He's a handful of players who has won a WPT, an EPT, and a WSOP title. Very cool.
A skill you can have in information.
I've never heard of games like
Triple crown of sorts when it comes to live tournament poker.
I'm terrible at pronunciation.
How many years?
3.8 years.
How many years have you go to
Almost 4 years.
4, so it's 420.
Ace queen for Anatoly.
480. So
Okay, C3 raise 300.
480K for your people.
6-4.
Put aside.
All right, I got to play hands with Anatoly.
Same.
University in France.
Because he's saving risk is called.
King 6 suited for Phil Locke. He plays it as a flat suited. One gapper on the button for Botez. She's in there as well.
Canada's a good option.
Nate
She's too young.
has reloaded for another 10 dimes, and we step in with Ace 4 suited. Four-way affair to an 8-7-3 flop. Pair of sevens for Botez, the best of what's around.
What is the best university? US?
US.
Singapore is good, no?
Canada has good universities too. A little cheaper than the US.
Phil taking charge of the hand with not much of anything here, just using his positioning in the cutoff to his advantage. He's not going to love being called by Alex, though, on the button. The one player with position on him.
Pretty draw-heavy board, and both players picking up a draw. Botez the better of them with the open ender versus just the dummy end of a gut shot for Phil.
Anything useful?
I actually did. I was doing a double.
Question.
I mean,
It's a good question. I didn't learn anything useful in college. So.
Funnily enough, I was doing a double major in econ and stats. With double major in econ and math with a stats minor. So it actually ended up applying
Oh, I wish
sort
that
of to
worked.
life. Yeah.
But you probably had me beat. I shouldn't really be. No, I'm fine.
Let's play show one every hand.
And the chat will love to see Botez getting on the board there, picking up a nice sized pot after Phil Lock stepped a little bit out of line there with no pair and no real draw. Nicely done there by Alex in position.
Incorrect?
Yeah. No, I started off as an econ major and then I eventually dropped out. But I went back for a quarter in psych and I would go back for art history.
In the chat, we have some people asking about Phil Lock's glasses, Ali. It looks like he's preparing for the next 20 solar eclipses with those.
I had to go play StarCraft in Korea, so I just...
Nemo is one of my many victims I've
insect-inspired
into dropping out of college. Not peer pressure, but maybe influence.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job.
Andrea and I.
Andrea and Nemo. I don't know if it's a good thing, but...
And you're telling me to save money for my donor?
Honestly, she probably won't even need college.
Out and I don't know supposed to go.
Yeah, she'll be picking up so much knowledge at home.
True.
Little ace-5 suited for Sean, who's smothering Lock spades.
I did.
Is that why you
Yeah, because we were on the Canadian national team together. She was a few years older than me. We went to like Stanford and stuff.
Lynn with a pretty Jack 10 suited on the button. One of the best hands to take to a multi-way pot in Texas Hold'em.
Well, I don't know if we're doing family dinners anytime soon.
2 clubs, 2 5s, and a 7. How about that for a flop as the pre-flop raiser?
It is true.
In a multi-way affair, he decides to check it, and that successfully induces Phil Lock to take a stab at this thing.
I agree. No.
Yeah, I really like this check from Sean here. Despite it being multi-way, as a pre-flop raiser, this 5 really should not hit him that often.
I can't horseshoe it out of him.
Maybe you can buy it off.
And he induces the bet with Phil, who's getting frisky again with a suited king with not much going for him, and takes it down with the raise. Nicely played by Sean.
Oh, that's right. 7-2 is
Impossible for Sean to know there that Phil has nothing. It's multi-way. It's actually quite unlikely that Phil has a complete airball like he did. So I do like this raise by Sean. Could have gotten value from flush draws, straight draws, a pair.
If I try to chase it.
Early on, Sean showing that he can mix it up here with the best of them.
Thanks, LK.
Reminder, sir. Reminder.
Do you have any other useful poker tips? I'd love to learn.
With these 2 jacks on board, it's hard to get one.
It's actually impossible.
Not impossible, but it's harder.
I'm going to make it
it's also hard to have a king.
300.
6 for Nemo. She takes it upstairs to $300.
Makes sense to me.
The king was dead, right? So it's even harder to have a king.
6, 7, 8, 9, 4.
LK's still on that.
She asked for
Way too alert.
She asked for it.
I love the in-game breakdown of my hand.
Elke's needling you and he doesn't even know it.
He's just trying to be hard.
No, I mean, it's entertaining for me.
She's winning, so it's okay.
No.
I think the rule also is you can either the players are winning.
No, that's true. That's
when they're
true.
losing is you should be nicer, but when they're winning, you can be.
Are you saying you're nice?
So
to
now
Yeah, be nice when they lose. When they win, you're not to be that nice.
It's gonna make like a little, not a book, but like a pamphlet sort of thing to pass around.
Yes.
For all the
With all the
I buy you a
etiquette.
guide. I buy you a guide, cash game guide.
yeah.
Anatoly here taking the aggressive route here with the ace-6 of clubs out of the big. I like this play from him. Suited aces play well as 3-bets. You block the strongest hands, and it gets the job done. Very nice there by Anatoly.
That's tough.
Nemo not going to go set mining, and note that 1-6 was busy. Good.
I give you a try.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, LK.
For the needling.
She was definitely
He's paying
in a
me
dominant
to
spot.
listen to his advice.
Then I would bet on you.
Sean did a blind
And then
bet.
someone raises, and you're supposed to fold, but he gives your chips a call, so.
I don't know.
You cannot do that. You cannot do that. It's like.
Oh, uh-huh.
Can I add on to it?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess.
That's a black card.
Wait.
It's from a different
You
deck
can
now.
blind raise it as much as you want.
You can
Well,
Yeah, you can blind raise as much, but are you allowed to add more after?
Oh,
No one's standing cards, no action.
Oh, then yeah, go for it. Go ahead.
So no, that's
Yeah, it's blind raise. It's blind raise.
You can blind raise already if you want. You can blind raise already if you want.
400 blind raise.
Technically.
Oh, I really thought I was going to wake up with the deuce 7, but I didn't get lucky.
Yeah.
8, 4, 9, 4.
Sean I gotta say, is doing some things that if you asked me whether or not we were gonna see prior to the onset
Yes, you can.
of this game, you know, I would have said no, absolutely not, and yet here he is, 8-deuce offsuit.
This one might have been a blind raise, Ali. I'm not entirely sure. Anyhow, Yasuo does call with the 10-4 clubs on the button and flops the 2-pair.
Sean checks it over and faces the bet.
I feel like we're just getting trolled by this deck at this point.
Yeah.
And that'll be it.
I was told like past 8 or 9.
Yeah, he's using it.
Did you ever live it?
No, but I would have
Started
many
with a
times
flush.
and like
A legitimate hand.
running for my life. Like genuinely running.
I'm telling you guys, if you put
I
money
should
on me,
always
I'm gonna
bet on you,
try.
right?
I try. Won't lose
A
me
long
money.
time ago, yeah. And it's
if
like
I lose, I'll go down
random, right in the
trying.
middle, like you wouldn't know. You can just accidentally walk. But I haven't been back since, so I only see the horror stories on Twitter. But I know.
Yeah, you need to call, sure, and bet, but it's okay. I'll give you a little bit back.
Yeah, I like trying to stick to like safer areas.
You know, it's interesting because I think those who play No Limit Cash with, you know, regularity and take the game seriously might be tempted to look at this particular lineup and see moments like that and think to themselves, what a dream. I'm green with envy. Would love to be involved in this game. But careful what you wish for, as Nate Hill found out. You can get stung by some of these guys out here, and they're going to be doing things that you wouldn't really expect. It's not so easy to know where you're at.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've already seen a couple of the perhaps maybe lesser known or lesser experienced players, Yasuo and Sean, assert themselves very early on in this game and show that they can be unpredictable, and they're not going to be easy money by any means.
Okay, I pick him. Let's go.
No lecture, okay, LT? If I lose.
Not a good player. You're better than me for sure.
He's already preparing it.
Who did he
10-9-5 board here. Lin, 2 overs and an open-ender. Yasuo's inferior queen turns into a pair of 5s. And he's leaning. It's 400, the bet.
Nice. One more.
on the turn? On the turn. Okay.
And look at this. Lin played it as a check raise, and Yasuo snapped said call. The extra 1,000 investment promptly made, and you wonder what Lin's going to have up her sleeve, potentially unimproved on this turn, which produces a second heart. Yasuo now with the flush draw.
Yeah, I do like that flop check raise from Lin. Strong hand for her. 2 overs to the board and an open-ender to the nuts. Now, I suspect Yasuo isn't going anywhere with his pair and a turned flush draw now. So this hand could get really interesting.
Now, Lin's going to continue to tell the tale here, betting 2,200.
No,
into 36 and change.
enjoy your banter.
I would never cross
Especially
talk.
and that's how
Like,
he
you know what I'm saying?
never turn your back towards the door story.
Right, yeah. Not turning your back towards the door, just don't play
With your back
with your
towards
back to the door.
Yeah.
What is the horseshoe?
The horseshoe is...
Mo has it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, C2 call.
It's 2,500, right?
22.
Oh, okay.
Big river coming up here, Ali.
That it is. Drum roll.
You ready?
And it's a heart. Yasuo makes the flush, and that's not really supposed to be a card that presents problems to Lin. One wonders what she's going to do. She's inflated this thing up to 8,000 and change, but she's dealing with a sticky customer. She says all in. She gets snap called, and the backdoor hearts
Queen what? Queen 9 of hearts?
No, Queen 5 of hearts.
I'm going to give you some...
are going to felt her.
5 of hearts.
Queen 5. Sorry. Queen of hearts, yeah, nice hand. Oh.
Self-inflicted wound there.
Yeah.
Oh.
And again, Yasuo has claimed a second pelt in the early going of this cash game, and he's going to be pumped up to a big stack of 35,000 plus. And I don't know about you, Sebastian, but if he's willing to be as aggressive as he was off of 10K, one has to maybe brace themselves for what kind of Yasuo we're going to see off of 35.
He has come out blazing here, Ali. He's on a heater bigger than a level 100 Charizard out here, throwing those flamethrowers. As we could have expected yesterday watching him play the tournament with that continued style of aggression. And this is proving to be so dangerous for all the players at this table, which is full of seasoned high-stakes cash game veterans.
I just throw the cards. Like.
That's all you did there, by the way, Sebastian, invoking the little Pokemon insider knowledge. You might be tempted to think that a late 70s baby such as myself wouldn't have picked up on the little Charizard flamethrower factor, but, you know, I knew where you were going. I understood it.
Check.
I'm mute.
Look at that stack in front of Yasuo.
You will? 2 cards. Don't
already.
Okay. I was already thinking it, Elkie.
1942-0 in the chat says that was a good line by Lynn that she just ran into it, and I do tend to agree. Even though with us looking at the cards, Yasuo, we saw that Yasuo rivered the flush. I do like Lynn's play. It would have worked, I think, a lot of the time if he didn't back into a very strong hand there. So unlucky from Lynn, nice play from her, and we know that she's willing to splash around as well.
Something.
Getting right back at it here, 3-betting the ace-10 offsuit. Like this play.
Want me to call? Sure.
Well, that was a polite negotiation. As Botez asked whether or not Lynn wanted her to call, Lynn said sure, and in comes the 400.
We'll see if the Queen-5 can haunt Lynn in back-to-back hands. Botez maybe inspired by Yasuo a little bit, working with the offsuit variety this time, however.
But there's more people in the hand and the bet is more likely to have.
Lynn with a $400 C-bet. Botez relinquishes, so a very small rebate, but in terms of the psychological win, I think a lot of times you keep an eye on a player fresh off of being stacked and see whether or not the lug nuts are loosened.
No, it's the only way to win with that.
Actually, I have a story with respect to Lynn. Never knew her and was hosting a mixed game over at the Win. She came walking in, and walking might be a generous way to describe it. She was, you know, briskly in search of some action in the high limit area. She says, "What's this game? What are you guys playing?" And I was like, "Oh, you know, it's mixed games." And she appeared a bit steamed up, was playing in a big private game, and was looking to blow off a little bit of that steam, sat down, didn't really know all of the games that we were playing. We walked her through it, explained it, but, you know, I think she can be a bit emotional out there on the felt at times. And so, again, just hearkening back to the idea that that pickup versus Botez just now was somewhat important in trying to stabilize her, because you get yourself on tilt and you can end up with a lot of buy-ins getting vaporized.
Do you have a hand, Sean? No?
Nothing.
I have the computer hand. Oh.
Yeah, and that's one thing, Ali, that Margot alluded to in the chat earlier, in that she felt a little bit more comfortable playing in the tournaments because it's just the one buy-in that you're at risk to lose, whereas this cash game here, we've already seen 2 players reload a full 10K, so things can add up quick.
I had her in bad shape.
The nuts.
The nuts. Your hand felt like the nuts, though.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Pocket kings now for Nate. See if he can get his pound of flesh. Raises it to 300, and he's going to be so disappointed that Yasuo, who's shown a willingness to play all manner of hands for a raise, just decides this time to muck. So his target not involved. Anatoly is, however, and to the tune of a 3-bet to 900 off the strength of ace-jack offsuit.
Yeah, we'll see how Nate reacts here to this 3-bet against his +1 open. Anatoly has been fairly active, 3-betting quite a bit. The standard play would be to throw in a 4-bet here, and it looks like that's what Nate is going to do.
I bet on someone. You bet 25 small bet. You choose your fighter.
One.
Oh. Well, too late.
Again, a little unlucky for Anatoly. He just is running into it here a little bit. I like his 3-bet with the ace-jack off, trying to take control of the hand. And Nate, with a nice click back, takes it down, and a nice pot goes his way.
Bro.
He wants to know why you bet 900 there, right?
You have a kid and you bet with when you have a kid, you should not bet with
Yeah, you should just call and look at the flop, right, Augie? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, bad cards.
This is not a cash game, it's a coaching session with Elkie.
That's okay. If you don't have a kid, it's okay, but yeah, the kids.
No, you're right.
Yes, to go to college is expensive. How much money can you get for?
No, I don't have a kid, but I have a parrot, and he eats so many berries.
Parrot?
Yeah, I gotta pay the berry bill.
Parrot? How much is it?
Actually, he was expensive, and I don't want to say it on stream because it's embarrassing.
Really?
If my mom knew,
What's the most expensive, the parrot sitter or the food or?
You
have a parrot sitter?
Parrot sitter is expensive because otherwise he gets lonely. So
how
he
much
needs
is
to have.
How much is a parrot sitter?
Considering the career change?
I mean, it's not that expensive. It's more expensive if I'm gone for a while. Like, it's an affordable rate, but I just travel a lot, so it's not great.
Do you have any friends that like parrot sit?
Open-ender here for Yasuo as conversation centers around Botez's parrot, who apparently has a sitter. Anatoly was the party starter here with ace-10.
Mostly he just throws things on the ground, and he's really annoying, but I love it.
Is it 400 or 500?
He's gonna live for 30 years. He's small. But he trolls literally.
C-bets here with holding the ace of spades.
Like he throws Q-tips.
Has called in 2 spots, which he's not going to love, but he does get a nice card if he decides he wants to continue barreling here on the turn.
Note that card is given Elkie 6s and 3s. Not a hand that you expect to be up against, by the way.
They're supposed to be like really good starter pairs.
Absolutely not. This does give Yasuo an inferior flush draw as well, in addition to his open-ender. So a sticky spot here for Anatoly, but he could decide to go for it.
So that's good. So like he can, but he only likes me and nobody else.
And I do like this bet size of Anatoly. If you did have the nut flush here, you don't need to bet huge. You do want your opponents to stick around. So we'll see if he follows through on this river. With just under half pot behind, it does get a little bit tougher to get a bluff through.
Yeah.
But he does. He follows through with it.
He's like actually like
Incredible line here, using the ace of spades in his hand nicely.
Yeah.
We'll see if Elkie makes the call.
It's intentional.
Yes.
It is only a half pot shove.
At the start, yeah. Once he bit me so hard that like it was throbbing even in the night.
Elkie can well afford to call.
Like if I don't read his body language, it's on me. Except if he baits me, then it's like, why? You don't need to be an asshole.
I feel like you're taking too much accountability here.
Not supposed to fold.
One child is going hungry.
And he makes the call. Anatoly, unfortunately, gets felted here. Nice call by Elkie, sniffing it out on this occasion. I wonder if Anatoly had a bigger stack behind, it would have been interesting to see what Elkie would have chosen to do to a full pot or a little bit larger than pot size bet.
You're absolutely right about that.
Genius, and if you had a flush, it was stupid.
Sizing just really limited
Do you have any pets? You travel too much, right?
Yeah.
the range of hands that Elkie was going to get away from in that spot.
How many hours a day does a pet
So the clip emptied.
Like 3-4 hours.
Oh,
but my assistant also works from the house, so Carrot has company.
Yeah.
So it's not so bad.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing.
You can deal and then.
At nighttime when he goes to bed, you put a canvas on top of the beige and dark.
Yeah, it's fine.
He kind of just puts his head in his,
Yeah.
like
might
he
be.
spins it around, so he makes it dark automatically. Yeah. He puts himself to bed around the same time every day. He's like really self-sufficient when he just goes to bed.
Should take a page out of his book.
Yeah.
Shaggy in the YouTube chat asks, doesn't Elkie have 15 million in tournament winnings? That is absolutely right. He has over 15 million in live tournament earnings, according to his Hendon mob. So Elkie is one of the top pros, has been for a long time.
Yeah, I guess honestly they'll probably keep each other busy.
By the way, the mod Moobot in the Twitch chat,
in his
the
defense,
BotezLive
my
channel,
assistant's trying to get him off the ground with
has stepped in to kind of clarify the parrot situation a little bit.
They have kind of a rivalry.
Bird's name is Squeak, a brown-headed parrot, only a year old, clipped wings. That's how he was purchased. Alex isn't into it, but
I've tried
apparently he is the new star of her channel.
Paying for what?
Like, I tried to potty train him by the book, and he just doesn't listen.
Wouldn't be surprised, Ali, if her parrot has a
He just doesn't listen.
larger vocabulary than mine.
Kind of scaring me off.
Is it a
having
bird thing
kids.
or is it
Respectfully, Sebastian, I would be very surprised if that were the case. I know you're being facetious, so I gotta be honest. I went down a bit of a bird rabbit hole at one point. Now the Insta algo is just shoveling bird videos my way.
No, it was real.
When are you picking one up?
Really sweet.
There's some really cute, hilarious birds out there. There's one called Twinkie. I think it's the Indian ringneck is the breed. They're just like amazingly personable. They're like really funny. Anyway, I've fallen in love with some birds that I don't even know on Instagram. Blue Rio, shout out.
Squeak will bite the shit out of
Beaky
your cat.
Beaker, also, shout out. These are real bird accounts, by the way, that I follow. I'm not, I'm not shy about it, Sebastian. I'm not ashamed.
Hey, mad respect, Ali. My first pet was actually a canary. My grandmother used to raise them.
Oh, I thought you were going to say your grandmother used to work in a coal mine. but no, she used to raise canaries.
That's right. Yes, she
A
had
breeder?
several at her house, just for fun on the side. She loved how they would sing and their sound, and so she gave us one as our first pet. So birds are dear to my heart.
And so is the 4 of clubs to Phil Locks. Flops himself a set. His 3 baby pocket pairs squared off here.
What's your code?
Botez, I think.
Botez.
600, 600.
Let's go, Phil.
Defense.
What's your favorite game on GG? What's your favorite feature? What's your favorite feature of the software? You love spinning gold?
My favorite thing about
Phil gets trappy here with the 4s. Just calls Lynn's bet on the button. She wisely checks back.
Next time I practice at
Running aces.
I did it one time in Asia, but I need to practice more. I'm terrible then.
Phil would love for Lynn to somehow have an ace in this spot. Of course, instead she just has 6s.
Special, yes.
Special.
Stone bluff catcher here. And 6s are a little bit poor of a hand to hold in terms of the fact that they block those 5, 6, 6, 7 combos that might be bluffing.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, Ali. We'll see if Lynn can correctly deduce that and find the fold. Having the 2 6s in her hand actually is helpful to her in this situation. Makes it more difficult for her to find bluff. She does make the nice laydown.
There you go.
And that's a laydown that, for me, indicates that Lynn's cage isn't as rattled as you might have thought moments after she jammed and got snap called by Yasuo. Stacked her.
Maybe can I save myself?
Although we can see that Phil had the 4s there, it's not as easy of a laydown as you might think. It's actually a little bit difficult for Phil to have a super strong hand there, which is what he was representing by that large, nearly pot-sized bet. Nicely done by Lynn to get away.
What's the intervals between the breaks?
Pardon?
It's like,
There's no breaks.
oh, we don't have breaks like yesterday?
No.
Oh, that's because it's sit and go, not a cash game?
Yeah, exactly. But you can just sit and get food whenever.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cook them anyways.
So, like, if anyone's eating, just not 2 people eating at the same time,
Cook time is
but...
what kills you. The super pros will never.
Because it looks ugly or what?
No, because
unless they're trying to get
then there's too many people
but,
missing.
like, they basically don't even pick them.
Although, it's like, well, you can eat at the table, too.
We can't eat at the
Yeah, you can eat at the table. So honestly, you can just order food or whatever. But whoever needs a break, just go.
No, we don't need a break. When you're losing, you don't need a break.
I don't
That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Play forever.
Yeah.
Those are their 2 favorite things. Yeah.
Take a break, bro.
Yes, I know, bro. The whole life is a big tilt.
What a good break for your kids. Come back later when you come back later when you're done.
What does CS stand for again?
Counter-Strike.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I knew, but I forgot. That's right.
What do you think of CSO2?
It's horrendous. Too many cheaters.
Wait, is there like money at stake or like why are people cheating?
Just to like flex on people, I guess. Like, oh, I'm so good.
That's kind of shitty.
I know a guy who spends a lot of money. He was on PUBG or whatever.
Oh my. Anatoly's got himself top set.
Yeah.
I just love killing him.
Against bottom pair and a gut shot straight flush draw for Nemo. Strap in.
There's no money, there's no... It's like, I just like getting the...
Nemo understandably firing.
They defend against it really well.
She's got a lot of hand here. Open ender for Phil Locke. He calls. Little does he know.
Running around a map in digital space.
That which lurks elsewhere. Yasua with a pair of fives finds trouble.
I want to see the red dots.
And now with the bet and 2 calls in front of him, Anatoly must raise this sort of texture and try to clear out equity.
Like a PCB board.
Well, why do most people do that?
Because they want to like play like face it.
Great spot for Anatoly to pick up a few chips here. And Nemo with a disciplined fold with the straight flush draw. The problem with that type of hand, although it looks really nice and pretty, is that if you're up against higher flush draws, you're just in such bad shape, basically drawing to the 7 only.
I don't even know who's got the hand. That's not me.
So nice laydown from Nemo, even though she does have the only flush draw in this instance.
The kid is on tilt. If you want to know the background story.
Yes.
It's like, I fold, I guess. I don't know. Might be.
You would have called against me. You would have called against me.
Note that the 7 of diamonds was busy in Phil Locke's hand, her Jin card.
I should have said anything.
And another 7 busy in Yasuo's.
Yeah. Really? Yes. 0, 32, 15. 2.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I fold.
Okay, the nuts. Oh, the nuts.
That's the horseshoe.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
No one calls. No flush draw.
What the fuck?
How is that possible? How bad is that? Flush. Diamond.
Probably I had 4-7 offsuit.
No, not bad.
I did have 1 diamond snuck in there.
You did.
The 8 could have been.
What am I supposed to do?
4-7, 2 diamonds.
Nice pick up there for Anatoly after his reload.
Yeah, I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Well, no one's hit the D7 yet for the bonus or the hand or anything. I don't think.
For a player of his caliber, having that above starting stack now will give him a few more options as to getting value and running bluff. So we'll see if he uses that.
And the other
Give a key?
Brian, the trader, New York trader.
Wait, where was the
We
game?
played like 500,000 times.
I think
That's pretty pretty.
Brian King just kept calling, and Tony, the construction fellow, he fired off his whole stack. He lost like
With 2-7, just trying to get the bounty?
Yeah, Brian just kept calling with quads.
That's rough.
It was maximum roughness.
I'm okay.
I gave it to you, sorry. It was early.
Like, out of all the D7,
That's not where you want to be.
missteps, it was the biggest one I'd ever seen.
Should I turn off my mic?
Oh, man.
Should I turn it off on this?
I put it in the box.
Yep, a little tiny too.
I mean, they weren't playing the do-7 game, or?
Yeah, they were, yeah.
For a lot? Do you remember?
Not enough to stack off for 300. It was really absurd.
Nemo looks more focused than anyone.
Oh my goodness. Phil Locke raising with the queen 9 of diamonds, and Anatoly defending out of the small with the queen jack off, and bit of a gin flop for Phil, and he elects to check it back on the flop, it looks like.
And that allows the turn to roll off, which is clean, as is the river. A bet and a call of 400. And with such a clean run out, one presumes the raise is a foregone conclusion. Can't simply be afraid of 10 jack. And so here it comes. And by the way, the cleanliness of the run out also is going to leave Anatoly wondering whether or not Phil is up to no good. Could feel like slow play 10 jack.
Yeah, especially having checked back the flop with this hand on a wet texture. Very sneaky from Phil, mixing in some nice value with a check back, just waiting to take 1 card off to see how the board develops there. And it really could work out in his favor this time.
Note that Anatoly blocks a queen, blocks jack 10 with his side card.
I'll tell you, it's the rare time where I don't have to use the horseshoe. You know? I'm curious what I have, but I can just look when I forget. I just
He also blocks a club as well, which is something that Phil could be bluffing with.
So now you gotta fold. I gave up too much by talking about the horseshoe.
I think so.
Yeah,
That's not really a good hand.
That's. I would say that's nice to hear, but I don't want to like level myself. right, Elke? There's a certain point.
Oh yeah, I fold.
Oh, Anatoly
Always fold.
does get away.
Good fold. I got a 9.
He's got the 9.
Okay, might be good fold, right?
Oh, and I got a queen, too.
Oh.
Yeah, nice fold.
And Locke with the free peek.
All the time.
You never pay me up. I have to.
Again, a nice fold by Anatoly, who's been in some very tough spots early on against tough opponents also. And that often, you know, he knows these guys are capable of bluffing him, so it makes it a little bit extra difficult for him.
Horseshoe. It comes right back to
The deck has been a little frigid to Anatoly early on, but he's gotten away in a couple nice spots for cheap.
Yeah, and then go home.
You talk about blockers and all that.
And really, like, not the way you're supposed to play that hand, I don't think. You just make good folds, huh? That's what they do. The super smart people, right? Elke, isn't that how they do it? They just don't pay people up. I'm a payoff wizard, man. I'm curious, and I just want to see.
Me too.
You haven't paid me ever.
He sees anywhere. He sees without paying. That's why you shouldn't show him.
I shouldn't show him.
He sees without paying. He's gonna be
tomorrow. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it would hit tomorrow. That's true.
If it was like some tournament when we were grinding and
Alex raises +2 and gets 2 callers, 3 ways to an ace-7 queen rainbow board. Both her opponents connect with that in some way. Sean with a top pair, Nate with a gutter, Alex also with a gutter.
Wait do I have to put 2?
No, I have to put 2.
Nate and Alex sharing the cards they need here.
Take 2 of them.
But I have 2.
Alex,
Okay,
the better, and on the turn, both she and Nate make a pair of jacks. Third pair, though, ace and queen out there. They're not going to be altogether proud of this holding.
Yeah, reasonable slowdown from Alex here into 2 opponents, and look at Nate taking charge with his pair and the gutter.
I always fold.
I don't think he believes he has the best hand here, so this is actually a nice play, turning his pair and straight draw into a bluff here. And it's going to work, getting through Sean. We'll see what Alex decides to do.
No!
Yes.
I'll keep picking the winners over there, giving 2 to 1.
We should show 1 card for winner all the time.
And Alex releases the better jack. Nicely done by Nate there, sort of recognizing the situation that nobody was showing real strength with their hand. And he took a stab with some backup equity in case he was called, but it ended up getting through. Nicely done by Nate.
Clears not 1 but 2 hands better than his own.
Yeah, for sure.
Showing some fight as he's one of the 3 players to have been stacked already here on the day. Lynn and Anatoly being the other 2.
$14. Second time? No, first time.
Chris, how you doing? Oh.
Fine.
The greatest? Is it the greatest? Top 3 for sure. It probably was the greatest stream in the history of man. Televised poker was you, Mr. Beast, Ninja, Thomas, that one.
You liked it?
No, I loved it. That I started sending it to my friends. Like, if you watch nothing else, just grind this.
That's
Grind
really funny.
Half an hour here.
Whatever you have time for.
This is the best 9 hours of poker. And one of my favorite little sub moments that didn't really get
Top set here for Lin G against, unfortunately, what is nothing more than king high for the time being.
He was taking
turn rolls off and does not improve the king queen. Anatoly, by the way, has managed to keep his nose clean.
As you were saying that, like, it didn't matter if you gave even $200. You were still gonna have everyone.
That's really funny.
He was like, but wait, you can't because
that was before I even knew you were allowed to do stuff.
Yeah, nice check there from Lynn on this board that typically hits her opponents more than it does her.
How deeply sick he was.
Especially with top set, it's hard for them to have too much value. So nice check by her. Unfortunately, Anatoly doesn't have anything to continue with.
Good raise. Good raise. I had 4-8.
Well, I know it might have seemed like we were a touch asleep at the wheel there during that particular exchange. It was in part because one of our executive producers, Wayne,
you don't know me.
came in just to check on us, as he does from time to time. And it came to light that even though we've been showering praise upon Elke as a former world champion in StarCraft, the very first season of StarCraft, the world champion was none other than our fearless leader, Wayne. How about that?
Give me some added credibility, hopefully.
I mean, that's a game, honestly, that a lot of talent got thrown at. Being the world champion in StarCraft was, you know, that's no laughing matter.
Not at all, Ali. Millions of people are playing these games worldwide. So to win, to lay claim to something like that, being the first world champion is incredibly impressive.
And Yasuo looking to be the first player to collect the 7 deuce bounty, which I believe is in place right now, even though it doesn't have to be for Yasuo to decide to have a little fun with a hand such as this. Lynn, ace queen, too much to let go pre-flop, and now an ace on the board. It's going to be tough to get her off at post-flop.
You're a good casino. You're good.
Mind you,
Sometimes
she's got a whole lot of her chips.
Sometimes you have to give action.
Currently resting in front of Yasuo, courtesy of the backdoor hearts when Lynn check-raised flop and then sailed off on turn and river, taking what should have been a fruitful line against what was just a pair of 5s prior to the river. Instead, she's looking for a pound of flesh here. Check calls 2,000 from Yasuo. Now the turn is a king. I like this check back from him.
But it was like personal between.
Trip aces on the river for Lynn.
Wanted you to die.
He wanted me to die. I mean, that's not nice.
Wait, really?
I mean, not really to die. To die in the game.
Die on the table.
Very aggressive.
Yeah, he wanted to take my chips, not like my life.
Okay, yeah, that's better.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
But it was like crazy mad back and forth. I mean, they would turn over bluffs.
Lynn checks and successfully induces the big barrel out of Yasuo. The only real cards she would have to worry about would be things like the Jack, Jack, King, King, Ace, King, Ace, Jack. She blocks, of course, the Ace-X combos. Queen 10 would have been heard from on the turn in all likelihood, and she blocks that hand anyway. So the 7 deuce gets sniffed out as Yasuo gave it all he had, and this is going to put Lynn back in the black on the session, and vindication. Seb.
Really nicely played by Lynn, Ali, with checking that all the way through. It can be really tempting, especially once she makes trips on the river after Yasuo checks through on the turn to lead out with your ace. But I think she just knew her opponent there very well. And that check on the turn elicited an over pot size bet from Yasuo, who couldn't resist.
Yep.
Trying to take it down with the 7 deuce, and we love him for that.
And then he was defeated because he was doing so well for 5 straight hours or something. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, he is so much fun to have at the table. You know, he just, he's going to give you fits. You don't know where you're at. He is so deeply unpredictable.
You must thinking.
I was there for a little bit of your career. It
More, how much more is she
I
thinking?
could tell it was real money too then, you know.
Nemo 3-betting the pocket 8s here.
How much?
Over a Nate Hill open and an Elke flat. A little unconventional. You can go either way with this type of hand. Pocket 8s plays nicely as a flat, but 3-betting and taking charge of the hand is also a great option too. And Sean showing he's not afraid to mix it up, using his position on the button, 4-betting the king queen off.
Now this is a hand that really functions well as a 4-bet due to the fact that it blocks the ace king, ace queen, pocket kings, pocket queens, the sort of hands that are in the upper crust, and is able to get 2 8s into the muck.
Very nicely done by Sean there, using his position and a smallish 4-bet sizing, showing he is a seasoned veteran. You don't need to go super large with a 4-bet, especially in position. And that's one of the issues with 3-betting those 8s that can arise, is now if a 4-bet occurs, you may price yourself out of seeing a flop, which is not ideal when you can make such a strong hand. Nicely nicely done by Sean.
If I do this next time he 4 bets, he's gonna have it.
Oh my God.
Yep, it's definitely gonna happen.
The horseshoe got deployed, by the way, so everybody got a free look at the fact that Sean had the king-queen, and underneath that recap there, we heard Phil Locke saying, this is not the profile that we anticipated out of you, sir. So perhaps
It's my fault.
Sean is going to be hampered in terms of his
I did it to myself.
ability to leverage tight table image moving forward. Botez will try 8s on herself, making it 1,000 to go.
Still cooking.
Excuse me?
I think I had 9.
Excuse me?
Yep, you win.
I get so scared when the 7-2 game is on and someone's just like flipping over.
No takers, and she'll drag it.
The only other time I was thinking about it too. Yeah.
I was not. I actually forgot we were do 7 live.
Let's go. Okay, what's going on?
That's totally my favorite new random.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Try this for you.
No, bro, no. It's not gonna work this way.
Okay, you can't bully the stuck people.
Can I get a pineapple?
I didn't really play Dragon Ball. I just offered 40 my way to get even.
That's a great hand. Blind race, bro.
I try to increase his chances to get even.
Just simple math.
Where's the button?
We'll see how Nate Hill plays this ace-queen out of the big blind after an Elkie open and 2 flats. This is a nice squeezing spot here. Flatting is okay too,
I was trying to
but
make
with all the dead money in there, this is a great squeeze opportunity out of the big blind, out of position.
I didn't even think about it.
I mean, you feel like the chips are like just in front of you, you know?
Exactly. It feels obvious to reach for them.
1,600, the sizing out of Nate. Very meaningful. Elkie's 210s feeling the pinch.
Nice sizing from Nate here, out of position. I really like this, especially with the offsuit variety of the ace-queen. Sometimes players prefer to just see a flop with the suited version, as it has a little more playability multi-way. But this is a nice play with the ace-queen. Standard call by Elkie here with the 10s, and we're going to a flop in a big pot.
With only 2 remaining participants, almost 4,000 in the middle, Phil Locke would have flopped kings and jacks as his hand was forced into the bin, and Nate really with an opportunity to take this one. The 10s he needs to make Broadway are half busy.
Nemo, how are you doing?
Across the way in front of Elkie.
Still calling with the pocket 10.
Downsized C-bet of 6 1/4 into this 4 dimes. I'm not really sure I like that sizing post-flop, Sebastian, just on account of the fact that it doesn't really accomplish all that much in terms of the range of hands that we expect would fold. However, as we can see, it was just enough to nudge those 2 10s into the muck, so who are we to take issue?
Editors.
Yeah, Ali, it was a little on the smaller side. You know, you don't need to go super large there on that rainbow board. I would have at least probably liked to see maybe around more of a third would have been a little bit more conventional. But we have seen Nate use these smaller sizings from time to time, and this time it worked.
If people know that, I actually get really uncomfortable. I told Alex the same thing.
Well, a good.
Nicely done there by Nate. 3-betting, taking down the pot that he otherwise likely would not have, just flatting with the ace-queen.
I had a good hand.
But no, had a good hand. Not
And
king jack though.
it looks like he has the exact same ace-queen as he had last hand, the ace of spades and the queen of clubs, if I'm not mistaken.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It'll make you feel better.
This time,
Anatoly looking for the bounty with the 7 deuce, coming up empty on the queen 10-6 board, which is a great one for Nate.
this time he elects to play it as a call, which is completely fine, mixing it up.
I thought it was a fold, but after I saw his cards, I thought it was
I think it's probably a fold.
You're gonna use. You're gonna use this
No,
one?
you're right. I can't be decision oriented.
Oh, no! Just pay the dealer and he'll.
$100 or 200?
100 or
200.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Ali, that the graphics were correct there. I mean, it
I
showed
can't see a world in which Nate Hill is folding ace-queen on that board to a single bet.
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt it, Ali, unless he's in on it with Anatoly and he kicked him under the table and told him he had
He's like, I'll tell you what, I'll fold this, but you got to give me half the bounties. Only being facetious, of course. No allegations of improprieties out there, but I don't think anybody who's watching gets the feeling, especially if you've had a chance to observe the way Nate Hill plays the game, courtesy of yesterday's stream or others that he may have been a part of, that's a world in which he would muck. Maybe we're stuck on the ace-queen button, by the way. Here's Sean.
Yeah.
He raises it, and the pocket tens button might be stuck as well.
Huh? I don't know.
8-6-4, couple of clubs.
Jamie, I played with her on the.
Anatoly, the king high flush draw.
I get significantly more nervous when I'm sweating someone else's hand than when I'm playing.
Yeah, because a lot of times they try to overplay it.
Oh.
Phil,
I'm like so scared.
betting 600.
Right.
Yeah.
Gets one customer. Predictably, it is the man with the flush draw there,
Except Anatoly.
whose flush comes in, and Locke now needs to hit an 8 or a 10 to make a winner.
No, it's like 8, 9 offsuit or something. Now he loves the same.
cold of the winter.
I actually really like this lead from Anatoly here, Ali, on the 8 of clubs. That card does hit his range a little bit better than it does Phil, being the opener, I believe.
All right, nice bluff.
And it's also like the kind of card that we really don't anticipate another barrel out of Phil,
I don't have a knife.
you know, with.
Using the knife?
Yes.
Exactly. A lot of times Phil will check that back on the turn. So when those type of cards come up, you can, of course, lead with your value, but also you can start leading with some bluffs too, whether those be straight draws or inferior pairs plus a draw. So nicely done there by Anatoly, and also nicely sniffed out by Phil on this occasion, who doesn't even put in an additional bet with the overpair, which is not easy to do.
Yeah. Novice, I would say.
Nice hand, son. Nice.
Looks like a lot of fathers in the board.
230 for
Pocket queens here for Nemo. Under the gun raise.
Nemo, you're so silent.
Still thinking about the tens.
Suited ace comes along. Out of Phil, Botez set mining with pocket fours.
Life lesson. Poker like in life, sometimes you have to let go of the past and focus on the
1,000.
Thanks, Elkie. Thank you.
Dude, Elkie's just an everything coach. Strategy coach, private game coach, mental game.
Focus on the game, on the end that
well-rounded.
you are playing now.
Yeah.
Let go of the past.
What did you fold, Elkie? 9?
10.
10s?
Pretty bad.
Yeah.
I only be to do 7 already.
Yeah, pretty
Anatoly is running into it again. I really do like this hand selection, the ace-10 offsuit out of the small blind for a 3-bet after a raise and 2 calls. But he's going to quickly learn the bad news, and Nemo flicks in the 4-bet to 3K.
How much is it?
3,000.
3,000.
I fold.
Anatoly, stop 3-betting with trash.
Yeah, and you see the immediate grievances.
Hey, you want to?
All right.
I really want
Lady luck.
Everyone's saying Anatoly stop 3-betting with trash.
That hurt.
Yeah, it's funny. He's just run into it a few times, Ali. I like his plays on all of these occasions. Just unfortunate that they've been ill-timed.
Can I just hire you to be like my coach during WSOP events? Like, I just want Elkie behind me.
Just follow you around in life.
Start like a life coaching podcast.
Yeah.
After for caffeine, for sure.
I should do it with Jungle Man. You know Jungle Man?
Oh,
Queen Jack in early position, a troublesome one.
really good life advice.
I should actually do life
Phil Locke knows it.
coaching business with Jungle.
Yes.
Be a sick team.
You can hire a therapist and make it like an all-encompassing package for poker players.
How about that hand where Jungle won the bracelet with, it was like a 13-1 odds.
Oh, that was
the
insane.
guy folded a top pair because Jungle was value betting his king. That was crazy.
Yeah,
that was top 10.
That was insane, actually. Yeah.
It was a limit?
No, just hot water, yes.
Yeah, Jungle raised the river.
Now I'm raising for value with my king, and there was an ace board.
Yeah, it was
All right, I'm positive that we are having some graphical issues because it just showed Nemo folding pocket queens. That definitely didn't just happen.
Jungle raised with king queen for value, and the guy folded like ace 5. That was insane.
Was it for like tournament life or anything or no?
Tournament.
Yeah, I think so.
For a bracelet. And then Jungle won the bracelet. It was like it was a really like.
It's probably the pressure of the table and playing against Jungle.
Well, limit players are geniuses at making the great folds in the river.
Yeah, true.
And Jungle just thought, well, I have to have the best hand. It was a really weird confluence of.
I think they checked the turn, that's why.
Yeah.
I think there was turn checks, so the guy bet the river.
It was
and
just
like,
super crazy hand, yeah.
king with queen kicker for sure is good.
If that guy called, would he have busted with that hand? He would have.
bust
Oh, yeah,
Jungle
wow.
and win.
No, he
Chip
busts
lead
Jungle,
with
but he doesn't bust if he calls and loses.
No, Jungle had like, no, the guy had like.
He had a lot of
He had
chips,
huge
yeah.
leftover chips. Jungle then now had life and came back and won
I
it.
think it was even free-handed, no? It was not even heads up, it was free-handed.
It was a really, really, really great.
Now warm-up is done, right?
Yes.
We can play.
We can play.
Warm-up is done. Yeah, we're past.
Good play. What time do you have, Anatoly?
Pocket fives for Botez. For Elke, it's a couple of sixes.
Play more like online or live?
Online.
Cool.
For the last few years.
Yeah.
Alex, heads up.
Sure.
Wait,
I bet
isn't
Alex.
he in the hand?
I bet Alex.
What do you bet on?
Alex
I bet Alex.
has the betting lead here.
You bet, Alex.
Ace Jack 4 board, and her follow through
You bet Elke.
gets the better hand into the muck.
I bet Alex, bro.
Nicely done by Alex there, using what should be a favorable board for her range.
Thank you for your
to see bet and take it down.
Looked like your flop, honestly.
Not my club, not my
Like,
club.
when did you first like play like pose? When did you first start?
When I was like 10. Yeah.
10?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez,
Yeah.
really?
With older brothers and stuff.
You start poker at 10?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
In casino?
In casino. I looked really old back then.
We are taking another look at the totals here. Yasuo up 13K, the big winner so far.
Don't tell me about it.
Although he did lose a big pot to Lynn, who's up now 2,000 herself.
Oh,
We
were
don't
you?
speak those words at this table.
They live in LA?
I didn't even know they're out. Huh?
You live in LA?
No, no.
Where are you from?
Mexico.
Mexico.
I came just to see you.
So he could stream
Give me
GGL.
money.
Thank you so much, man. I'm doing some money.
Number one fan.
Nah, for sure to behave properly.
Yeah, but I saw all of every piece of the OG content that you guys were in, all of it.
I love the
Fun
Poker
time.
Stars content.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The EPTs were
How
great.
about that hand in the big game where I forget what his name was, but he had
Which one of the cannons?
Yep, loose cannon. I want to say Edmund, but it's not his name. But anyway, he beat Helmuth 3 out of 4.
Oh, with the
Yeah.
when he was like at
Yeah.
15% or
Oh, that
something.
one was sick. That was good. That was a good one. Yeah, yeah.
That was
Kings
one-
against S9 or
King
9
nine or something?
I
Yeah.
encouraged him to run 4 times.
Yeah, you did.
The last
Yeah,
2
Kings
times.
and Embut at S9.
Yes.
9-9x.
Someone had trips, right? I think Phil had trips.
Embut had trips.
Yeah, he had kings and it came like 10-10 or something.
It came like flush and
Ace
then
nine
one
versus
king
king,
and then
king.
like
Yeah.
Straight for one of them, right?
That was really.
That was a flop.
Big flop for Botez here as the under-the-gun raiser. Maybe tough for her to get any action out of Phil with just the under pair. Yeah, he hasn't been messing around tonight too often when he has an inferior hand. Makes a nice fold there.
You know, throughout the years,
We're doing
as you saw Phil, 9,300 in front of him.
No.
Just shy of the 10K he bought in with.
It was a big black dude.
He has this way of making you think that he's way more involved in the game than he is, and leading you to believe that he's playing like some splashy,
for the bump out maybe.
wide range sort of deal. But he
No, don't wait.
very much is capable of playing lockdown poker, but the art for him has always been making you believe that he isn't.
It's not like that.
Yeah, and we've seen Ali. He is willing to splash around and take smaller stabs with nothing in multi-weight pots, for example, but he doesn't end up losing too much in these situations. And also his table talk as well. He's very active, super chatty, and makes you think that
Okay.
often he may be playing looser than he actually is.
Well, I can't believe without key recall, I found that. I'm really, my brain's working still. That's good.
What would you say like the most fun stream game was to play?
3 days in a row, no sleep.
There was one where they did POKER.
Let's go, boys.
Room in Vienna. They had like a 48-hour.
Pocket tens for Nate Hill.
That sounds sick.
That which was responsible for his raise. And look at this flop for Yasuo. An open-ended straight flush draw along with a pair of sixes. Trouble on the horizon.
Are you saying most people stayed for a day and a half?
Yasuo plays it just as a flat, and Anatoly took a swing on the duck hunt, failed to connect. He's out of the way, heads up, and now it's 4s and 6s that give Yasuo the best hand on the turn. 4-liner on board, and obviously being out of position against this frisky stack is not where we want to be with a couple of 10s. Nate does check it.
You've never played like 24 hours?
Now faces the bet of 350.
I've never played 24 hours.
Makes the call.
But I feel like you started poker at like a response.
And from 2-pair to diamonds now, as things just get better and better for Yasuo.
I see all their faces. I can't remember.
Like 2 days is like
Insane.
Yeah, it looks like I think Nate will probably be able to get away from it now that the flush comes in as well as the 4-liner, but I do not blame him for calling on the turn, given who he's up against here.
Every single time if I'm playing 24 hours plus, yeah, I'm just like stuck piles.
Oh no.
I feel like the mental game too like goes downhill.
Oh yeah, it's weird. Mine
Third barrel comes in.
while they're in the game, but then I get so tired that like
1,700, and finally Nate made a believer. Correctly.
energy for
Good hand.
Nice.
Yasuo's so dangerous because it's as though he's not really adhering to any sort of playbook, Sebastian. And so, you know, when you're tempted to try to establish some sort of patterns or ranges, you know, it's like hand to hand, all of a sudden he'll decide, yeah, I want to play the 6-4 suited, but not the 7-5 off. But, you know, it makes him so difficult to play against.
It is very hard to predict Ali when you are in a hand against him. It's tough to sort of narrow his range, as you may be able to do with other players. However, I think something that Nate might have picked up on there is that on the flop, Yasuo just snap called that bet from Nate. You know, if he did have a made hand, maybe a set or a straight, he may have thought about it a little bit longer and put in a raise. Although the run out this time made it a little bit easier for Nate to get away, I wonder if he has picked up on perhaps what may be a timing tell. But like you mentioned, it's very difficult to put Yasuo on a range at any given moment.
Well, the 10s are awfully sticky out here. 3 of them on this flop.
I checked That's my answer.
Where is it?
I mean, if you have the place, only the place to play poker is different, but I like I like
Yasuo the better.
To walk down the elevator, go play poker. I don't like
an ace.
I hate being in the car. I hate being in the car.
That makes sense.
I hate wasting time in traffic and shit like this. So it's like,
And he gets through. It is remarkable
The bump pot with 7 deuce.
how fearful
No.
Wait, what?
one has to be when Yasuo fires, because you just know so seldom is he going to be done barreling at you once you make the call. He's just not one of those guys that takes his foot off the gas.
It's very, very true, Ali. As you can tell, even with that small bet on that trip 10s flop, nobody really had a piece and nobody wanted to tangle with him. So his aggression will just enable him to take down these smaller pots and keep his opponents in check. Nicely done again.
Or 204.
Yeah, that's awesome.
World class.
I love that.
World joint. And the fees are very low.
No, I mean, it's cool that he's starting the poker culture over there.
And the win is great here in Vegas. I'm not here, but in Vegas, you push a button, or say, dealer, if you push the button, a person appears and says, what would you like to eat? 4 restaurants.
Yes. Such good food available around
Do
here.
you want to say something about Bali as also?
Bali, we love it because you can.
actually, we got Wayne to go to Starbucks. That's pretty nice, actually. Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne.
Yeah,
That's for you.
If you
For me, thank you.
gamble at Valley Live Poker, the greatest host of all time.
Donation.
Wayne Chang.
When you win.
There we go.
So take care of it.
200.
This is a blind.
Everything else.
Let's go.
Did you guys know each other during StarCraft?
Holy moly. When I raise, you're calling 3-6 suited. And now you cannot do that. Bro, you should believe in yourself.
Is that
Yeah.
Me, I don't gotta see the flop.
Elkie, did a lot of StarCraft players become poker players? You?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Who? Who else?
Two. Okay.
A lot of Koreans, you know, give me one, Steros Boxer and Hong Jino. A lot of Koreans did it, and some other non-Koreans, but now they became poker players right after StarCraft, and now they kind of stop.
Who is also playing?
Yasuo and Nemo involved in one here. Apologies, the graphics are not available at present.
The what?
JMO, Jason Mo?
No, JMO played mostly StarCraft 2.
StarCraft 2, got it.
Wait, is that like?
I played Warcraft 3 against Dog Pork.
Cunty cakes,
I played Warcraft 3 a little bit against Dog Pork.
Dog Pork, cool, wow.
That was my favorite game. Warcraft 3.
So what were the years of each game, like when they were the most popular?
03 probably?
I played StarCraft from like 2000 until 2000.
No portion either.
And when did StarCraft
Thank you for
come back
sharing.
now?
So I feel Locke was involved as well. And
8 or 9, I think.
hauls in a
Close to 10, I'm sure.
decent sized one by the looks of it.
For too long, actually. They kind of messed it up.
That's fair.
Did you know, Ali, that in 2010, Phil set the world record for the longest time playing poker in a single session, 72 hours and 2 minutes long, claiming to do so without any type of caffeine or any other stimulants.
You know, right here in this very casino, the Commerce, back in my early 20s, on more than one occasion, I breached the 48-hour continuous play threshold, also with no caffeine, believe it or not. And had somebody come by and told me that, hey, listen, all you got to do is power through another 24 and you could be on the world record, I might have done it. But instead, it used to be, you came in Friday, you played through the weekend, but you didn't want to run into Monday morning traffic, and so you kind of made your way out by like 4:30 in the morning, 5 in the morning, Monday. And by the way, a bit of a menace behind the wheel at that point was I.
No
Not
kidding.
proud of these decisions, but, you know, somewhat of a merit badge for any degenerate cash game player from back in that era.
I know the games are wild down here in LA, Ali, as you have mentioned. And having seen some of the players, you know, being at the WSOP recently, I wouldn't be surprised if Locke's record is no longer held.
Chazzy Fizz in the Twitch chat writes, gambling is the stimulant. Listen, it's a caffeinating experience.
Not wrong. The adrenaline is often enough to keep you awake for as long as you need to be. Especially if you've got a nice winning session going, why get up and leave?
The thing is, generally for me,
He's getting revenge.
I ain't playing 48 hours because I'm winner. You know what I mean? I've just looked around and decided I'm never leaving this game stuck.
Okay, blind raise.
And, you know, famous last words at times, but...
He's first.
Okay.
And that may be why someone like Margot prefers to stick to the tournaments like she did yesterday and ship it all.
It has a beginning and an end, a tournament, whereas, you know, cash game sessions, one never knows.
Against a blind raise.
I have it. You want to bet, bro? I mean, now it's in my hand.
Three-way affair here to the Queen 8-4 board, which puts Nate Hill's bottom pair in front.
Are you allowed to bet?
Little gutter for Yasuo. Spade draw for Elkie.
It does give you more incentive to win. Like
They're in for 300 ahead.
If you bet 50, it's not going to make a big difference.
Neither party improves as Nate got out of the way.
Elkie now does pick up a gutter to go along with his flush draw, so I don't see him folding quite yet. Note how Nate understandably got out of the way with the best hand. And Elkie does call, and now we'll see what develops on this river.
A 7, giving Yasuo a pair. I don't think that he suspects that this is going to be good at Showdown. We've seen him really bombs away, and yet here he is with the check back, and he's going to be a winner if Elkie doesn't turn it into a bluff, but I suspect with no Showdown value.
1,800 is the best.
The bet will come in, as it does, to the tune of 1,800. This would be, I promise you, I'm taking my headset off and I'm running clear out of the building. If Yasuo were to call, and not only does he not call, but he check raises to 4,000. This man is savage. We're talking about a straight up wildebeest out here, and that's a compliment.
This is crazy, Ali. This check raise did not even cross either of our minds, and look at this from Elke.
You know what's wild about this? Is both players are making this move on the strength of blockers. Yasuo with a 6 in his hand, you know, the 5-6 becomes a consideration. Elke, though, has a 9, so he's thinking, okay, I have more of the 9-10, which would be the bigger straight.
2-7 hitting 9-3.
So careful what you wish for, and I think Yasuo typically wins that pot, Sebastian, but against a player the caliber of Elke, he got outdone at his own game.
That was really incredible, Ali, to see the 3-bet by Elke on the river, sort of capitalizing on the smaller check raise by Yasuo, and turning his hand into a bluff. Really nicely done by Elke there. Veteran move to get Yasuo off the better pair of 7s.
Well, whenever you want the 7-2 bounty off, you let us know, man.
I didn't have 7-2.
Oh, you didn't?
I had 7-6.
Oh, okay. I missaw it. I thought you were playing for that.
How much caffeine is in one of those patches?
Wait, you didn't have 7-2?
Bluff and rebluff.
It's 1,000.
That was wild.
Because it's inside the skin.
We raised to 1,000.
Oh, they had hands.
Not as much as you need, bro.
Yeah, we've been.
Yeah, sorry, 2 calls. No one?
I get you some. Yeah, I'm sure.
A lot of the times, Ali, these are things that can happen in these sort of deeper cash games where players are able to reload. It's not like a tournament like we had yesterday where you're done after you're eliminated. You can start seeing a little bit more of these creative plays. So I love to see that from Elke, and good effort by Yasuo as well.
I used to put it on.
Lynn with pocket queens, a 3-better.
Oh, yeah.
Yasuo hanging in there, hunting a 5. King 3 deuce board. Second pair effective.
It's a snow.
Could work his way into a straight as well. Checks and faces another barrel.
Oh, this is
So,
like.
Elke, how did you get through the head custom?
This is crazy.
I mean, this is just a regular thing.
Do you want to spell that?
Yeah. It's just like this. You know, it's like. Okay.
So this is the science fiction version of the other one?
This is like the customized version.
Yeah.
It's like.
Okay, I thought I was getting one of these.
Yasuo wants to peel.
Yeah.
I get you one of these next time.
Yeah.
Picks up the baby flush draw, but clubs are covered by Lynn.
Yes.
And for those of you that didn't catch it, his coffee had 4 shots of espresso in it.
But that was like.
Expect her to check this back, yes, and she does. Now both players make the flush.
That was just a top up to make sure I'm stay awake.
Let's see. Second nut flush here for Lynn.
9-3 of spades.
Yasuo checking it over.
2 blind raise. 2 spade and the first roll and a straight.
Value is available to Lynn, especially against an opponent like Yasuo.
The river was so delicious. She's food, right?
She's betting 3,000.
Yes.
I'm not doing it. I'm like, oh, damn, I missed. 3,000.
And it's payday.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Clean eye flush.
Really nice hand there from Lynn. I do like her sizing there on the river, going a little bit on the bigger side, especially against an opponent like Yasuo, who I don't fault him in this situation for paying off with the clubs, as she definitely could be bluffing on that card. A bit of an unlucky run out for Yasuo, but nicely played by Lynn. Good sizing on the river, and she is on the up and up here.
I like that he heckles you first, and then he gives up on heckling and just like puts out your shadow for you.
Yeah.
I said no 10 times in a row, so now I'm not even gonna do it. Might as well do it myself.
Next time.
Very admirable.
Shows me one thing.
Maybe
I do owe you one.
you can post like for everyone.
I mean, they're kind of far. It's annoying. Like.
You would otherwise.
Wow.
Monday we were gonna play 500, 1,000, and shows me a straddle.
Yeah,
Shows me a straddle.
for sure, yeah.
I will collect my straddle.
It's a good investment.
I feel bad for this straddle.
Okay.
Lynn is. Oh.
Steve 6 calls 1,000.
You have the horseshoe.
Cherish the power, and you'll know, you read the engraving.
First time I have it, actually.
Yeah, it says,
Hold on to it.
Ace-10 suited, looking to avoid forcing everyone to pay a bounty here is Lynn.
What's the story behind it?
Hunts with 7 deuce. Jack 8, no diamond on board.
I'm running.
Lynn barreling. Is Sean going to get sticky here?
Also, is a small, the
800
size.
to proceed, but slightly future free.
Oh, unicorn, what the?
Is Ace-10 of diamonds on this board?
First run deaths, because it's hard to make a unicorn.
Wow.
It's pretty hard. So it's ugly. It's a lot of blood.
Sean folds, and it's going to be payday.
A few more coffees like this one. You'll see unicorns here.
No way. I feel like queens and then 7 deuce is a good luck.
Yeah.
Something else than coffee to see unicorn.
Lynn's not wrong about that. One hand removed from showing down upper crust.
It's a nice pickup for Ali. Is that 200 from every player? Is that what I saw correctly?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I know there's a bounty, and I know it's something worth hunting. Didn't catch the terms up toward the top of the stream when Botez laid them out. Aces now for Yasuo. There's been a shocking number of big pairs delivered to some doorsteps.
Teddy KGB.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Elke folds the 3s. Lock a customer with the suited 1-gapper. Now Sean with 7 deuce. You could see him really getting himself into some trouble. No, by the way, I got it a little mixed up. Lock, opener, Yasuo 3-better. Now Sean 4-betting. And this is music to Yasuo's ears. And one can't blame Sean for taking this particular line, not just because of the bounty factor, but also the Yasuo factor. He then jams and saves the table from potentially paying a bounty.
There were so many levels to that bet.
There's the other side of 7 deuce.
There you go.
Almost anything else I'm folding.
Sean not afraid to show. He's got heart, mixing it up on this game. Hunting the bounty there.
You can see the flop and maybe you win the hand. And like,
I'm good.
But the aces of Yasuo take that down.
What kind of round? Yeah, they're doing a shadow round.
Not really.
No,
We're just straddling occasionally, yeah.
I've been straddling.
Yeah, a lot of us
Yeah, a lot of us feel like gambling.
gambled since the last time I gambled, so let's gamble.
You have a way with words.
Yes.
That was so, oh yeah, it wasn't, yeah.
Firing off autodidactic and confluence and
Botez has some issues here in the event an ace shows up on this flop. Nate playing ace-queen as a flat against that early position of Alex. King Jack 4, and she's out flop, Nate.
I don't know what it means. What is
The
confluence?
blending of a couple of different,
Okay.
something like
Bill does have the Broadway gutter, but no heart in hand.
Yeah, it's like a lot of things.
Facing this barrel, he's not obligated to proceed.
that.
Okay,
Events led to
that makes sense.
his autodidactic childhood where he was in a
you need push-ups, bro.
Here, let's like get him like some paper
You push
towels.
up.
Just 300 to peel.
I don't want to touch it.
Yeah, we'll get you a
Nate says,
Yeah,
let's play for more.
Yeah. Here.
He's doing 100 push-ups now.
I can't do 100.
A raise to 1,100.
On one.
Ace of hearts very relevant here for Alex.
No way, you're getting more. You're lying. You're like a total.
I never push up.
Anybody can do 15 pounds. What?
No, I'm okay.
I'm too weak, bro.
Here, Elke, do push-ups.
Yeah, somewhat unconventional raise here by Nate on a board that does often hit Alex. But I do like mixing in plays like this every once in a while in position. It often will give you some more options on later streets.
8, 9.
More.
And Botez sticks around with second pair and the backdoor hearts.
That is some range.
Turn is the 7 of clubs. Neither player improves, and now we'll see if Nate follows through again after Alex did call.
Guess we'll find out.
It's a little difficult for him as she could have kings here a lot of the time, and he does elect to slow down.
50 or under over?
Under.
Brick 2 on the river.
Nah, he's gonna make it. There's no way.
39. Good form. 40.
He's done.
What is happening right now?
Nah, no way.
43. 40,
50's a good line,
form is
though.
melting a little bit.
You know, I'm not sure we can get a shot of the form on these push-ups, but
That's it.
Elke grinding.
One more.
Very strong fella.
50, right?
And your shoes match your shirt, too.
Even money.
Good one.
Okay, I just noticed that now.
Is that a 50 spot I hear there, Ali?
You got the blended power there.
That is no easy
I only
feat.
bought them to wear with this shirt. It's kind of weird. I wear them one time probably, you know.
Bro,
I only have one green shirt.
you're supposed to push up on the wall.
50?
It's like it's.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
What'd you get to?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Botez taking that one down. As Nate's efforts
At the end, but then if he was 3-bet
take it away on the flop, came up short.
Yeah. For like long poker sessions, I would like do some squats. Yeah.
Did you hear of
Really,
the
like, circulate
straddle?
blood.
Sorry. Did you hear about that side bet with the guy who had to lunge the entire time at a
Yeah.
poker
Oh yeah, Antonio.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then he
Antonio.
got kicked out because he peed in a water bottle,
Yeah,
right?
no,
Yeah.
he got pro, he got
He didn't
friend,
want
he
to
got
lose
friend.
the bet. Yeah.
What's that?
That's really fucking funny.
The bet was he had to lunge the entire time.
Said, if you can lunge wherever you go
Antonio
against
who?
Atlantis Escondar, if you
No fucking way.
yeah, if you lunge
Holy
everywhere you go
shit.
for the next
Yeah.
whatever it was, what, a
How much
day,
was it? 50K?
50K.
Wait, so he got kicked out of the tournament?
So
Yeah.
at around
Oh, because he didn't want to go to the bathroom anymore. Like, he didn't want to lunge to the bathroom.
His whole legs were melted, so he had some friends hold some blankets around him and try to pee him. And then you had
Okay,
me
sorry,
beat.
so then he got kicked out?
He got kicked out, yeah.
He got to,
So this story
and then he won the bet and gave the 50K to charity.
Okay, you know what?
centers around Antonio Esfandiari, who's really good friends with Phil
I
Locke.
gotta respect.
How many hours was it now? Was it 3
And he
days?
was-
The bet? He had to do it for 3 days?
It was a long time.
Yeah, it was a long time.
Involved in a prop bet down in Atlantis.
Couldn't
Dude,
move.
lunging is hard. Lunging is fucking hard, especially in Bahamas. It's so far, everything is so far. It's like everything is so far. It's insane. Like
During a poker tournament,
Like the furthest one too. So, but Antonio was peak fitness. I don't no problem. I'm gonna pick my buddy off.
you should have got a room at the core.
whereby he had to lunge everywhere that he went for $50,000. And so while in a tournament with, as Phil Locke described, his legs melted, he decided he didn't want to lunge his way all the way to the bathroom and reach for a Gatorade bottle to relieve himself at the table, underneath discreetly granted.
50K if he could do.
But when it came to light that this had happened,
number of,
he was removed from the tournament, which was a $25K buy-in. No refunds.
Jesus Christ.
I forget the numbers.
But if I heard correctly, Ali, he won 50K from the bet. Is that right?
Yeah, and he donated it to charity.
Yeah, he did it, but his legs were melting for weeks.
Very nice of him.
But he was doing it right in the tournament. He was like,
Yasuo outflopping the deuces here.
I don't know what the number was, but when I heard the numbers, like, well, that maybe you can do that.
10,000.
Wait,
It was in the
I'll bet that I can do. I won't do it. I just squatted yesterday, but I bet that I can do 10,000 24 hours. Yeah. Yeah,
Anybody
I'll make this bet.
listening,
I
if
will
you
take
want
any amount of money on that you can.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. You can. 10,000 24 hours. Yeah.
10,000 squats in 24 hours.
But you have to live stream it.
Any amount of
Yeah,
squats,
yeah,
you
you
can literally
can.
name it
Okay.
money.
Yeah. I'll probably take more action later. But yeah, I'll get it too.
But no, you have to stream it.
You only have 400 hours.
Like tomorrow in
No,
one
I'll do
month.
it in like within the week. Is that okay?
No, it's a 24-hour period.
Get the live stream
In
set
one
up.
day,
Hey,
24 hours.
Yes, yeah.
that's a
Yeah,
live
but
stream
I won't
set
start
up.
today because I literally just
Yeah, sure, no
I'll start
problem.
in like 3 or 4 days. Yeah.
Train for the next 5 years and get to it. You can't win this.
Oh, it's so
If someone wants to give me, if you want to give me 3 to 1, I'll give you another
No, I'm 1-to-1. We've agreed. You told me the number.
I'll make a market on this. Like,
Similar to that.
Yeah, that's an
you only have to do
insane amount.
400 an hour.
10,000.
Yeah.
Only?
It's a
What
lot.
are you guys talking about? I can do 100.
But it's gonna
I
get
can
a
do
lot
100 sets. I don't think so.
But maybe after 2,000, you'll feel nothing and you just
Exactly, yeah.
Please take as much action as you want. I swear to God.
Okay, well, if anyone wants to give me 3 to 1, I'll book up to 5K right now. So
I see dollar signs and no.
So you put it on your stream and you make more money for donation for the stream.
Okay, 3-to-1 is crazy because we agreed on 1-to-1. but
we have 2K on 1-to-1.
Extra action.
Yeah, but I want more action. I'll book. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll take more action.
We have 2K on 1-to-1. I'll do any amount on 2-to-1. I won't do more than that. You're the one. You agreed to 1-to-1. I was gonna take
for
2-to-1.
sure. Well, the problem with me doing 2-to-1 right now is I'm making it harder for me to get more action later because I'm just gonna. Is there a max on how much action I can take on my end?
Say on your end.
Yeah.
Let's say 500,000.
Okay, this is
I was up to a mil.
Sorry, I'm busy. I have shit to do.
No,
Guys,
but you have 1 week, so you'll practice one day.
No, I'm not gonna practice.
Yes,
I'm definitely. Are you fucking kidding me? Why not? No, I'm gonna let my muscles recover. I'm gonna go to GNC.
We have to okay, once we figure out the action, then we'll make it serious. Because obviously I have to watch it and make sure it's
For sure, 100%. I can stream it. You can hang out with me for the day. You can.
How
We
should
be
your
there in the
Barbie?
audience.
We sell tickets for pay-per-view.
Please call
what am I?
McDonald now and find out what
I confess, we've become spectators over here as Lin Ji and Yasuo involved in some negotiations surrounding what I believe is Lin's claim that she could do 10,000 squats in 24 hours.
You could do 10,000 squats in a 24-hour period.
it does seem
Are you kidding me?
incredible.
It's 400 an hour.
I'd probably bet on David Goggins not doing it. You think I'm gonna bet on doing it?
He did like 10,000 pull-ups or
I feel
something.
like you have the best.
Are you kidding me?
I know. She's so
No,
confident.
if you want, here.
I mean, she's so
trying to get more
confident,
action
it's
than
actually
you want.
terrifying.
400 squats an hour.
It's gonna get a lot harder.
That's
No sleep.
I just don't.
You take that bet.
I mean,
But like at some point, you're like, can I make that bet?
I will
In 10 years.
that's
Praying for 9 years.
I made a bet.
60 plus squats
No, you're still gonna lose. It's hard.
per minute? No, am I insane? Sorry, 6 squats
And then I made it
per minute.
and then I went and ran one the next day.
2 overs, club draw, and the gutter against top pair here. Back to this insane prop bet.
Then you go to
You know what? You're right.
6 squats
You're right.
plus per minute, every minute for 24 hours.
Seems a bit ambitious to me, Ali, but
That's like over a squat
But
every 10 seconds.
that I stand to win or stand to lose?
You stand to lose half a mil. I stand to lose a mil. 'Cause it's 2-to-1.
Oh no. Okay.
Listen, I gotta say, I like Yasuo's side on this one.
Yeah, all the
Lin
way
seems
half a
very
mil, 'cause
confident.
I'm willing to risk $1 million.
1,500.
So if you risk half a mil, my 2-to-1 would pay you a mil.
No. But can I make a bet with Elkie, for instance? Can you give me 10 to 1? You know,
Sure, yeah, but that's not. That's yeah, you go to-
like, what am I?
The only thing we have locked in is 2K.
Okay, great.
Everything
Yeah,
else,
it's super locked in.
you let me know.
Yeah, we're super locked in on this table.
600.
I'm just gonna go get a better line elsewhere. But yeah.
I'm gonna go get
400 per hour. Okay.
Okay, let me know what
Sean, bet is top pair. Elkie raised. I confess, as interestingly as this hand might play out, I am still very much transfixed
I'm literally getting paid to work out.
upon this prop
You
bet.
are, but at some point your muscles are gonna.
Okay.
I'll tell you right now, 2,000 is not enough
Once I made
to make me
500
risk
in a
certain
row.
death by trying to do 10,000 squats.
I felt nothing, but then when I
In
stepped
24
first
hours.
step, I just fell down.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do it I'm obviously not. I'm not gonna get tired in the beginning. I'll do sets of 10 or something, or sets of 20. Do you know what I mean? I'll just do 10 every 90 seconds.
Yes.
Okay.
We can.
I'm telling you, I wouldn't take action.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm going to take one.
Okay, I
So.
Wait.
You want to take side action that this never
How
happens?
hard is it?
Yeah, I'll take side action.
Lin, she can do it.
Mitch chiming into the YouTube chat saying that the world record is 24,000 in a 24-hour period.
Or 24 hours.
Ali, so you know what? Maybe Lin is onto something. Maybe she's done her homework on this one.
I don't know who it is that has that world record, by the way, but I want a glimpse at those ham hocks.
Holy shit.
24,000 squats in 24 hours.
All right, well.
I got to tell you right now,
Once or twice.
I'm taking the under 24,000 squats lifetime for me. Jack 10 jams.
Up to you.
It was just slightly more.
One time or two times?
Elke was never going to be folding. And
I don't want to be involved.
are they running it twice?
You can run it.
Sounds like...
What?
Once, okay, once.
No. Wait a minute. We've gone to once. I thought for a second
With these rules.
they were going to go 2 times.
Okay, okay.
It's a paperwork thing. Out there in the field, you can do it, but you're...
Got it.
But it looks like a regulatory snafu is going to mean they got to run it once, and now all of a sudden Elke picks up more outs, courtesy of this king on the turn. Sean needs to fade the queen, the club, the 9, the ace. It's all bad news, and there it is, a club on the river. Jack 10 showered, and Sean joins the ranks of those who have been felted already here in this cash game. Big pickup for Elke.
I mean, he covers.
Yeah.
5 years, 1 year.
Nice hand for Elke there. Sean showing he's not afraid to stick his chips in with a somewhat marginal hand. Definitely did not have the nuts there with the top pair and only a jack kicker, but he ended up making what was a correct call in this instance. Just unlucky to lose, and he's quickly reloading.
What's the most amount of squats you've done in a day?
Not that many. Definitely sorry.
I probably shouldn't give you this piece of information, but I did a challenge on my stream where I did like a few hundred squats, and I'm telling you, once you get to a certain point, your legs just give out. And then once you take a break, it becomes even harder to get up. So I'm telling you, this is a extremely bad bet.
It's better not to stop.
How many hundred?
I did like a few hundred, like 2, 3, 4, something like that.
I squatted pretty heavy yesterday. I bet I can do 250 in a row right now.
But it's not the same, you know, it's not the same.
250 is nowhere near 1,000. Think about doing 250 40 times.
A 250 continuously. I'll just do...
Be taking a look here at the updated stacks. Lynn with 30K, Elke with around 25, and Yasuo still with 18, a little bit less than he had earlier for sure.
Open, I have an offer in 3 to 1.
VPIPs levels. Predictably, Yasuo at the top of this one. Oddly for me, Nate Hill 32%, by the way. And there's the profit and loss on the day. Look at Steady Eddie Phil Lock, up $25. Sean down 10 dimes, the deepest in the red, not far behind him, Anatoly and Nate Hill.
1-to-1 if you do drugs.
You win for sure, you win for sure, you win for sure, you win for sure.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you want to put more action, but use drugs 1-to-1, no drugs 1-to-3.
Let's just do this now.
Yeah, do it now.
Yeah, I would probably be able to use drugs and like it and so yeah.
Maybe you guys start like slow, 1,000 squats in 2 hours. I mean, straight here, whatever.
We're gonna start needing to pay out like the drug testing people. Elke's hired as a life coach.
Can we come in?
Okay, yeah, no, I'm serious.
I have some Russian peptides like banned by the...
Okay, yeah, I mean, can I give you...
No.
Let's talk about it.
Miss deal. Yeah.
Mo, you need to put your code on screen. The 10,000 squats are good.
Honestly, after I take our money, I might not need
Well, it has been a fun-filled first frame of play here
like, truthfully, it might be
at the Commerce Casino and Hotel. Ali Najad alongside Sebastian Crema bringing you day 2 coverage of Creator Poker Night hosted by Alexandra Botez.
How many spots do you think I can do?
in the next hour?
She's put together this lineup, which really has been a feisty and lively bunch.
First hour is
Probably like,
confidence on the 10K.
probably like 750.
Not only has the poker been of great interest, but
It's a bomb by the way, guys.
Completely different bet.
most recently,
just for warm up. That's what I told you guys.
this prop bet that's getting negotiated between Yasuo and Lin Ji
Oh, it's bomb? Oh.
has also been quite entertaining. The process ongoing.
I know why he won.
Yeah, lucky horseshoe, thank you, Phil.
That's not fair, right?
Yeah, but I want it fair. Somebody wanted to see my hand.
Wait, do you want to swap another 5 or what?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Just let me know. I got you.
King, Jack, Deuce, Nate Hill.
Fold.
Thanks.
Nice. Good turn.
Why not? Yeah.
8-9 of diamonds.
Locked in.
You can't fold.
I can fold.
Steps away.
No, you can definitely
Wow, Yasuo had an 8-9 of his own here.
Yeah, I thought someone said.
It worked.
C3 check, C4 check, C5 check.
500.
500, C7, 500. A4.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, Elkie, don't.
Lynn's practicing her. No, I'm not gonna practice.
Phil taking another one of his multi-way stabs with absolute air here with the 7-3 of hearts on the King Jack Deuce, the 2 clubs board.
I feel like I have the best hand, but I'm just gonna let it go.
7-3.
I just made a bet.
Pick one,
Wait,
bro.
you get a horseshoe. You go horseshoe.
That one.
And Anatoly with a nice check raise there with the flush draw. 10 high, takes it down.
Oh, so much weakness that happened.
You sent a voice message?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it.
But I'm gonna.
Feel the power. Actually, I got pretty lucky with it, so maybe I should hold it. Oh, I should hold on to it. I should hold on to it.
I think I'm demolishing this bet, so I'll.
1,000 in 24 hours.
Girls power.
I think
Also,
you get
like, I think I think no one else thinks I can do it, so I think I can probably get great odds.
I think if you get drugged, it's pretty easy.
My
Great.
vague memory is
Perfect.
correct.
They have good stuff
Mike
out there.
McDonald did accomplish the feat and won 10,000.
Well, hopefully it was 10,000, not 5,000. You know. How sure are you? Yeah. I just messaged
This
it.
is a memory from 15 years ago. I wasn't even there. It was just hearing it through the. It was on the poker.
Bro, I put 50 here, but
Did Mike win his free throw bet?
for my struggle.
Oh, I
You already
forget.
put?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine. I put 50.
If you want.
Fine. You're hustling. Give back some money.
You could beat the 7-3. I saw.
Well, it's gonna be half my money there.
In my head, I thought
For you to get
it
back.
was a fold. Yeah.
Elkie opening in early position with the ace queen. Sean 3 bets to 3s. A little bit unorthodox, but okay to mix this in once in a while. Lynn nicely 4 bets here with the ace-5 suited out of the cutoff. Great hand selection by her
I'm really.
with the ace-5 in position, and we'll see how Elkie responds to this with a premium.
Like, you know, yeah.
But what's the minimum bet?
What do you mean? What's
You
the
just discussed the maximum bet. What's the
No,
minimum?
what do you mean? I'm probably.
These two are quite deep here,
But like, you know, hopefully.
which can allow for some creative play. And Elkie takes the opportunity to 5-bet to 6,200.
Okay, I want to see the left.
No 7 deuce, huh?
And that draws the curtain on things. Nice activation from Elkie there. He's not going to get pushed around. I think that's the statement that's been made on
Thank you.
2 occasions, this being the second and the first being the situation where Yasuo found a wonderful check raise, which under normal circumstances against other opposition likely would have gotten through as Elkie had 9 high, but
then I stepped.
he decided to push back
Like it's really.
in savage fashion
Yeah.
and take that one down against Yasuo.
Yeah, but I
I
was
think
small.
breaks is like huge, and also just making sure you don't have any lactic acid buildup is everything. 'cause
What's your
that's
max
a lot
squat?
of fun.
What's your max squat?
No, it's not heavy. I squat like my body weight.
It doesn't
Hey,
matter.
if you want to like,
You
yeah, if you want to give me 10 to 1 or whatever.
But it doesn't matter.
She's strong dead, but at the same time, she might
So
just.
confident.
She might just have this all.
She might just be. She might just pull it off, and we're all just.
Yeah.
I think like
Is it your chips or mine?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So one, I'm overconfident in when it comes to like everything. But 2, I think the
That's
overconfidence.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
Because I just believe I can
before.
do it.
I mean, if you don't believe you can do it, you can't do it.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not that. I don't think you can do it.
But also like,
I'm sure I can.
I never bet against you.
Yeah.
One thing I want to get
Yes,
when somebody's
yes.
abstractly confident beyond measure.
You just gotta.
Back off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was blind bet before.
150, 200. Okay. 4, 4, 4. 4.
You look?
700.
A blind raise allegedly from Nate Hill on the button after it's folded around to him. Careful when you got Yasuo on your left about doing things such as that. Yasuo flats the 9-6. Anatoly does the same.
I'm gonna live stream it. Yeah.
Elkie
And I think I want
was a
to
straddler.
do a little bit more.
He doesn't raise. 6-5-3 board here. Open ender for Anatoly. Top pair for Yasuo. Open ender for Nate Hill. Better addition.
Find out what his McDonald, Mike McDonald bet was.
Everybody but Elkie interacting with this board.
I really hope it's 10K. Because yeah, if he can't do like whatever he can't do, I'm sure I can't do.
As a random aside, non-sequitur, there's a guy named Matt Gianetti who around 20 years ago was in St. Kitts or some faraway place and the games really were terrible. So he made a side bet with somebody and he could stand in a pool for up to his neck in 12 or 24 hours of time. And a bunch of people were side betting. I raised $3.
And how did he do it?
He
And
did
you did
it.
it,
He
yeah.
said, I thought I was going to, about a week later,
are in this.
I realized I still hadn't recovered.
Hello, 9 of spades.
Pneumonia.
What an absolute dynamite card this is for Nate Hill. Not just because he's made the nuts, but because Yasuo has made 9s and 6s and has himself real problems.
Stood in a pool up to his neck. A normal, probably 70 or
Yasuo potentially recognizing the danger, though, wisely checks, recognizing that 7-8 could be out there. We'll see how he reacts to Nate's incoming bet here,
no hot food.
which looks to be right around half pot.
All these people coming in for terms. It was the funniest thing sitting there in the lawn chair watching that bet go down.
Wait, and he was there for how long,
It
sorry?
was either 12 or 24. I'd have
Okay.
to talk to Matt and find out.
Like, did his legs not get tired? Or?
No, he was just standing on the. It wasn't it was just standing in the pool. He stood. The water was up to his neck because it was like a graduated pool, so he had to stand. So it was
Yasuo flats the 2400. The 4s performing much more poorly after the 9 rolls off, just given that a 7 would put a bigger 4-liner out there.
For time.
Now, an 8. Backdoor flush comes in.
And I think there's a lesson from that.
4-liner on board. Nate, of course, was already there. Yasuo checking.
I'm gonna do some Googling.
Showing restraint and also respect for this board texture. And now Nate jams for 72.50. And the 9s and 6s have shriveled in a major way.
Gone all in on the turn, it would have been easier.
Yeah, I'd expect Yasuo to throw this one in the muck after the 2 barrels from Nate. Can't fault him at all for calling on the turn there with the top 2 pair. You're not going to be up against 7-8 every single time. But this river should actually help him get away.
You heard him say if I went all in on the turn, it would have been easier. Yeah, it would have been easier to get
800, something like that.
all your chips passed over to Nate. Not all of them, but a good chunk.
Where's the horseshoe? That's not even.
Elgie's got the horseshoe.
What do you have? 2-4 set.
2 pair.
Pretty good, right? I think you're better, though. Shit. I'll fold.
Good lay down there by Yasuo.
Unless he wants to show.
Sure, of course he wants to.
As maniacal as he can seem at times out there,
Oh, wow. That was a good river for me then.
Very good river for you.
I'm not buying it, man. I really believe Yasuo's thinking
Terrible river for me.
really hard about these situations and benefits from, I think,
Like the fucking ace of hearts.
a perception that he's completely unhinged and wild, but I think he's got a lot more chops than you might expect.
With the deuce 7 game.
I agree, Ali, and we've seen him use that image to his advantage in the past. He played that last hand very well. He bet the flop when he was ahead, checked, recognizing the danger on the turn when he was behind, just called with the top 2 pair, and then the river
Was it with Phil
was a wet 7 of spades, and he was able to get away smartly there.
Call your
I thought the turn we were going to see fireworks. I was a bit surprised that Yasuo, especially against the dark raise pre-flop from Nate Hill, was as willing as he was to flat and take the river, but as it turns out, that line saved him chips.
Good fold.
Sorry.
Okay, important side bets are going on.
9?
9.
You got a response yet?
Yeah.
10,000 for one day.
It does seem like undoable.
Yeah, I might try to
Because
give
your
you.
legs will start melting.
It's fine, possible?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Not possible.
Got a battle of 3
possible, but
pocket pairs ensuing here as Alex 3-bets the 8s over Sean's open. Elkie cold calls out of the big, and Sean
All of a sudden be able to be
calls as well. 3 ways to an 8
Maybe
ace 10
costume or something.
board.
Best hand pre-flop turns in the best hand post, and this is where Botez is just praying one of these 2 guys has ace-X so that they can become a customer of bottom set.
the only money I care about.
Really unlucky for her on this type of board that nobody has a piece. These are the exact type of flops you're looking for when you have a hand like pocket 8s.
the horseshoe, I think.
I
But a nice pickup for Alex nonetheless.
Oh, you had it too. Oh, yeah, ace-5 of hearts.
Yeah,
I
you
really
chucked it at me.
immediately. Wow. I can't wait to see how this physical...
Wait till LT gets up to no good.
Yeah, I'm not going to back out. Yeah.
Why? Why not?
There's no universe I'm backing out of a 2K bet ever.
I'll offer you a buyout.
With wow. Give me your price.
$1,000.
No way.
You know,
It's very
No
fair.
shot. Yeah, no shot.
Yeah, but
I'd
you're gonna
rather-
get a good workout.
Yeah.
It's going to be the opposite.
It's going to be a workout you'll remember for 1,000 years. You'll remember it in heaven.
Maybe we can find a sponsorship from Nike or something.
Hell, if you get 5,000, I'll split the 1,000 with you.
Wait, as you know, pitch in money for my loss. Like
Yes,
okay.
yes.
I love this.
Lock with ace-queen suited. Takes it up. Yasuo 3-betting. Bounty hunting with the 7-deuce.
So we're going to after that. Like, you can't walk, so you're going to
No
play.
problem. I'm gonna, I'll stay at home, watch Netflix for a few days.
You need a wheel or a chair or something.
Lock calls the extra 1,000. And flops an
It's
ace.
just I do want to play the main, so.
A little piece for Yasuo in the form of the 7.
You get the 10K, I'll chauffeur you around Vegas.
2,000.
And true to form here, Ali, he does continue betting with the middle pair, which based on his style and the 7-deuce holding, I would have expected him to do. We'll see how Locke chooses to react.
Quickly, which I probably will.
And he proceeds with just a call. His hand very strong against an opponent who is willing to bluff.
I guess it's probably a week to start or something. Yeah.
Another 4,000 into the middle, and a 7 rolls off on the turn. How does he do it?
Whoa.
And he all had this snap call. Oh my goodness, Phil.
Gonna be a little bit breathless, but it isn't over yet.
Yeah.
Let's not go prepaying that bounty, because if Yasuo can't hold on and fade an ace on the river,
I had a ping.
then the field will be spared, as will Phil Locke, who rates to get stacked in this one.
No one's rooting for you, by the way.
Why?
Because we all have to pay you.
Yeah. You gotta understand, it's the second time I've done this. I almost lost 10K twice.
Yeah.
Even if the 7 didn't come, I was losing it all.
Yep.
Or if the 7 didn't come. Or if that.
Seven's full for good measure on the river, and you heard Yasuo admit that I was going to lose it all if the 7 didn't come, because the plan was always to rip.
Sweet.
And then for your 200, I'll take 800 back for a 1K.
Sure, my friend.
But do we need to pay?
I was going to ask Ali, does Phil need to pay the additional 200 in this situation after being felted?
It's interesting. I was in a home game
Inside the rule, I don't know the rule.
Yeah, if you lose, it's fine.
here in LA not that long ago, where a bounty is available for the 7-deuce, and
Okay, if you...
somebody made the argument that,
care.
well, I just got stacked.
Whatever rule you guys decide.
I'm telling you.
Do I still have to pay the bounty? And mercilessly, I advised
We're gonna have to
yes.
play with that though for the rest of the time.
Yes, you do.
You give us $200.
Okay.
So
Absolutely.
reach on into your pocket
Wallet and find the money.
and pay the marker.
Last to fold. So like you never folded. That's why we were saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You lose, you lose. Nice.
So, do he ask you at how much?
I bought him for 10.
This has been a wild little cash game, and we're barely halfway home.
Put in...
Break time.
Wait.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks.
Plan is to play for 5 hours.
I can maybe shove the turn or fold the river. I don't know.
I almost forgot it.
I was playing it like a complete bluff. Gotcha.
William in the Twitch chat asking to explain the bounty we're talking about. It looks like it's $200 from every player if a player wins a hand with 7-deuce and shows the 7-deuce. So that's a nice $1,600 profit for every player. Definitely something to go after. And Yasuo, in addition to stacking Phil, gets an additional $1,600 shipped his way.
What you got? Ace 6?
Ace queen.
Ace queen?
It seems like
800.
Little tight.
C4 300, C5 800.
Top was 9-6.
Good flop from me, yeah.
It was 365.
It was,
365.
yeah, 365. I looked down at 7, like, oh, that was an 8. There's an 8.
800.
And no, the hand does not have to go to showdown. If the 7-deuce wins
Light?
and is turned over, everybody has to pay.
Yeah, she is light.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, was it better just to fold the river there?
Vila in the chat, by the way, writes, I'd commit crimes if I lost to 7 deuce full house like that and then owed a bounty on top of it. It does feel a little grimy, if I'm being honest, but rules are rules.
Put the other 6 in right then.
And Phil Locke knows the ropes. He's not going to run for the hills over an extra $200. He's sticking around. He's a trooper, and he wants to get his money back.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. He's an expert at squat bets, so I have to be careful.
300?
Yeah. He's a leading expert as far as we know.
That's true.
How many squats have you done in your life?
7 deuce adjacent, that 7-3 suited.
Like
Quickly finds the muck.
But like it was because I did like a charity stream where for every amount of dollar, you know, something I don't remember.
How was it?
Years ago.
Squats for subs.
How was it?
How hard was it?
It was very hard. Like it wasn't hard doing the squats, but once you get to like the 200-300, your legs just they just die on their own, and then you can't even stand up after. Like once you take a break,
And then if you stop, that's it.
Once you take that break, it is over for your legs. You can't. You think it's easy? Yeah, you can't recover.
You put some sticks on your legs, some, I don't know.
Yeah, your full triceps and chest, like we could see.
At least you can take leg day off for like a month.
Yeah, the 1K buyout's really generous.
Silver lining there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna like, it's also just only 2K, you know, like, just next time I want to bluff river against you in like a small pot, I'll just check and I'll have saved myself the money, it's fine.
So you can't win by checking?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's like important to put your money where your mouth is, so.
It's also important to be realistic with respect to the prospects of being able to do 10,000 squats in 24 hours. I got to be honest, I might need to get a little bit of action down.
I leave it in that time.
Yeah, seriously, Ali, that's a lot. Maybe I used to do 10,000 steps on my Tamagotchi back in the day, but definitely not squats. I think my legs would fall off.
Oh, 100% I'd be slated for a double amputation if you tried to get me to do
More than my car.
10,000 squats. You know, I'd end up like Lieutenant Dan by the end of that effort.
Has some issues.
No issues.
Ace Jack suited here. Botez picking a fight with Anatoly's open.
The Lambo or the Ferrari?
Kind of. In previous life.
Nice 3-bet by Alex here, out of the small blind with a premium hand
The 2008
and
Honda Civic
good sizing
has
also.
a dent here and
Gets it
there,
done.
maybe.
Nice pickup for her.
Those cars will last for 1,000 years.
They do, actually. And actually, it wasn't duct taped together, Nate. It was scotch taped.
Oh, that's bad.
What part?
Both sides of the bumper.
Both parts, every part.
Yesterday, Botez did tell a story about the sentimental value of her current automobile, which is
Yes, yes.
Right?
Most likely.
dating all the way
No, but
back
it
to
is
high school, an
actually
08 Honda Civic that, you know, the bumper is not being affixed in the manner in which Japanese manufacturing would have proscribed, but rather with
I forget.
scotch tape, as she just alluded to. We suspected duct would have been the required sort of adhesive. Just, I mean, scotch is a little bit lean. Maybe a copious amount of scotch.
Yeah, Lee, I mean, I do a lot of mailing items back home, being in the collectibles business, and, you know, I won't even use scotch tape for my envelopes anymore. I use different types of tape that are even stronger than that. So if Alex is using that for her car,
Yeah.
it makes me wonder a little bit.
Not really intended for automotive applications, if I'm being honest. I got to get eyes on this Civic, by the way. This thing looks like it might really be quite the M1 Abrams tank of the automotive world. Seen some battle scars. Meanwhile, Ace Jack suited, entering battle as a 3-bet to 700 for Lynn. Nate in the big, loaded for bear with these 2 queens. Presumed 4-bet forthcoming.
Is it me? I guess it's me.
And it has been deployed to the tune of 1,800.
In there to start with.
Not for 100 of them.
Yeah.
That'll serve walking papers to everybody back around to Lynn. I'm not sure Ace Jack suited is the one that we want to fight with out of position for this price, but Lynn, an adventurous soul, does just that, and a club-free queen-high board. This is so much hand for Nate Hill. The check back here, I think, is quite nice, but it's also a little bit suspicious, too, when we 4-bet pre.
Agreed, Ali. I really like his small sizing here, which he often uses, you know, regardless of the strength of his hand in this situation. He set it up quite nicely pre-flop with the 3-bet to 1,800 off of Lynn's 700, sorry, with the 4-bet to 1,800 off Lynn's 700 3-bet. He laid her the price where it just makes her decisions a little bit more difficult. And look at this. This is a flop that he would be c-betting a lot of the time. Rainbow board, not very connected. And Lynn sticks around for another street.
But we throw it through, you know,
This was an ambitious peel
poker
by Lynn.
And whoever wins the pot stacks it, counts it, and then we make an adjustment later. I'll either owe you or I'll, you know what I'm saying? So like in that spot, let's say LG's 60% or whatever.
Oh, for like running into, yeah.
Yeah, so you basically
Or
get
Bally's
the EV.
could just take the stick down from where it is and loosen up a little bit.
Yep. But that's like if you
2,600, the turn sizing.
And Lynn get a massive pot and it's like a flip. You could just say, okay, well, whoever wins it, but you'd count it out and we'll do it. They would do
This would be an awful time for Lynn to suddenly get stubborn
That's what
or decide to get out of line.
Do the math and say, I owe you this much money. I mean, you don't take it off the stack. That's going.
She's drawn dead.
You get in your bag.
Yeah.
Find the money and you give it to the guy.
That makes sense. Are we?
Eventually does find the fold button.
He has it.
Well served to have done so.
I'll watch the VOD.
Nicely played by Nate there. Not needing to go super large with his sizings in position, both pre-flop and post-flop.
You lost the energy after this.
Makes a nice pickup there against Lynn.
I got so excited.
You got so
and now,
hyped.
you know.
Yeah, we're all like
four
sugar
espresso shots.
Oh, sure.
We just need
You
a
can't
second
call
alcohol.
for shots and not take them.
Yeah.
Why not?
Unless you have vodka on your shirt.
Yes.
That's the only vodka I drink.
I'll do shots in a little bit.
He's Russian, he has vodka
I
on
already
his
looked
shirt, but
at
very
one.
deceiving.
Yeah, of course.
Straddle. Of course I look raised, bro.
Straddle?
No, it's raised.
You got Elkie so excited.
Okay.
Suited connector.
Yeah.
These are the sorts
I was going to ask
of hands in terms of composition that we really like to get involved in no-limit cash game pots with.
I like this one.
Phil Locke likes the bounty collection. 7 deuce offsuit. He'll take a swing.
400?
Those are their outfits.
Three betting to 400.
Yeah. True, being colder. There's a balance.
Looking to get his money back after being buried by the 7 deuce of Yasuo. We'll see how it serves Phil on this flop, which is 6 queen 3 rainbow. Not too much for Anatoly here. Backdoor straight and backdoor flush draws. We'll see if he elects to stick around and in what fashion.
Hey, Lynn, can you break that to
Locke asks for change and then follows through for 450.
I'm down to take a shot of
You're out of
espresso.
patches?
Now, a lot of times, in spite of having no real immediate hand to speak of, you will see hands such as this that interact with a card like the 6 of spades
Yeah, no, Wayne.
float, meaning call without anything further than 9 high in the pursuit of equity on the turn, because then that gives us some optionality with respect to semi-bluffing. But not only does Anatoly not fold, he actually decides to check raise.
I like mixing this in from Anatoly. Obviously, seeing Phil's hand, it will work this time.
And he has spared the table
Much better than
a possible bounty.
4-5, you know?
And finally, Anatoly gets one of his check raises through. I feel like he's deserved better in this game. He has shown that he's willing to mix it up out of position without nutted cards, but he's just run into it a few times. This time it works very nicely, although he did have the best hand. Nicely played by him.
Wait, what happened to ads prior?
The one with me, or which the one
that
with
you were
me?
in, like the...
Bet turn fold.
Oh, I see.
Oh, it's one of these.
I have a question. I don't even know if I'm allowed to ask this, because like I don't know if I'm supposed to give people ideas. But when you play online poker, how do you know somebody? Like, how do you prevent somebody from using like an engine or using like a solution?
That's a great question.
They do.
Live.
You don't know.
That's a great question.
Elkie, that's an Elkie question.
Usually they have some security measures, but we cannot.
Yeah.
There is no 100% guarantee.
25K stacks
They could have a team
in front of Elkie,
They could have,
Yasuo, and Lin,
they can have.
the last of whom is in for 2 buy-ins.
You're never going to be able to get up.
It's
The lower profit figure.
the technology whack-a-mole puzzle. Where
Because I played online for the first time in a while, like a few weeks ago. And after I finished playing, I like looked up one hand, and I was like, why can't people just use this shit live? Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to use shit.
That's my play, dude.
Yeah, you taught me well.
If you're not cheating, you're not trying, right, Nate? That was his quote. That's why I used it.
Running trips, bro.
We catch a lot.
Trying to steal again? Or you haven't?
I see. Wait, see, where could you do?
Pair of 5s for Phil Lock.
Oh, amazing.
Best
You
hand.
also have the smiles. The
Emoji.
emoji, yes.
Yeah, I did.
It was, at least until I saw Botez's 8-4. Now she with top pair
My dad did.
Yes, the Americano.
has the best of what's around.
He ordered
Four shots in grande or
Yeah, venti with one
venti?
shot.
Venti with 4 shots. Okay.
Yeah, if
Give him 8 shots.
Turn doesn't flip the running order,
Yeah. I don't even know if
but Lock, unconvinced that the 5s are no good, does barrel once more, perhaps assigning Botez some heart draws.
we can just kind of decide how late we want to go.
Yeah, betting a turn like this is nice, Ali. It can accomplish multiple things, either charge Alex if she is on a draw, or potentially get her off a weak 8 like she does have. We've seen Phil take a stab at a lot of pots multi-way. It hasn't really gone his way, and he's folded to being raised a few times, but after Alex just calls, I like Phil following through here.
No, bro.
Never.
You see, I don't have a 10.
With this type of
This is
hand.
only 10. You see that? I drive her car, and this is I have a 10 after.
But if you live in Moscow right now, how do you travel between like Russia and the US?
Through Istanbul. Or
Nicely done by Phil.
Yeah.
to Estonia, then to Finland.
A lot of players, when they have a pair, they'll be hesitant to start turning it into a bluff. But bets like that can serve multiple purposes, and Phil Lock is definitely not going to shy away from taking an opportunity like that.
Oh, he moved.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
No, it hasn't moved all day.
I like playing until I get tired.
Yeah.
Like
In the box.
like I'm just when you guys
I've had it all
I
day.
get
I like to play me more when I'm stuck.
Oh, how much do I have?
Okay, well,
194.
I'll play it by ear then. We'll all play it by ear.
Well, just make sure you get stuck.
Yeah.
Come on.
Couple of comments in the Twitch chat saying that was a tight fold from Alex. You know, maybe seeing Phil's hand makes things a little bit easier, but multi-way Alex with just an 8, pair of 8s, a 4 kicker, no draws at all, facing 2 barrels. It's very difficult to continue. Not only will she have to continue the turn, she knows she may also have to pay off a river bet from an aggressive player like Phil Lock. So again, I don't mind the fold there from Alex, and I don't fault her at all. Just very nicely played by Phil in that hand.
How much experience you get? What is it? Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna need your
Nemo, suited and connected, kicks us off for 300.
Alex Hong.
Alex Hong.
Yeah. H-O-N-G. Did you ever do math competitions or anything growing up? Or swim?
That's our corner again.
Anatoly electing just to flat with his king 10, suited out of the big blind. Note that he has 3-bet quite often with some offsuit broadways out of those small and big blind positions, but with the more playable suited version of the king 10, he just elects to flat.
Okay, how did you hit that king of clubs on the river? How did you hit that king of clubs? What did you? Silver mind control, alpha mind control, which system?
Nate and Yasuo mixing up with
A 9 was coming in.
pretty disconnected suited hands.
Yeah. A bit surprised at their willingness to do so, by the way. Nate, one could make a little bit more of an argument for being involved just considering he's on the button. Yasuo with nominal investments in terms of the small blind. Does find the 9 on the turn, and note that Nemo has hit that card as well.
Yeah, so with a gutter to go along with it, but Nemo with the best hand.
It's from like, I think like early college or whatever. It's from a while ago.
On the river, though, this 5 is rolled off, and now it's a 6-high straight for Yasuo.
Yeah,
and yet, Nemo appears to be reaching for chips. Note that there was no action on that turn. So this is a bit of a peculiar time for her to activate, in particular against Yasuo, who, you know,
No, it's just being a dick.
just because he checks the river here doesn't mean that he's not going to be able to put you in the blender.
Yeah, Lee, you alluded to it earlier very nicely, how Yasuo seems to be quite calculated in some of these spots here, and checking this 4 out of position into 2 opponents has induced what I imagine is his desired result, as somebody is, and Nemo decides to bet at it here.
There is 3,100.
And he springs the trap here, raising it to 3,100 with the 4, the 6-high straight. Now Nemo does have a blocker to the nuts herself with the 8. 7-8 being the best possible hand out there.
What did they study in college?
But face-up is the 4-liner. The deuce 3, 5, 6, which is being represented, and authentically so, by Yasuo. But this is where the kind of table image, the kind of reputation that Yasuo has is giving action, oftentimes will earn him action.
AC.
In my car, please.
Remember, earlier in this very session, Nemo was bullied off of pocket 10s on a board that ran out with a pair of jacks on the turn and then a king on the river. Yasuo blasted all 3 streets, and it is important to kind of remember context in any given session, because you know that that's the data point that's being parsed through by Nemo as she thinks this spot over.
I'm glad I don't go to the...
Absolutely, Ali. These things are always in your head.
That card won't make it to Vegas.
After you play a big pot with your opponent, especially if you get bluffed. And the way he has played this also is quite deceptive.
He takes really unorthodox lines with hands, and you see Nemo announce his call and instantly is surprised to hear him say, "I've got this straight." And yet again, Yasuo gets the best of her in an altercation.
I've just had this car since high school. I'm barely attached to it, and it's like, we don't need a car. Right. I just free reload off my sister's.
Nemo's going to walk that one off.
Space for another car, so I'd have to get rid of it to get one. And I'm not getting rid of this car. No matter what.
Unless someone crashes or...
Yeah, if you crashed it, I'd like pick up the pieces and like build a monument. Thank you. For the car, of course.
Yeah, I'm still driving 16 for my parents.
Yeah. I mean, like, it does, she does.
I've actually seen a company that was repurposing old junkers into aquariums in terms of cars. So perhaps, you know, if you're looking for a new purpose for that Civic at some point other than transportation, Alex, you know, grab yourself a couple of koi fish and reach out to this company.
200. Yeah, like Japanese cars are obviously generally like really reliable, like no issues.
It makes for a conversation piece, doesn't it? Why is there a car in your living room? No, that's an aquarium.
One thing, and then just cost of maintenance for forever is like kind of another thing.
Heads up between Anatoly and Nate Hill, neither of whom have connected with this board. Anatoly always dominant with the ace jack.
I think if you have like a Costco membership.
Check calls 200 on the flop and binks the ace on the turn. Nate
I don't know.
perceives the range advantage here as the pre-flop raiser.
Okay, well.
And like upgrade.
Hence the second barrel.
Fuck. Can't win.
I really respect that.
Can't win.
A little bit of speech play on display by Nate, who has showdown value now, courtesy of this 9 on the river, a card that likely prevents him from firing on the end.
Blackjack. 3-2.
Easy.
So sparing some chips beyond those which Nate had already invested. Is that 9 on the end?
Shaking your small blind? Where you go?
Mr. Elke.
Just put it in. He's not gonna. He won't miss it.
Did you get another patch, Elke?
Huh?
You got another patch?
This? I don't want one.
No, for your cat.
Oh, yeah.
I was in the room. I was in the room.
How are you
I ordered
doing
the coffee.
fatigue-wise? You must be jet lagged, no?
No, I'm okay. I was in Vegas after.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You came from Poland, right? You must be tired.
I'm getting better.
Poland?
Poland.
Yeah.
Pocket 8s now for Nate.
You didn't want to let go of that one.
Opens to 300. Yasuo content to play it as a flat.
All in.
Nemo announces all in, 3,600 and change back. A couple of 9s. She's got Nate in a bad way.
Oh, we got.
Hold on, right?
Did he ask for a count here? I believe he did.
No, thanks, bro.
Nice play by Nemo here. Given her stack size especially, if she does elect to just play it as a 3-bet, she starts to commit over a third of her stack. So
Okay, Mo.
just shipping it in here makes a ton of sense. And it actually puts Nate Hill with a real hand in a difficult spot.
Still fun thing to try.
Yeah, at least you
I'm gonna do it regardless. I'm still not.
And he does elect to make the call.
I feel like I'm best, but I have to.
I mean,
I'm best now.
Interviews a lot of people.
Yasuo, understandably,
I mean, you're best, but
appears that he's going to fold, showing the ace-10 of spades, although he would have been in a nice position, but cannot blame him for that one.
You know, the trouble for me when we call with a hand like a couple of 8s here, not, you know, to pile on to Nate, who's obviously disappointed to be pipped, is when you consider what the bottom of Nemo's range is, you sort of anticipate 2 big overcards, and do we really want to play for this big a pot, having to see all 5 and not really having all that much of an edge?
My understanding is he's done like a fair few, or like he's done a few really.
I agree, Ali. These sort of middling pairs for such a large raise, I think oftentimes when you're sort of hoping for almost a best case scenario as a flip, I do elect to throw them away.
What would you do, Elke? You would have folded too? Or?
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of hand, but, you know, oftentimes that hand, as we can see for Nemo, is a bigger pair. I think 9's kind of on the lower end of the spectrum. Maybe with some frequency, more so, I would say, in the tournament streets.
So I really
we consider the under pair to the 8s, which is where we're performing best. But I don't think in the cash streets, those hands behave this way. I think they're much more content to just flat, try to spike a set.
I agree, Ali. And
Same thing for you.
this hand sort of helps illustrate the sort of vast difference between those sort of bottom to higher end of the middling pairs range, because as you go up from 7s, 8s, 9s, and 10s, they really become significantly different in these situations.
He's always interviewing.
I think 8s is sort of on the borderline, and 8s or 9s making the call there. And I agree with you in that in Nate's spot here. While it's super easy for us when we can see the cards, I agree that I would also lean towards fold in that spot. Nice pickup though for Nemo. Played that one well.
It really gets
And she's back to about a 7,500 stack.
Complexity does consciousness kick in and
Right.
But Lynn, no drinks for you. You need to stay.
No,
you know what I mean?
I'm
Your muscle.
going to Walmart right after this. I'm buying like BCAs, EAs.
You're gonna lose more than 2,000.
Just put it in.
Yeah. I plan on getting like goo packs for this. I'm gonna be on caffeine. I'll start on Advil early. Like I'm gonna do everything possible to win. Like
Don't end up in a hospital. Like, we care about you.
Yeah, we do.
The hospital bill's gonna be more than the amount you win for the
Again, I certainly hope that Lynn gets down a lot more than 2,000 at 1-to-1 before she embarks on this journey.
You know, prepping for it or whatever. Like,
Get the time
just
up?
buy
profit.
But you still.
Just the sheer economics of it.
Seriously, Ali, I mean,
I just want to win.
could you imagine some of the cramping that may ensue after
No, I get it.
during that endeavor?
Are you kidding
You're
me?
gonna have to have a couple banana trees on hand to get her through that
Making dumb bets.
attempt.
Yeah,
It's out of pure competitive.
Yeah. and
Yeah,
and
yes, actually.
any other roll also.
What time is it, Anatoly?
Okay, spicy too.
Does anybody have the time? Give it time.
Oh, okay.
8, almost
Okay.
8.
Egg white bites.
Oh, egg white bites, yeah.
Those are really good.
Those are good. You
Round
want
six.
Please, can I have some too?
Yes.
Thank you.
Also egg white bites?
Yes, please.
Do you want flavored or?
They really are.
So egg white bite?
Yeah.
Egg white
They're
bites.
high in protein.
What is that?
They're like an
They're
egg.
good.
but
They're
cooked.
good, Elkie. They're good protein.
An egg but cooked?
Yeah.
It's like a,
You eat raw eggs?
it's like quiche, kind of.
Yeah, like a baby.
Okay, I'll take it.
You'll take one too?
Most eggs are cooked, right?
But you have
Oh,
all
you eat raw
the
eggs?
3, right?
No, you eat raw eggs? I don't eat raw eggs, but I mean, I don't know what you eat in Canada.
In Canada, we put maple syrup.
Wait, which
No, no.
one? Like
I like
egg
maple
white roasted
syrup.
pepper.
Egg white roasted pepper.
Roasted.
We'll see if Sean elects to 3-bet this hand. No, he chooses to fold out of the small, which is fair. Against Elkie's cutoff open there, I would prefer a fold or a 3-bet strategy with the ace-5 off type of hand there. Folding completely fair.
Another throw.
Alex was in the straddle, so she'll hang around with king 7, which fails to improve on an ace-high board. King of diamonds is dangling, lurking, but
Just forget it again.
she's just gonna check fold as Elkie
Maple syrup is great.
follows through with the gut shot and
Visiting right
takes
now.
it down.
He has some vacation, so he's hanging out with me.
Yeah.
How you doing, Dad?
Oh, that's your dad.
No, my dad's right there.
Wait,
But he got the sushi.
He did.
Oh,
Caterpillar roll?
that's pretty cool.
Is it good?
I think I ordered rainbow.
I'm good, Dad. I'm good.
Want me to get an extra one? Try that?
Yeah, sure. For Elkie.
I'm gonna do the caterpillar roll.
My dad actually works like super close to the casino.
I don't need too
My
much.
dad
Just
actually,
make a dinner later.
but I don't
Stop
think.
by. Oh,
Like-
you don't- yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think I'm a ways away from.
The chicken kebab plate was pretty good too.
Blind race?
Yeah,
Oh, I like it.
Might have looked.
I've had that horseshoe for too long.
Let's have a
You
look,
guys
let's have a
gotta
look.
force him to use it.
Yeah, there hasn't been a hand that's worth.
Yeah, I feel you.
Hey, wait.
Oh, sorry.
She's gonna 3-bet me like again.
It's always 3-betting.
Ace, king of hearts for Nemo with a raise and a 3-bet in front of her.
About 1,800.
Nope.
And up we go.
No respect.
Note that I believe Nate Hill did a blind raise here, which sort of changes the dynamic of Elkie's hijack open. He could be doing it lighter, and we'll see if this gets him into trouble. No, he just elects to wisely let it go.
Okay.
I tried this time was on like
7 deuce, boom.
He did build a pretty big pot that he took down with
You should do it every time.
7-8 having raised blind earlier.
And then lecture him when he falls.
Different outcome here.
Yeah, you should lecture me. I like that would be nice.
The previous time.
Previous time was like because you folded to.
Oh yeah, you have that information already.
Somebody's 4-betting.
The
Yeah.
Yang Cheng fried
It
rice.
doesn't need to be that light.
Oh.
That's what I'm probably gonna
I'm
get.
having like a dinner after work, so.
Like,
Oh, so you don't want to
raise?
fill up too much.
How
Then.
much? Like, I'll know
That's a coffee size.
Oh, so
They're actually pretty
yeah,
decent.
you're not gonna finish it if you're going to dinner.
Yeah, sure. Oh, it's a race or a straddle?
Raise.
Oh, fuck.
Someone will get
That's fine, we're good.
Make it 600.
No, we're not good.
Maybe.
Nemo's hungry for blood.
We'll find out.
Nemo feeling the love here with the 6-9 of hearts. She's opening from the hijack.
Just you?
Yasuo contemplating here, and he sticks around with the king-8 off. These two have tangled before, so we'll see what happens here.
Monotone board, ace 8-6. Both players with a piece. Advantage Yasuo with second pair.
I'm really likely to have diamonds though. Like,
You can ask for one.
Yeah, they have utensils.
Nemo following through.
nice
And
hand.
Yasuo simply folds. So
Like a horseshoe.
Hot Cheetos.
I almost want to say that he's also approaching situations
He used it.
with inconsistency just based on opposition.
I want to get leaner, right? I want to.
Maybe he perceives Nemo to be more snug
I mean, ideally, I
than some of the other
yeah.
opponents at the table.
But I can't. Get
Yeah, perhaps, Ali. I'm a little bit surprised to see him fold second pair on a flop that Nemo is likely continuing with a wide range of holdings. She will have a decent amount of aces and potentially sometimes a diamond in her hand, but with the small sizing there, I'd like to see him peel one, but she does get the better of him in this hand.
Bro, what's wrong with you? All women do that, bro, so it's fine. You're living in Korea, bro. You're used to it, right?
Can we also get 2 more caterpillar
Nemo with the Robbie.
Oh, I would also love to order. Yeah.
But 2 caterpillar rolls.
Same.
I'm gonna have the yang chow fried rice. And I think Sean is talking grilled cheese.
Out of there.
I only have to check with him. Something. You might.
Lynn with
Looks
a
like
nice
the dinner bell is
3-bet.
ringing. Sorry to interrupt,
Soy bass.
but you're right.
Yeah.
I think so.
Food's on me,
Yeah,
guys.
it's good.
Ready.
That's pretty healthy.
Oh yes. I'll get the. Oh, thank you.
Gentlemen.
Looking at this.
Someone had to do it.
Oh, where's the sushi?
Oh, it's in
There is a peek at the current stack depths. Botez just shy of 9,000 down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Yasuo 26,000 in front of him. A 16K winner on the session. Elke keeping pace. Lynn in for 20K.
Yeah.
Also in the black, but much more modestly, as you see.
I really like him.
Yeah, he's
He's just like a really good.
Oh, yes, she did.
Yeah, I agree.
She's up 48.75 on the session. Nemo up 3K.
Yeah, thank you. He met my friends and I out in Mykonos. I got super fucked up the first night, like to the point where I was just like, I was feeling like mentally and physically sick. And he just like takes the best care of me for like.
Who?
We have a friend named Casper.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. Like, made sure I got food in me every day.
Yeah, that's true.
Are you bullying me?
I would never. Okay, I would sometimes.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, I would sometimes. Yeah, you have to be non-weighted about it. You know, in general, no, but the occasional bullying.
This time, yes.
But I have a blocker, so I can't call here.
Playing next hand?
Huh?
Is it a next hand?
You missed one.
Yeah, next hand now.
Holy shit. Now I'm tilting. Straddle.
Wow.
There we go.
Oh, shit.
Can't even straddle when he wants to.
Okay, it's your straddle.
Someone straddle.
Are you working in tech now?
Oh, I did for a year.
We did it, bro.
I until I do my master's, and then I took time off.
Oh, you're going to horseshoe, nice.
I have.
Or are you
Yeah.
doing your master's then?
Thanks. He's the one that showed.
But then you started trading skins. You're like, this is way better, or crypto? Okay.
Ah, good
Even
for
better.
Jack 6 suited. Mucked. 6-5 suited, raising to 300. Botez flats. On the strength of King Jack of diamonds.
Yeah, the sun is shining, so.
There you go.
And where are all mystery bite cards?
Nate wants to play his button, dominating Sean. 3 players to the flop, just north of 1,100 in the middle.
You just go like this and just push them together.
Ace 10-7.
Pretty much.
Advantage
Yeah,
Nate.
Middle finger here.
Sean interacting with that 7 of spades, but not looking to
bad on it.
barrel through into 2 players. Botez with the Broadway gutty. She checks as well, and Nate asking questions to the tune of 300.
Maybe I shouldn't learn.
You have to. It's like.
You can do it online on GG. They made the shuffle.
That's amazing.
It's funny.
What you thinking?
Alex hasn't yet folded her hand.
She's thinking about sushi roll.
Yeah, that's true.
What kind of sushi?
The caterpillar.
Eventually comes with the fold.
You know all these tricks with the chips, like.
No, I don't really know. I mean,
I can't do them.
Nice pickup for Nate.
And people have tried to teach me. It's
there's
not
videos
happening.
too.
Yeah, I
You can.
can't
There's
do
no
that one either.
intelligence
You're
down
supposed
here.
to know.
That's how I learned
I'm
as a
supposed
kid.
to know. Yeah, I don't.
Videos.
I'm stealing this.
How much did you guys on there?
Nothing. I just changed a bunch of random big tips for
Your
small.
form looks. Look at there.
Oh yeah,
I feel like
Nemo.
they keep like
There you go.
not going.
Yeah. Would you like
Yes,
some?
Well,
please.
these chips are very sticky. So
I got something.
these aren't good with it, but.
Well, if you're just joining us, It is Creator Poker Night, day 2 of 3 here live at the Commerce Hotel and Casino. Ali Nejad alongside Sebastian Crema bringing you the action, which comes to you courtesy of the efforts of Alexandra Botez, who has assembled a mixed bag of personalities. One that has given us plenty to chew on and plenty of entertainment.
We could do a stand-up game, but the last person has to do a ton of push-ups.
Thus far. And
or squats, yeah, squats.
Still
Stand-up game if you lose.
roughly 2.5 hours in scheduled play remaining.
And
What is this little green canister that they were passing around before the cards got in the air?
No, please.
It's like smelling salts or something. What are we doing with? Is it gack?
How much?
I think it might be some type of a eucalyptus scented thing, Ali.
Can you do it?
Can't be exactly sure, but it seems to be being passed around.
Everybody just kind of wafting it under their noses.
I can do it now.
Maybe looking to wake up.
I might do it, bro.
Money, if you have ropes, you can
2 overs in the gut shot for Lynn. She checked. Nate did as well with the dummy end. And then Yasuo with bottom pair decides to bet it.
That smells like the masseuses when they,
Right, yeah.
Yeah, he's still a...
You want it, Alex?
I smell it from here. Go like this.
Yeah.
Nice hand selection here from Lynn with the check raise.
But there's no...
Has a blocker to the nuts right now, the gutter ball and backdoor spades with the ace.
Oh, these kids can have like this guy.
Against an opponent that she knows could be betting very wide.
Grade, 7th grade.
oh,
Wow.
well, she does.
Oh, that was a nice
Spade is
moment.
spade, right? Nice. 5-1, 5-1.
Nicely done by Lynn there.
It's not like nothing. It's kind of something
Blocker blend.
happened.
It's a good bit there.
Pro style deal, kind of.
I have a gutter. I don't know what.
Gutter always
That's just the nuts
For
horseshoe.
sure, overcard, spade.
Overcard,
Yes.
backdoors, some things. Probably not going to get there, so let me just do some aggression, see what happens.
Yeah.
kind of thing.
And then, if I check call and then he bets turn and I don't hit
Curious
my card.
hand, maybe acquire the knife, you know.
I figure if Elkie can 3-bet bluff rivers, I can like check raise bluff flops. It's only fair.
Once a year, I bluff once a year. That was my
It's
bluff.
fine.
That was my bluff of the year. That was my bluff of the year.
Bluff of the year, right?
Bluff of the year, yeah.
Bluff of the year.
Bluff of the year. Now I'm good for it. Why?
Sorry for the poker
You
etiquette, guys.
thought about it
Sorry to be on my ass. I'm sorry.
fast too. Like you thought for 5 seconds or whatever. Like I saw the.
I don't like this.
Like 10
He got a new card and now he's 3-betting?
Yeah.
Nate made it 300. Anatoly
That's a vodka
with the
bet.
ace king, which is dominating.
I have to be fast because I always like fast.
3 bets it to 1,000. Nemo wakes up with jacks in the big.
2,200.
It's like,
Makes sense. Yeah, makes perfect.
Further up we go.
Now we find out if he got caught.
2,200.
2,200.
actually, I'm using you.
Yeah.
There you go.
How much you have behind?
How much do I have behind?
Yeah.
Too much for you, bro.
I don't know how much
Okay, I go all in.
What was it for?
7K-ish, yeah.
Opa.
Opa is
How much does he
4 letter
have,
worse at the
right?
moment.
He
Yep.
has more than you. He has more than you, I think.
Now Anatoly,
Vocabulary you've been using, but it gets
5-bet jams all in. Tough spot for Nemo here with the jacks. It's again one of these situations where it's very likely that you're flipping at best. So this is the power of choosing to play ace-king in this manner. You do put your opponents in some very difficult spots, and your hand is also going to be at worst a flip, most likely in these situations.
Make a side bet with Elkie who's going to win the hand, you know?
I shuffle chips here, so I think it's slightly.
Take it.
On you?
No, you take it out, right?
Yeah, I cannot. Man, you might fall.
These calls, Ali, also become a little more difficult when players, I believe they're not running it twice tonight, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Trending upward.
Does Nemo
All right, I'm gonna fold.
want to play a big pot? The answer is no. She lays it down.
King.
Ace king. Ace king. That's it.
Yeah, I don't blame her for making that lay down. It's one of those situations where we recently spoke about she's likely flipping at best.
He did.
So I do not blame her
The 6 showed.
at all for mucking there. Nicely played by Anatoly. we have seen him be willing to mix in 3-bets and 4-bets a little bit on the lighter side, but now he finally had the goods. And again, it was just kind of a collision course here with two very strong hands.
You'll find out in 30 minutes.
So
I'll tell you in 30.
there's the
I looked on my phone
outcome.
after like 3.5 hours. So.
Anatoly trying to work his way back into the black or green, as it were, which is where Elke and Yasuo find themselves most handsomely. Lynn bounced back after getting felted early on. She was stuck 10K, now up 7,500 roughly. Nemo only up
Anatoly first meet.
700 and change now after
Poker last year, he sat to my right with his like
that raise and fold.
And he
20 blinds.
Huh?
20 bigs.
Oh,
And part of the beauty of these cash games, Ali, when you can rebuy, if you do get felted, you're able to capitalize potentially on your image and also
20 bigs
use the information you have on other players to your advantage. Whereas in a tournament, you know, if you buy back into a rebuy tournament in a multi-table, you know, very unlikely you're going to be ending up at the same table.
Great story.
No, and he said I could keep it, and then we became friends.
So we've seen Lynn buy back in and bounce back to become one of the top 3 winners so far in this game.
So that's just ridiculous.
For a businesswoman.
6 + 400, 7 4. 8 4 19.
Hold on. We're playing a bump putt.
Jack 8 for Sean. Trips on this 8-8-3 board where Anatoly has a little piece. I like that decision, by the way. Just because we have a 3 in a spot such as this does not mean that we're obligated to fight.
What about you?
I had 3, bro.
There's one younger player, Christine, who like
should I call?
Who or not runs, but he hosts like the party of the year.
Wow,
4th
good
of July.
Really?
Yeah.
If
you want to go early, I'd recommend.
No, I don't
Yeah,
care.
I'd recommend. But if you're busy,
Getting in on the 4th.
yeah, so you can't. Yeah. Yeah.
After,
only
I will
day
never
to
use
be
it,
here.
then I'll
Also,
keep
like,
it
I
and fill
never
it
regret
until.
spending time with family ever.
And win the World Series.
Yeah. And it says right on it, it's a lucky horseshoe. It's not, it's engraved in it, on it. You know?
Wait, is this from when the WSOP was at the horseshoe?
No, that's just a
okay.
trinket I found at the house I had in
It
my
was not the
bag.
horseshoe back then, there was something else, no?
That's a long time ago.
Well,
Huh? It was a horseshoe?
it's coming
Or was
from the
it?
horse breeding farm where we're trying to crossbreed miniature unicorns. That's the official story, but
Where's the farm? Where's the
it's
farm?
only telling you the truth because it's so preposterous. I don't expect you to believe it. But
I believe anything.
8 raised to 300. 9 raised to 1,000.
Suited connector raises and another ace-king surfaces in Lynn's stewardship on this occasion. A 3-bet to 1,000.
Well,
What can I do?
What the fuck can I do?
Holy moly.
Pocket 6 Elke just
great
makes
fold.
no meal of
What
it.
do you want to do?
7 4.
Probably not the great one.
Back around to Botez.
Not the best one.
Not that great.
And we kind of prefer to call the 3-bet with a hand such as this, which doesn't rate to
Spicy tuna.
interfere with Lynn's 3-betting range and potentially leave us out-kicked
Don't be jealous,
or having
guys.
some
I got
problems.
sushi, yeah.
Here we are with problems in the form of second pair versus top pair on this king-high dry board.
9 to 700.
I agree with you on that, Ali. The peel with the 8-7 suited is often preferred to some hands that may be dominated by Lynn's 3-betting range. I expect to see Alex call 1 here. And if she doesn't improve, I suspect that might be it for her.
Yeah, the lack of a spade on the board, which could have potentially yielded a backdoor flush draw on this turn, always unpleasant, but something that she accepts. And here we're really looking for the check back out of Lynn, but as we can see, she's got way too much hand for that.
For that, you were Philly?
0. Jersey and then Philly.
I keep on my
Born in Jersey?
Born in PA.
smart. Okay.
also actually
Super East Coast, New York, New Jersey.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Damn. Good
Guy
job.
from Goliath Capital.
Wait, you said you are too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You caught it, right?
Yeah.
Smart. Yeah.
2 words,
Where?
Yeah.
5 letters, 2 syllables.
I got kind of been late. Like the other person he pinged in a group chat.
Lynn asking Alex for all of it.
That's cool.
Good amount.
Okay. Enough. Yeah.
I've been there like almost 3 years.
Talk to girls.
8:20.
That's how I started. That's the only reason I learned.
That's all you need.
What are the sorts of hands that would behave in this way that Botez would be ahead of? It strikes me as being sort of the Broadway combos, ace queen, ace jack, more so the former than the latter. Maybe the ace high flush draws. We can see Lynn's halfway there with the ace of diamonds.
What you been gambling?
Yeah.
I just stayed there.
And then, of course, hands that just have us in jail, like this one.
It's a movie. Look like a king.
Yeah.
You know, hello.
Sure, bro.
Yeah.
And wow, Alex has made the call here. Perhaps perplexed as to why Lynn would bet 1.5 times pot on the turn with the value hand. And this bet size has confused Alex and in turn induced her to call.
Yeah, credit to Lynn, by the way, for finding it.
Start walking out the room and then I'm dead.
Botez needs a 7 or an 8 to spoil the party.
She's got to stand up.
Yeah.
Grab her bag. 3.
Not there, however. And so she too will
Some of the change.
join the ranks of the felted.
Yeah, nicely done by Lynn there, Ali. You wonder if sort of Alex may have folded a little faster to a smaller bet that felt a little bit more value-y, but just this 1.5x pot turn jam had her a little bit confused. And you know, I don't think she's necessarily wrong all the time that Lynn could be doing that with Broadway combos such as ace jack or ace queen.
Yeah, or yeah, you can do however you want.
Another nice pickup for Lynn, and she's quickly vaulting herself into the lead here.
3 really cool group chats with like 5 thinkers like yourself, not just like trashy, you know, but yeah.
Particular way or however is fine.
So now warm up is done.
Thank you.
The second round.
Such a good feeling when you get yourself buried and in the hole early, not to have to struggle for the entirety of the rest of the session just to try to get yourself out of that hole, but rather in fairly short order to not just get out of the hole, but begin to flourish and prosper as Lynn was deep into the profit.
It's almost family. Full family, kids. I got nothing.
I can't grow a beard, so. Naturally, I figure everyone with a beard is older than me.
You have time.
Or like around my.
The difference.
You look
The difference between electrical and mechanical is like the.
Once you step in, there is no way back, bro.
Yeah, I feel you.
Mechanical is like friction, whatever. You know, like electrical engineering is like.
Yeah, I mean, he's really hard. Like, harder than right.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm listening to two geniuses talk about which one's smarter.
No, I already know where I stand in that competition. I tell them I dropped out of it.
Pocket 5s.
I mean, but like people that I know that did mechanical engineering were also really smart and worked really hard.
Taking it up a notch. And a set on the ace-9-5 board. Unfortunately, Sean, who got involved, has no diamond on board and no further desire to participate.
Electrical, I think, is very big. It's very.
Yeah.
It's almost like you can cakewalk if you're good at math and stuff.
Really? Okay.
Electrical is like what? I gotta imagine electrons traveling up a coil and doing fun things.
It's all coming together.
That's pretty good.
You also one trade?
I just got lost in all of physics.
That's how I started.
Like,
Right.
You know.
biology was fine, chemistry was kind of hard.
But I was always known for that.
Once we started
versus
physics, I was
Fizang,
just
who
like,
wins?
I was dead in the water.
I never took
Wait, what
one
came
chem,
first,
but I
your
heard that's like
username
the
or the
most grueling
Yasuo
of them all.
champion?
No, champion.
I'm guessing that you base your username.
You have a
unoriginal.
Okay, got it.
Kids and the
I don't
other
even know who that is.
professor are cakewalking it, and you're getting the guy that fails half his kids.
Right now, he's
so
destroying me because I don't play the
a
game.
lot was kind of who you got.
At my
But
peak, I don't know.
Can you like
Probably
pick
close.
Yasuo
But to be fair, when I
limping the 9-3 suited. Again, we see him doing all sorts of things with all sorts of hands. And, you know, to his credit, because, again, you make yourself such a dangerous opponent when people have no clue where you're at.
thing you get hints of what could come on, you know, that kind of stuff happened a lot.
Ace-9-7, and he flops himself second pair with backdoor diamonds up against the open ender for Lynn, who was in the straddle.
I mean, I wouldn't even study engineering except that.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes, Ali. These two have a bit of a history. She's gotten the better of him recently in the last couple hands, and wow, what a turn here.
The 5 of diamonds sliding right in to give Lin the 9 high straight. Yasuo, though, emboldened by having picked up the flush draw, bets once more. And remember, Lin was in the straddle and checked it back, so he's not so worried about her having an ace.
I had a job in the boss.
But she's trying to make him worried about something. As she is check raised to 800. Yasuo snap calls the extra 600 on request, and can he find the backdoor flush once more against Lin? The answer is no, as it's right color, wrong suit.
And then I came down out of the heavens and I was like, Phil, you can't.
Lin with the nuts. How greedy will she get?
And then I started looking at it more rationally and stuff.
That makes sense.
You kind of, in order to like.
I kind of favor the size up against Yasuo because he has shown a tendency to get really suspicious.
Notice time fading away on you.
Yes.
Definitely, Ali. I do like this bet size from her. Almost going, it's around 1.8x pot here.
Yeah.
Your stream with, what was the fellow that had...
Great choice for the opponent, but also the type of hand that she has. She's polarizing herself into sort of a nuts or nothing situation.
Yep. It was really intense. When he was in his 20s, he told his girlfriend, hey,
Can I call this?
What I'm going to do now is...
Who are you asking?
This Flynn thing every day.
I don't think she'll tell you.
2 years.
Technically, I can call it.
And she said, no problem. Said,
Having diamonds here is not the best for Yasuo when it comes to making a call.
He's like, I knew this.
We would like to have, for Lin to have some diamonds in her hand if she was bluffing here.
Foresight. I accidentally drifted off 5 years, but he ahead of time knew, oh, I'm going to do every day for 2 years. I was like, ooh, I was never that guy. I would accidentally be obsessed by something. He like forecasted his possession.
Good lay down.
Fell into it and did great.
Where's the horseshoe?
Horseshoe.
Horseshoe that.
Too late, it's already in the mug.
Oh.
Nice fold by Yasuo. The 10 on the river actually may have helped Lin get there with some of her bluffs that may have included a straight draw with an 8, such as Jack 8. Nicely laid down by Yasuo.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking he had the 9-3. Yeah. My brain just turned on.
She's got me 4 times tonight. She's buffed me 4 times already.
She had a straight.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I told you we got
a loop right there.
No,
8-6 was one of them.
My brain just stopped.
That was funny.
I wanted you to use your phone a friend so I could say fold. Plus, you block diamonds, dude. Like, what are her bluffs?
I don't know. She's been getting me all
She
night.
could just have fucking
She's pissing me
nonsense.
off.
Yeah, true.
I want that 2K.
I straddle.
She's pissing you off? Doing this bet with 10,000 squats?
He's taking more than $10,000 from me.
You're theoretically up $1 million right now.
True. Is that a raise? That call? Straddle? 300.
Terrible.
55 raised to 300.
Oh, wow.
Nemo's Queen Jack offsuit starts this party.
Can you put the fried rice up there somewhere? Thanks.
I'll take the food here. That's it. Yes, please. I would love it here. Thank you.
Botez folding the King 10 offsuit, by the way, not to be overlooked. Lin also folding to the Queen 10, and I get the sense that Nemo in particular is being perceived as being a player on the snugger side, hence the respect being shown.
But I still have to deal with it, so.
You know, perceiving your opponent to be snug, though, cuts a couple of different ways. You know, the first manifestation of that is, okay, I'm going to be less inclined to get involved with some of these offsuit Broadway combos like the ones that we just saw. The other side of it is I can get more involved with the sense that in the event that I encounter any resistance, if, you know, I do barrel into that opponent at some point or I do check raise, I can really genuinely know that I'm no good, you know, and maybe the opposition plays a little bit straightforward post-flop.
8 raised to 300.
So we can make easy exits.
Yeah, I think so. Do you mind going to pick it up for us?
Botez, pocket 5s on the button.
I think there's like 2 coffees.
Picks up Nate Hill for the ride. Ace 10 deuce, no spades on board.
Egg bites.
Egg bites. Hopefully.
You win.
250.
Stand-up game.
Yeah.
You can play by yourself.
You're starting?
Whoa. That was... Deal me in, please. Thank you so much. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Oh, I'm keeping this.
Yasuo apparently with a very keen interest in what Lynn's having for dinner.
Well,
Thank you.
What did he
I
order?
almost never pick well. The sea bass. Thank you.
Of course. You need a healthy food, right?
Yeah, I mean.
It's pre-training prep.
yes.
By the way, did Lynn position this black bean sea bass between herself and her stack? Because I've never ever seen that configuration. Normally the grub is off to the side or behind us. But I think it's just, I think she's really saddled up on that dinner.
Why too much?
It's a big bet.
I can't win if I stand up and $500
You did it aggressively
7 deuce, huh?
and pushed it down, and some of that energy rotated over here and hit me.
The energy's there. Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, really? Uh-oh.
Late raise here from Phil with
15.
Jack 5 suited.
You're tilting.
500 becomes 1,500, it sounds like.
Oh my
Unclear
15, feet 9, cold, feet.
what has sparked this out of Botez.
Oh.
Can you please scan your cards?
Shit.
Phantom like, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
First one was better than the second one, but that's all.
You're with me though, right, Sebastian? I don't think I can ever recall somebody putting the food between themselves and the rail at a poker table.
Yeah, that's right.
This is extraordinary.
Oh my, is that aces?
Maybe she's just wishing to, looking to sit on that nice stack that she's built up for a little while here, Ali, while she's eating.
Funny thing,
Yeah?
it's like,
Did Botez just show aces there? Was that what we saw?
I didn't catch a glimpse.
And outside we got aces. What?
2 aces.
2 aces.
and I'm
Confirmed.
500 with Jack High. I'm a genius.
Hey.
Phil Locke lamenting his timing as his 500 got incinerated.
Good one.
It was a nice
We
looking Jack
take
High.
those.
Stand-up game, bro.
Are you just, do you need some energy movement?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Do you want to be my guinea pig and let's touch on this?
Can we run a simulation for the
Yeah, if you don't mind.
After 2, 3 more
Well, from
hours,
Jack
I
5
will-
suited to Ace Queen off, Locke much happier to be opening this one. A lot more durability.
What do you think?
3 hours. 3 hours.
Split? I bet you can't do a split. Okay, why not? 35? Kid? No, that's bad odds.
I think.
8-9 suited.
I think I
Elke
can.
defends his straddle.
Yeah, he has good pants for it. Decent.
And flops bottom 2 pair here up against 2 overs in the gutter. A couple of quick checks and quickly the 10 rolls off. A very ugly card for Elke. It goes check, check, and the run out continues to be poor for him.
Do you mind just putting
Make
this
a split,
in the
right?
box? Thank you.
Can you do it?
2,200.
I don't think I can do it now.
Elke chose to lead 500 into this 925.
How long ago?
Seb, how do you feel about that? With a 4-liner on board and some of those ace combos that Locke could have that are a bigger 2 pair?
I'd like to keep
Yeah,
it for
it's a
one more.
little thin
that's
here,
okay.
Ali. Sometimes
I'd like the,
what these type of bets I think can accomplish in these situations is that rather than force yourself to have to make a very difficult decision against a bigger bet, you can maybe block and discourage somebody from value betting with a bigger 2 pair. But in this particular spot, I would agree with you that it was a little bit ill-timed.
Minimum.
He's raw
To make it
dogging.
2,200 against a family man who needs the money.
But we have seen Phil Locke very sneakily check back nutted hands rather quickly on some of these runouts where most people would be conventionally betting.
I had a straight. Oh, straight. Yeah, of course.
Actually, no, that was great.
That is green.
Good.
As God is my witness.
No walk.
300.
I believe.
Though I'm
Zero
kind of
walk.
like,
Fold. Never happened. It's a game. Very aggressive table.
Also, oh,
2
sorry.
raised to 1,200.
9-3 suited. Botez stepping out. And Yasuo promptly wagging his finger.
Waiting for
Re-raise and take it.
Yeah, the horseshoe. Give it to me. I'll use it again.
I'll save it one more time.
Now I'll punish you and show my side.
Okay.
Oh,
Straight flush.
that's what you had?
Kidding. Here.
It's 20. 20.
What's 20?
20. It's a picture card.
Oh.
Blackjack.
Zero in Bach.
Baccarat, yeah, Baccarat. No.
bad hand.
Blackjack, bro. Deuce 7. It's like the nuts in
That's
Baccarat,
nuts.
right? So
Natural, right?
that's why I played
Or
this.
it's
Natural knife.
Yeah.
Yeah, just put a small blind in. It's fine.
Elkie is updating his family. He's telling them they're still good.
Yeah, guys, we can eat
We're
tonight.
okay.
Okay, C6 shot, 7 folds. 8 raised to 300, 9 folds.
Again?
1 fold. 2 folds.
Try 1200. She folded that. Nope.
300.
Lynn, are you up like you bought it for 10, no reload?
I used
Botez here with a pair of queens. Opens. Anatoly flats the button here.
Pinky in that
Yeah,
to the
maybe a
left.
little
and
more.
then
I believe there was an ace-10 off into the muck.
Yeah, I'm down 10-ish.
some people do it from the middle.
Okay, this side.
These three of us, we're not.
Like with their
Let's
middle
put our
finger in the
heads
middle.
together.
Get
Get
and then they
something.
fall together.
7-2, that's my flop.
Not in the as a flip.
When you get
Alex announces that it's her flop, and she is not lying this occasion. She does continue.
No, it's yours.
Here's your ketchup king.
I 3-bet 7. You get another.
And Anatoly calls with the threes on a board that is not always going to hit Alex.
Yep.
And boom, the nuts on the turn. We'll see how she plays this here.
How do you play them?
Check.
I think. Oh, I actually.
It's comped, yeah.
A nice check by Alex on the turn. Oh my goodness. And look what we have on the river here. Set over set on a board where a set is the nuts.
Yes, kettle set.
7.
Alex in line to win a huge pot here thanks to that crafty check on the turn.
If you win this hand, you can sit down.
Goes with just a half pot bet on the river. Anatoly running into it once again.
God, she made the game.
2,400.
Did Phil ask for your signature?
My phone number.
And the real question will become,
Anybody else text you?
can Anatoly get away from this on the river once Alex puts in
Look, I would.
the 3-bet here?
You said what?
Mostly crypto nowadays.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's gonna help
All
me
in?
with the.
Yeah, actually, nice.
Unicorn.
Wow, and Alex raises all in. Now, a player of Anatoly's caliber is going to start to be a little bit worried when you have second set here.
How much?
On a board where a set is the nuts. Now, would Alex really be
9,300.
shoving here with an overpair, he's asking himself. And I think the answer is probably not. She would likely just call.
Good.
So her value turns into, even 2 pairs would likely just call this river here, I think.
Just a little something.
So it's now either going to be a bluff or another set, and you only beat one set in this situation.
Or Honda Civics.
If I win this, I'm getting another Honda.
275.
9,300 was a good guess. I should get a percentage.
And Anatoly is going through everything in his head here. This check on the turn by Alex really set this whole situation up.
If you call, I'll show you what I have.
A little bit of speech play out of Botez. No straight, no flush on board. That's the big problem, as you alluded to.
There's
Sevens, eights, queens.
Rares and you crushed it.
Possible.
7
but
deuce.
You have 7-8?
Whatever.
C3 close.
You have queens out?
Do I have queens, Nate? Oh.
Think
No,
so.
I didn't mean.
Yeah.
Anatoly says whatever and flicks in the call. The dreaded set over set, and credit to Botez, by the way, who
I'm only
was
good at poker when I'm not in the hand.
really the beneficiary of her check
Cards if I'm not playing.
on the turn.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Why don't you use that skill when you're in
Nicely played by Alex there. A full double up.
Bro, for 20
Thanks to that
years,
3 on the river.
It's
Hard to blame Anatoly for calling here. Just a bit of a sick cooler.
For the most part, I do better than on my own hand.
Give him props for thinking about it, for sure.
From the hand. And,
Right.
like out of body while I'm playing.
Very key pickup there for Botez, by the way. And of course, the chat is delighted to see her
I have like a guess about a hand. I'm just
take that one down.
Oh, wow.
Should I fold a set?
No, obviously not. You can't fold this thing.
I might fold.
You had a set?
Of course.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Did she turn really
You
a
can't
two-outer?
fold. You can't fold a set.
No, that's just Pam.
You say as you're racking up his cherries.
I mean,
A true.
But no, I would never fold a side.
I don't. Can anyone do that? Though?
I think Elkie might be able to.
You think so?
Okay.
I don't know. I see people
No,
make
it's
like
just one of those
insane
spots you
folds.
pay the person,
Yeah.
especially the deuce 7 games going. There's 2-7 out there.
Huh? She
Set over set.
staked me.
Oh, really? I did. I got you. You're covered, Sean. I mean, you did it with your money, but you're still covered.
That was a nasty little spot. Now look at this. The threes have slid over to Alex, who's now got 21,500 in front of her. I think that puts her into the black by $1,500. She didn't spend a whole lot of time deep in the red.
She had the straight, she got it wrong. You were like, oh my God, and then somebody got through one, and then you're like relieved when she had the straight, of course.
She bluffed me too many times tonight.
She did.
When I have a good or bad hand, but I'm all in, my brain just turns off. Because it's like, there's nothing left to do. Just like sit there.
Oh, yeah, you're good, yeah.
Yeah, like move on.
1,800 net.
Also, she didn't bluff you. Remember, she had a flush and you called.
18 net.
No, yeah, not that one. There was like two
She had
previous
it.
ones where like I folded and she bluffed after I horseshoed. I never called the bluffs, but I call the ones where I'm destroyed. Is it me?
Phil with a big hand, monster ace king suited out of the straddle, and he takes it down with a nice 3-bet.
Anybody want to pay me a quarter? You can get out of the deuce 7.
Disciplined fold from Alex, which I do like in this spot.
I might not have a deuce 7.
Well, perhaps she's
I'll take the insurance.
seen what happens to pocket threes with some frequency and decided she didn't want to be the
I've been
victim.
people offer that and then turn over the
I know. Yeah.
I mean, he only, yeah.
At some point, it'll even out.
I don't even know if that feels dirty, but I had to do it anyway.
No, you're good.
I do it about once a year, so it's like you have to swim with the dirtiness once in a while.
That's funny. Do you feel like poker etiquette has gotten like more stringent or stricter since you started playing? Same question for you, Elkie.
Is it more?
No, not really. It's kind of stayed the same.
I'm kind of retired, so I'm not sure. But
in games where you're only invited back if you're a person people want to play with, nothing's changed.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
But in the streets, the only thing I've noticed is people take longer and longer out in the streets. It's the only real. Everything else is basically the same.
Did you add on to your stacks?
No,
no,
but
no, he didn't. No.
I just converted some greens.
Okay, 3 folds. 4 raised to 400.
I do that in tournaments too. I'll volume up. If I have like a bunch of small chips, I try and bet and get changed to that.
400.
Yeah.
I want the feeling of chips.
Pocket 8s for Elkie this time in the cutoff. It seems like 8s have been going around tonight.
Yeah, sure does. 1-8 busy into the muck there out of Sean's.
Also, it's easier to do like this, and not if I have a teeny stack, I have to do this extra.
Yeah, you made
Yasuo with the diaper, complete whiff on an ace 9-6 all red
Or
board.
whatever, like, you know, I'd never show up with a stand, so I would just like, I would need like chips to like lean my phone again.
Yep.
Goes check, and all of a sudden,
But then I don't
a
like
skosh of equity for the deuce 3, enough to leave Yasuo barreling.
like 8 stacks of chips.
Yep, it hurts visually. You're
Gut
like,
shot, straight draw, Elkie.
All of that.
Sticks. 9 on the turn, 9 on the river rather, forgive me.
11.
1,100.
Now another bet out of Yasuo. You see Elkie scratching his head, craning his neck in, and will he get curious?
I do like this from Yasuo, though. You know, betting small as a bluff on the turn when you're going to get called a lot of the time. If you're just planning to give up rivers all the time, I don't like that. But good for him for falling through. It doesn't work in this situation, unfortunately. And Elkie makes a nice call with the 8s against the splashy opponent.
I bet. All right.
I'm still
Yasuo can only
you just put up
give credit where credit's due. Elkie really has had the better of him
somehow the bottom doesn't.
thus far, most notably in that
You and Nate, like,
bluff
you guys
versus
figure out what
rebluff.
other people have when you're not in the hand. Elkie can do
Massive
that
one
with
they
you.
played.
Yeah. Like there, I'm not calling with that. I'm just folding. But I get in the blender.
If he has it, I fold, and if he doesn't, I call.
That's a good.
That's the plan.
I do feel like with some of these like guys, like they've just played so much poker that they've seen like heuristically, and their instincts are like so good now.
Yeah. Only without my instinct, I never studied anything.
Yeah. No, I believe that. But if you've just played enough volume.
Well, as the dealer push comes in, we find 5 players in the green. Nemo, the most modest among them. Botez climbed herself out of a hole rather quickly, and then you got 5-figure wins for Yasuo, Elke, and Lynn. Nate Hill stuck the smallest of those who are playing from behind, a 7,300 loser, locked down almost 10K.
I play.
Sean and Anatoly down over a buy-in apiece.
Mistake or something, right? I follow some people and they post a solution, and I look at it, I'm like, okay, why not? But
Right, that's kind of like how I'm.
So before there was like, I don't know, like study groups and some people.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Sharing hand with people, and like.
Yeah.
But before the VTO was like, before the solvers pretty much. I didn't study that much the solvers.
I've paid for the solver multiple times. I've never ran a sim by myself ever. I don't know how to. And I also don't trust it, because I don't think the people I'm playing with play anything like the solver. So what does that solution do for me anyway?
I studied the ICM stuff.
Not convinced.
Before when I used to play tournaments, right?
Well, a flashback at just a few of the moments that have created excitement thus far here in our day 2 of Creator Poker Night, hosted by Alexandra Botez here at the Commerce Casino and Hotel. Alex involved in this one. Top pair. The fruits of her participation in a blind versus blind pot.
100. Pretty much
100, one color.
Kind of when I joined GG, like a couple of years,
Forgive me, there's other participants involved here as well as they slid in on a delayed basis. Yasuo, with a little gutter, just flicks a C note out there.
I think we all do.
A whole host of callers, including bottom pair, middle pair, top pair. And then Nate Hill, who had just ace, queen of diamonds and finds the ace on the turn.
Oh my God, Elke.
Now he fires.
Why so much?
Elke also with the aces up, though. Forgive me.
Why so much?
1900 only.
I had a good pre-flop.
Very troublesome card here for Nate on the turn.
Yeah, I'm out.
Turning top pair with a big kicker against Elke's aces up.
Thank you.
And this check raise from Elke on what is a fairly wet board. Nate gets away nicely with the ace queen there.
No one cares, bro.
Alex does.
I want to see one.
Bomb pot.
Yeah, he really didn't chew on it long, did he?
No, somewhat surprising, Ali, on a double flush draw board when there's also some straight draws present. Nicely done by Nate to get away. Recognizing perhaps that this was a multi-way hand and one pair is often no good.
So, can I ask, do you actually wear it to block out the light, or do you just like the look, or?
These are the Joe 800 time deflective displacement glasses where occasionally I can see hastily into the future. So it's purely a strategy thing where.
Got it.
But I haven't figured out, they didn't come with a manual, so I'm trying to figure out how to activate it. Magnetic fields, something. You can see like a little plasma, messy future, and then it fades away like red, black, maybe.
This is such a good answer. I'm so glad I asked.
It's probably the most pure Phil Lock answer you could have come up with. If you're unfamiliar with that man,
I mean, I want to find the manual.
You know, I would say the cerebral cabinets are not the most well kept. Some things scattered about in there.
Actually had a flash. Oh, he has 2-7.
Phil Lock, always an interesting and entertaining individual, been on poker streams for so many years, and there's a reason he keeps getting invited back. Not only he is an absolute crusher, but he brings the full entertainment value always, Ali.
In the car and the door is closing, and you're like, wait a minute, my keys are about to be, and it's all slow motion. You could stop it at any point, but no, instead you go, oh, my keys, and then the door's locked. And you had that pregnant 3 seconds where you could have stopped the whole thing, but no, instead you watch the thing happen as you know what's going on.
I don't think Lynn realizes it, but that question was a real verbal Pandora's box, apparently.
The Joe Janta 800 paradox. That's the name of the shades.
You see what I mean?
Douglas Adams had the super chromatic girl sensitive sunglasses.
I can't tell, if you're getting this from a movie, if you're making it up on the
Douglas,
spot.
I don't have my phone, but Douglas Adams.
Okay.
He was telling me about it yesterday. I know it's real.
Okay.
Also real is top pair, the best hand for Lynn in a 5-way affair.
And we've seen Phil take a stab multi-way with some hands that aren't that strong. Does again here with the deuces. Lynn is just content to check call.
I know I'm supposed to bet like 800 here. I know I'm supposed to, but I'm going to check.
There's another one. Look at this.
And he hits the deuce on the river. His 2-outer after checking back.
Bet it for you.
Look at this. Lynn.
Ace?
Ace jack.
Yeah, you have the better ace, huh?
Barreling, and this is going to be a nasty little sight. Obviously, mindful of the flush. Block played it as a flat.
I was supposed to bet because the 2 was coming. The glasses said 2 wobbly, but it was like unfocused. I didn't know. And I was like,
Sounds good.
Oh my God, you just got
That's wild.
fucking
This is amazing. I love that. Like, I
Faded.
got the, yeah.
no, but in real life, Douglas Adams, who wrote The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy,
Got it.
had a
Okay.
pair of sunglasses for one of the characters called the Joe Jansa 200
Okay.
Chromatic Peril Sensitive Sunglasses, and they would turn very, very dark at the first hint of danger. So you could be in your spacecraft, and if you were about to crash into a planet, it would be an anxiety relieving thing because you wouldn't see this inevitable collision coming, right? They turned black. So, I mean, they weren't very good for life extension, but they were great for anxiety reduction.
I see.
You know, what's crazy is everything Phil's saying makes sense
Anyone
to
here
him.
know that that was from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
She knew.
She knew? Did you, have you read the book? No, okay, just say it. Oh, got it, cool.
But I don't know that it makes sense to the rest of us in the same way.
Pretty popular sci-fi book.
It's like the life's like 40 something like that.
Yeah, that's the answer to life, universe, and everything. They don't know what the question exactly is yet, but we have the answer. 42.
Yeah.
Do you still read a lot?
Yeah, I bounce around. Now with the advent of podcasts
Well, you could get
and
quads.
YouTube, I kind of get a lot
I
of...
used to read a lot.
I mean, but like you're so articulate. Like it's yeah. I can't imagine you not reading a lot unless you're just hanging out like around people in
I just know
academia or
37
whatever.
words. I use them in circulation.
Stop it.
It's like I'm just a one-trick pony. 37 cool words. That's it. That's the end of the jig is up after that. Hang out with me for 3 days. You're like, oh, Phil's a broken record. I see.
Stop. I just don't believe you.
$100 or dinner.
No, I think it's cool. Yeah.
By the way, I was doing a stream once upon a time with Phil. He was in the booth, and we actually lost the feed.
Alexander invites me to.
So, you know, for a span of time,
From what?
we had to come up with something to talk about while we waited for the video to be restored. And I really melted his mind
I should have realized that.
when I introduced him to the concept of bottomings. When you go to one of those self-service frozen yogurt places, you grab your cup, and rather than pay a visit to the self-serve froyo section or ice cream, you go straight to the toppings, put them in the bottom of the cup, then bring the froyo or the ice cream over the top of that, and then layer on toppings. And I mean, he really, you would have thought like you know,
But if you
exposed to him the secret of life or something like that. He really went on for a long time about it. I was quite pleased with myself, by the way, just because I know he's a brilliant person, and it was like a revelation. You know?
Well, you've changed the game for me as well, Ali.
It's like an epiphany.
Not something that I've done yet, but will definitely keep in mind moving forward.
Just caffeine or
really?
hard
Well, then you've met your match over there with
No, I once lost a serious, painfully large number. I was carrying pinks around the casino. I found a limit player who was like playing high stakes. And they were like, oh, this guy's looking for any amount I want. And I found out what it's like to lose your stack of pinks. That was not fun.
Sorry, that's rough. But it's
No, but I had a lot of wins. Yeah, there was plenty of wins.
Ace King happens to still be best on this 9-6 deuce board.
For sure. Come back and play for like another time.
Not as much.
Pretty much everyone else
was running so hot, I thought I could just run around with pinks and just find the sick people that would play sick games with me. I don't know. It's almost like the sicker they are, the harder to beat them. That's what I learned.
For like 30 hours, I was off. Online for 30 is much better.
Whoa. Where is the horse? Oh, you got the horseshoe. Okay.
I tilt way too
Nice T-bet from Yasuo, takes it down, shows again that he's not afraid multi-way to take charge of pots, even when he doesn't necessarily connect well with the board.
You know, he's super savvy. Shows the ace king, looking to, you know, garner a little bit of respect, and then further down the streets, you can leverage the notion that you've planted that seed in your opposition's minds that you're playing the good part of the deck. You know, you're not out there out of line. And then when you are out of line,
I just hate everybody.
You can get away with it.
Moved on with my life.
Pocket jacks here for Sean. Opens the pot to 300. Botez with queen 10 offsuit. Remember, Nemo opened the pot and she folded a queen 10 offsuit. Here she is 3-betting against Sean.
That's right, Ali. She's electing to use her positional advantage over Sean this time. I believe her fold last time was out of the small blind, if I recall correctly. So if she's going to play this hand, I actually do like this, playing it as a 3-bet.
Yeah. $1, $2?
$1, $2, yeah.
10K?
Ace queen for Anatoly, who's had a real rough go of things here
No, 5,000
tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, 5,000 people.
Yeah, no, I'm.
One of my.
Definitely expect him to put in the 4-bet here based on how he's been playing. And we'll see what Sean does now. If this 4-bet isn't coming, he shoves all in, completely understandable. Tough spot here for Sean.
Remember, Nemo folded jacks pre-flop in a similar situation. She's not the person holding them, though, this time. And the accountant.
Now, again, will Anatoly be a little bit harmed by his stack size here? As we saw earlier, not this time. Not this time, as Sean elects to fold the jacks, which is fair.
Interestingly, the jacks haven't found their way to a flop in these situations. I thought perhaps just given, you know, Anatoly has a little bit of a bruised image, you know, hasn't been winning. Maybe you think to yourself, this guy's pushing things a little bit, but
it's a tournament.
So we could see it was a legitimate hand, and it was 2 overs against the 2 jacks. Nominal investment stepped away from by Sean.
Yeah, and I think probably playing into both Sean and Alex's minds there is that they haven't been getting particularly out of line. So when Anatoly 4-bet jams there, it does read as likely a fairly strong hand.
I'm just too busy still.
Nice pickup for him.
Very much so.
Leave it there for about half an hour.
Phil Lock with king 8 of hearts. Unfortunately for him, Alex Botez with better hearts.
Let's go.
What happened?
To his left.
Standard stuff.
How has she approached things with a 3-bet to 900?
Almost.
Thinning the field behind. Looking to book a table for 2.
Discipline.
Nice 3-bet here from Alex.
Baccarat.
In sort of middle position. These suited ace hands are the ones we do like to 3-bet with at a decent frequency.
You go, girls.
And 2 hearts on this board.
Start doing that to guys.
Don't need to explain to you why Phil Lock is in a very bad way.
He just said,
Oh, I thought it was
go
girls. Okay, Phil's in. I don't know what he's talking about.
He's a girl power. Yeah, I'm just going to start doing that to guys. It's 2024, equality.
Lock, check, jams. This is massive.
Escalated quickly.
And this is a stone disaster if Botez clicks call, because the heart is no good.
You guys think girl
and unimproved, the ace high is just a winner. So really, he would be drawing to a naked king or a naked 8.
Wow, massive bet here from Phil, out of position, just check shipping it on this flop. Now, Alex can start to ask herself, would Phil really be doing this with something like a set, which is one of the few hands that she's in bad shape against? You never really do know with Phil, though. That's the thing, Ali.
Yeah.
Do we want to gamble?
The presumption is
Okay, call.
He wouldn't want to lose this, and Botez does click call. Oops.
Let's draw.
You can be ahead.
Oh.
Wow, and she's ecstatic to find herself in incredible shape here.
I was going to say, in terms of deducing Phil's range there, you don't expect the set to be speedy, although it is a bit of a wet texture. You also block the other hard draws, so you don't really anticipate that to be a part of the equation. Hence the apprehension for Botez, but she's going to have no regrets as the turn is clean, but does provide other avenues to a W for Phil, namely a 9. Instead, it's a 4. So ultimately, a pair of 4s for Botez. And she enjoys a very healthy infusion of chips.
Okay.
Twitch loves it.
I'll be right back. Let me get some chips.
Boy, the longtime pro, Phil Locke,
Not really.
grabbing his satchel and heading over to the cashier window. With less than an hour left to play,
Yeah.
he is buried.
It's not a pro deck, so that's all. Check call.
Like, I said to worry about her, like, after moving.
How much was it?
To be honest, I had to raise it. There's not a lot to worry about there, but yeah.
It was 9 into 3K.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Wait, it went open 3 bet 4 bet.
3x pot.
Maybe check was better.
Yeah, check call was just standard.
Maybe, but
Good call. Of course, gamble, not flush draw. Right?
Yes, of course.
You had 6 and 7.
One over?
And you had how much?
But it's still a big gamble. I need a second.
It is.
Backdoor wheel?
Yeah, no, I know.
I think it's close.
You can buy Honda Accord now.
You could buy a new one.
Maybe I can just fix my air conditioning.
It kind of sucks because we just never way ahead.
I mean, listen, I live in Vegas. That's sort of a non-negotiable. It's 110 back home right now. Rolling around with no air conditioning, you're asking for heat stroke.
We're tired, right? Women abuse us, bro.
I never trust them.
Hopefully now, after that pot, Ali Alex can afford it.
Let's get him.
I would say before that pot, she could afford it, but, you know, unclear why she's being a masochist about the AC.
Free chips.
Meanwhile, 4-way affair to the 7-7-3 board. Got shot for Yasuo. Anatoly backdoor clubs in the 3.
Alex, sentimental to the hearts. We'll see if she sticks around here with a couple backdoors now. She gives it up.
Take the bet.
Note how Anatoly earlier folded a 3 in a similar situation when there was a paired higher 2 cards, but now against Yasuo, he opts to go for the check, for the raise.
Dude.
Does check back the turn.
You just slammed that.
Yeah, I like the ice because you can drink it fast. Oh yeah, there's coffee here and it's hot and you cannot drink it.
And Yasuo going for a bluff here with just a 6 high.
Because my whole body.
See if Anatoly can sniff it out.
Mouth freezes.
I love the cold.
Okay, whatever.
Looks like yes.
I'm gonna give this to you to.
And I'll tell you what, you know, when you can see the cards, oftentimes you think to yourself, oh yeah, of course he's going to call because we can see he just has 6 high. But when you couple the idea that, you know, Anatoly doesn't know that, and the fact that he's been having a rough session where it seems like he hasn't been able to put a foot right, and he's watched Yasuo really embarrass some people, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
It isn't as easy as you think.
I agree, Ali, but the opposite at times can be true there. If you're frustrated and stuck, you think, you know, you want to start making chips back quickly before the stream is over, and, you know, Anatoly was sticky there, and he was correct in that situation. I think he read it well against Yasuo there.
I'll take the 30% side. Let's do it. Yeah. Let's do it. It'll be fun.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Let's do it. Yes, he did. Okay.
You can do 50-50, it's fine.
What's going on? I'm in.
50-50.
Anatoly's in.
So who's the chip leader now?
Okay. No, it's probably you. Probably Lin. Lin, I think it's I only have 3. Probably Lin.
You're only into 1 buy, though, right?
Yeah.
You know, by our count, Lin is actually the deepest stack player at the table. with over 35,000 in front of her.
Note Phil rebought for 20 here.
And note that Sean has gone from second pair to 2 pair to jump out in front of Locke, who had the gut shot courtesy of that dangler on his ace. Now 4 to Broadway and the flush all coming in.
I feel like I can beat that hand, but I know I can't. That's the math.
Chug pot.
You can't?
I can't beat it, but it feels
Not a
like
slow roll?
No, I would never slow roll.
If you slow roll me, it's fine.
I think slow rolls.
I like slow rolls.
On chop.
You do?
No, I don't do slow rolls. But if someone do, I'm fine.
Yeah, but the chop, it's okay. It's encouraged.
Okay.
For small pot, it's okay, but for usually, it's pretty good, I think.
Especially if we know each other before.
Yeah, small pot.
Yeah.
Small pot is okay, but
Small pot, yes. Big pot.
Small pot, you have a straight flush.
Big pot, it depends how close you are.
small pot is okay.
If I slow rolled you with the queens,
It's fine. I would cry later in my room. Never mind.
Cry on stream is better for TV.
I'll make split.
Cry here is better. Better for the stream, better for the stream.
Anatoly going with the laugh now, cry later mentality, saying he's going to be crying in his room later on after that set over set hand where Alex coolered him.
To bed.
He's dealt with it all rather well. I think it has been the most difficult outing.
Take myself.
He hasn't even acted.
Yeah, and you can't say that he has necessarily made too many mistakes, Ali. It's just unfortunate the way the cards have run out for him. Obviously, he's an extremely experienced player with over $5 million in live tournament earnings. So he definitely knows what he's doing, just being unlucky stepping into it a few times. And here we have Botez mixing it up out of the straddle with the Jack-5 offsuit.
Very uncharacteristic.
Picking up a lot.
Unclear what has motivated her to do this, other than perhaps the fact that she's deep enough to get splashy.
Nate, where's your sweater from?
Elkie, you lost.
What?
Where's your sweater from?
Nice timing on that activation from Botez as she's able to clear the entire field and continue to accumulate chips here.
Yeah, Lily's silk.
Lily's silk.
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yes.
Who'd you take?
So we double next. So we double bet. Let's play the red,
It's
white
gotta be a
board.
push, yeah.
Red, black board. Okay, whatever.
Raise. You're nothing. You
Double
can
throw.
double raise.
Holy moly! What's going on?
This is good now. Now this is your zone.
There we go.
This is a tournament. I told you, bro.
How many big blinds?
Here's the chip later.
Ace queen shove.
Nate Hill opening here with the Queen 9 of spades from early position. I think we actually saw him limp earlier on with this exact hand, and he had to fold to a raise. I do prefer a raise in this situation.
Joke raise.
But what do we have here? It looks like
Fold.
It looks like urgency to me. Phil Locke, who is stuck the most out of all combatants, has chosen 10-5 suited with which to 4-bet.
Give it put it in the pot.
Nice.
Nice.
It's such a big hand, I want to show it.
Oh, 10-5.
And he shows it.
2 ways to make 2 straights. Yeah.
If it's suited, it's good, right?
Yeah. Suited means you pretty much guaranteed to do something there. All right, boys, the wheels have fallen off the wagon, and I'm ready to go. 20K is your prize here. You know?
Oh, you bought in for 20.
First $10, then $10, then 20. Get this, then maybe.
Then 40, yeah.
It's a martingale, right?
He's
Phil announcing to the table that he's going to be playing looser than a wizard sleeve these last 45 minutes here with his 20K up for grabs.
You should just
Call him Merlin.
No, Phil. This hand's probably not going to win.
No, one more time.
Straddle raise.
Okay, bro, I'll put it back.
Oftentimes, in these sort of
So the game just started
fixed
now.
length cash games.
The wheels are off on seat 7.
As we creep closer to the end of the stream, we will see
But then you're gonna
those players who are stuck making some desperate bids to get out of the hole.
Not like a live player. He's always online. You were designed for the tables, bro.
Yes.
You're a flesh and blood live player.
Yes.
You didn't even know it. You know?
You.
No.
Well, Elkie, we
totally.
know.
Elkie's a long time. You know, he's a retired live player with online powers and tournament powers. But
Tournament power. What is that? What does that mean?
it means you're better at winning flips than others.
Oh, that's true.
Super
I was better.
Ooh.
You still are, no? You're not retired.
In blackjack, bro.
You cannot say this, bro.
You cannot say
I
that.
still have a hand. I still have a hand.
Yeah, you could have 18. You probably have 17, 18.
Double down, bro.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Looks like 7 deuce, huh?
Botez with ace deuce makes it 308 with medicine in the big.
Friends, look at him.
Look at him.
Listen to him.
My accent is not that strong, right?
No.
Yeah,
Three bet
you sound like you're from
to 1100.
You are so obviously.
I also have accent, bro. Not a big deal.
You don't have to make him feel better about his accent.
Fine, I think it's nice.
I like how he looks to you for confirmation.
Botez with a bit of a
accent I have.
wide peel here against Nate Hill, who hasn't necessarily shown that he's going to be 3-betting light.
Yeah, I would agree. And now she's got herself a little bit of trouble in the form of top pair on this ace-king-10 board. A board, though, that she does need to be respectful of in the face of continued aggression out of Nate. For the time being, it's to the tune of 800.
I dated someone that was Dutch, and I just couldn't stand his accent.
The language is so cute,
Europe.
though. I like the language a lot.
Dutch?
Yeah, the Dutch.
Why?
Botez
It's basically like German.
flats.
Yeah. Okay, wait. That's not where I was going with
German already
this.
sounds
I
bad.
like German. German sounds fine. As a Scandinavian, as a Finn, I have to
You have to support.
I have to support. Have you ever heard the Finnish language?
Finnish?
Yeah.
No, show us.
There's like
It's like Hobbit language, bro.
Can you just start responding to us in Finnish?
I could say whatever I want. Nobody would.
Quite similar to
I know, that's
Norwegian
why we
or
want to
something,
Oh,
hear.
very different.
I want to hear Finnish.
Do you understand Estonian?
No, I can like kind of read a couple words here and there, but I can't really understand it.
Well, the table might want to hear finish, but what Botez did not want to hear is bet on the turn, which is exactly what Nate Hill, the pre-flop 3-better, or at the top of her open,
Most people learn Finnish.
has announced 2,400.
No, I just decided to learn it, one day. I was like, this is what I'm going to dedicate 2 years of my life to. Yeah.
It all sounds the same to me, all the Scandinavian languages.
Finnish sounds very different.
Now, it's easy for us to see, say here, Ali, when we can see the cards, but I'd like to see Botez get away from this hand here.
Well, you probably
Having called pre-flop, I definitely don't fault her for calling on the flop for sure.
I don't know.
But now, when Nate fires this second barrel, her ace really shrivels up
the best
against his
The
line.
best in-game poker card.
I mean, even if an ace or a deuce were to roll off on the river, she's never really
poker is in Finnish.
able to get a whole lot of value.
Poker is probably
She's always going to be concerned.
Or maybe
Then it's like Elkie on bottom.
That is often the problem, Ali, with these smaller ace type of hands. If you do flop an ace, it may be difficult to get value out of your opponent, and if you are ahead, and if you're not ahead, you could be in serious trouble here, which she is, but she does find the nice fold.
Yeah, credit to Alex for doing so. That's tidy on her
I
part.
figured she had Queen Jack.
Got all those perfect needles. Everything.
He's
designed
I
for
think
the
it's
felt.
patronizing if you say girl power and you don't.
Against Nate as well, I do like that fold a little bit more than against some other opponents, Ali. I'm sure that was, of course, a factor in her mind. Nicely done by Alex there, not to lose anymore. We take a look at the standings here, at the totals here. Elkie up 16,000, the big winner so far. 5 players in the black. Lynn, Alex, Yasuo, and Nemo.
One pot, I think.
Should we play Pineapple one time?
Can't.
We can't?
The Gaming Commission hasn't approved
But
it.
they won't let us do anything fun.
Yeah.
That's kind of the summary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because they want to keep everyone safe.
Yes.
Can we put a positive spin on it?
Safe from high viewership.
Yeah, you can do everything.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, here's the deal. Out there in the field, you can run
really
twice,
funny.
3 times the river. In here, it's a separate
No, I'm
thing, so
kidding.
they
Thank
gotta
you
go
guys
through
for letting
California Game Commission for
No,
each
I like blood.
like,
Make sure you stick with us here as we've got just about 40 minutes left in this cash game tonight.
What do you have?
Keep in mind that
the wheels of
I had an ace.
the biggest action could potentially be yet to come as some players do look to get unstuck, knowing that there's a time limit. We anticipate chips are going to fly here.
Check.
Can someone let me know what happens when it gets to me?
I believe I can fly.
Mr. Elk.
Ace 10 8 2 diamond board. Elke's ace jack has fired 600.
This is a problem hand. I'm just gonna.
Luck. Had ideas with 7 deuce pre-flop. Post-flop, he just steps aside.
Shit. Bro, what should I do, bro? 100% winning hand. 100%.
Diamond draw.
I'll show you my hand. And
For Nate.
Oh yeah, I'll take.
He makes the call. Anatoly gets away from bottom pair. So we're down to heads up, and the diamond slides right off, leaving Elke drawing dead.
All in. Raise the cap. Cap. Up.
Oh yeah, there's a cap.
Straight flush. Just kidding. I was flush. Do you have a diamond?
Ace jack, bro.
No, you're dead.
Unbelievable. 8-9 ahead. 8-9.
Okay.
It's, yeah, 1400. Yeah.
We'll see. Oh, can you show the last card? 8. Oh, I told you, bro.
What'd you have?
8-9 of clubs.
No.
Wow, and it appears that after making a correctly disciplined fold
Am I supposed to call
on the
it off?
flop,
Full house draw.
Full house draw.
Right? Like,
Anatoly would have gotten in trouble with his 2 pair. Nate takes it down with the flush.
Phil knows.
What are the...
Elke smartly gets away from top pair with a nice kicker and a straight draw as well, which was no good.
No, I was asking...
I had 2-7. I love the 9. I was trying to figure out can I win it, and I forgot that it's capped.
Yes. So luckily you got
I'm
out
so
of
glad
there.
I got out because I forgot
was my
my
small.
Yeah, it's either you, they hit or you.
Okay. Did you sure? I did not. Okay.
Yeah, and Doug Hope Lodge, they were playing these games.
Check,
They
bro.
realized real quick
Check.
on,
Check.
oh,
Check.
I was gonna raise the river and he has to call.
The fun players were just losing their stacks.
Yes.
To smart players
Yes.
like a lot. And it was just not good for the
Yeah, no,
ecosystem.
that makes sense.
And all the pros agreed it was
It's
better,
fun.
so they cap it now.
Good luck, bro. I'm telling you, you should start doing it.
I can. Of course. I wish I can, but.
What's happening? Oh, you're the big blind. Okay. I thought he was like waiting.
Nobody opening this pot until it gets around to Botez.
1100.
Very aggressive.
7-5 offsuit, cut off open.
7 deuce again.
Lynn with ace 10.
Top of the range.
On the button, she 3-bets.
Never mind.
And Yasuo, big blind ace queen. Normal circumstances, if it's an early raise and an early 3-bet, the value of this ace queen shrivels considerably. But when it is the late open from the now big stacked Botez,
Baby.
and then the 3-bet by Lynn on the button, what feels like targeting that loose open, all of a sudden the ace queen can react and respond in a very different manner than it might otherwise.
Oh,
Nicely done by Yasuo again, showing that he has a definite prowess for understanding every situation. Nicely done there.
Yes.
4-betting the ace queen to take that down.
My hand was pretty crushed by that.
I don't know. Yeah, if you want to, yeah, I think their hands are dead. So, Elke, you want to straddle?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Always fun.
Straddle offered, straddle accepted.
Don't say that.
King 8 suited has got Sean shooting it. Nate on the button with the 10 deuce suited. His clubs are smothered. This is not the sort of kit that we expect him to participate with.
For another card?
We have seen him be willing to get involved with suited cards on the button from time to time. Ali, perhaps feeling that in position, he can navigate these spots a little bit better, but he could be in a world of hurt here as everybody flops a nice piece. Sean with the best of it, with King 8 of clubs, the gutter, and a high flush draw. Nate with a 10 high flush draw, and Elke with an open ender.
Not to be overlooked, the fact that Nate has the dummy end of the gutter. Ace on the turn. Let's see if that freezes action at all.
They're both equally tilted, honestly. I'm so tilted from my last tournament. I've tried blacking out.
Wow, and King High ends up being good here.
It's okay.
I would have liked to see Sean barrel that turn, being the pre-flop aggressor with such a strong draw. He may end up taking it down anyways, which he does.
Are you serious? Misread. Good. So funny.
Nice hand.
Straight draw.
What?
Flush. Oh, we both had straight draw.
King
flush
High
draw.
1? What the fuck is going on?
I thought he had like a 4.
Bro,
I thought he had like a 4.
you're a coach. You're supposed to win, bro.
Supposed to bet, but it's not a really good one out.
Yeah, no.
Like, is it like a titles on this championship in Poland or something?
I think she was pretty tilted over it. I don't know.
We'll ask Nemo. Nemo, what's going on in Poland? How's it work?
Wait, what's up?
Is it a title?
I'm getting tilted again. Remembering, I don't.
And it's all
That's good for the game.
Thanks.
Poland's great.
Yeah, I saw the picture that you drink a lot of alcohol there, so.
Alex says begrudgingly.
I had best time. Did I want to leave early? Yes.
That's only because your tournament wasn't going to leave.
I meant 3, but it's
Yeah.
okay.
No, I mean, yeah.
1100.
No, I didn't see straddle. Nemo has never straddled, and now she did.
It's because of Elke strategy.
Oh, Elke did it. Okay.
Anatoly 3-betting from the small with the ace-9 off
I try not
against
to
the
be
late
Ryan.
position open
Even with people
and
who don't
flat
know
from
their
Yasso on the button.
Bro,
Nicely selected hand to 3-bet here with out of the small,
I'm winning. They don't even know it's a competition.
as he's been doing all night,
The hell?
and he takes this one down.
blackjack is better than
The
blackjack.
next state, noticing no one in the card notices when you stick your
Okay,
You like Buckner?
You buy it
up
too?
front so that you'll be the first one.
Anatoly, by the way, 11th on the Russian all-time money list.
Yeah, right?
By that, we mean the 11th winningest live tournament poker player that plays under that Russian Federation banner.
Very competitive.
Then he lost everything, but I mean, like,
Has a WPT
I was like, bro.
Party Poker Millions live title under his belt, as well as a Eurasian Poker Tour title. Lots of notable final tables on his Hendon mop.
Let's just do 8, actually.
8?
Over $5 million in career live tournament earnings for him. How about that, huh?
It's very impressive, Ali, and to think that he is second at the table with his tournament earnings to Elke is just shows you the caliber of the lineup we have today.
Yep.
And Phil is no slouch, obviously, as well. Close behind in third with around 4 million.
Confused too. I had a good hand. But
All ingredients for a diamond royal flush have been accounted for here. The queen of diamonds is in the muck. Lock opened and then calls the Botez 3-bet. Perhaps it's his turn to hold over flush draw versus flush draw, but instead diamond free is this king jack 8 board. Botez with top 2 pair, loving this. Lock with just the gutter.
At least try it out. Here, you don't even have to bet. If you can do a split, you get $100.
100? More.
Facing the $800
I
C-bet.
need to go to restaurant first.
For you, it has to be like a flipping to a split, you know?
$100
You could do the split already. You can do a split.
And Phil again gets away for cheap here
What you got?
in a spot where a lot of other players might have definitely, you know, peeled one card, and you wouldn't have faulted him for doing so.
Jack 8.
But he was in bad shape.
You can do it. 324.
Very aggressive.
Pocket queen.
Let's do it more, I guess. Whoever can do the best split.
Alex continuing to get the better of Phil.
It's the best,
I don't know, maybe Anatoly's done like ballet or something.
best split. For $200, yes.
Yeah, you do it.
Three, but then you smash me.
Yeah,
No,
try
I think I can. I can try it.
Yeah, he'll try.
Yeah, try it. Try it very hard.
After you make push-ups again.
It's better if you try it. And you fail on it.
Why did I say something about split?
Nate Hill away from the table in the chat saying this Nate Hill guy sucks.
Sick. Oh, wow. So
But she'll do split.
Don't know if I agree with that, man.
How long did you do it
Has been a bit of a rough outing for Nate. Currently stuck a little shy of $6,000 on the session by our count. Not involved in this one. King, King, Jack, a couple of hearts. Delightful texture for Sean. Open-ended straight flush draw. Facing the Phil lock bet.
Basketball game coming up? I don't know.
I don't know, maybe not. Okay.
Playing it as a flat here.
Misremembered.
Unclear what Phil's got, and the ace slides right off, giving him Broadway, but against players in raised pots, paired boards with all of this Broadway kit can sometimes be trouble. You see Locke not hesitating to barrel once more.
I love how Anatoly is just the best energy.
Things getting serious.
Just, like, smiley and happy to be here.
1,600.
Wait, they're all colluding.
And I feel as though, in spite of the raw firepower that Sean has, this is the kind of pot we're not looking to inflate.
Yeah.
I agree with that, Ali.
It feels nitty, but it's such a disaster to put a raise in here and then face a big 3-bet.
And Sean
the flat.
correctly recognizes that. Very impressive, honestly. It's a hand, especially with the flush draw, that some players might just, you know, not think things through and raise.
I sort of was hoping that a heart
4,400
would roll off and then Sean would be facing this bet improved to a flush because, you know, Locke's willingness to barrel in spite of board development such as that would have been very concerning.
Sorry, what did you have?
Queen 10 of hearts.
And that snap bet on the river there by Phil was attached to the boat. And that is a very meaningful pickup for the man who is in for 2 buy-ins right now and has been playing with the sort of pace and urgency that suggests he knows he's got less than a half an hour left to try to claw his way out of this hole.
Oh, are you actually doing it for 200 bucks?
Really unlucky for Sean there. He lost the least amount possible on that hand. No way he could have folded, but shows you the problem with drawing to straights and flushes on paired boards, even with a hand as strong as a royal flush draw, up and down straight flush draw.
How old are you?
He was drawing to 2 outs on the flop.
1 kid?
Really unlucky for him, but nicely played to lose a minimum. Great pickup for Phil.
He's involved with the 10-5 suited, a hand that he actually raised with pre-flop earlier. Here he is with a heart draw. A couple of the needed hearts are busy elsewhere in this one.
Yeah, that's...
Nobody with a pair. Phil just comes out swinging.
Only if I also get 200 bucks out of this, like there should be...
Nate peels on the strength of that ace of hearts. Let's see how he approaches this turn with action check to him. We can see that aggressively is how he appears to have approached that cocktail. I think we're looking at over halfway through it.
I can do that.
Our shoes right here. You can? Is yours?
No. Nicely played, Nate.
Yeah, it's not.
You don't suck, buddy, all right? Well done. Great pickup there. In position with not much of a hand.
Martial arts or what have you done?
When I was a kid.
Okay. Martial arts or the mind?
Note, by the way, the flush draw getting mucked there on the turn.
Which one?
Which one? I was studying judo for some time.
My dad did judo. You guys should fight.
No.
My dad did judo.
Well, he got a medal in Romania, so like, he could probably kick your ass.
Oh, nice.
I should run.
Elke's side betting already.
How much is that?
Blind raise.
Oh, okay, 6. What?
I knew that was gonna happen.
But I looked.
That's fine.
Of course I lied.
Nate taking us upstairs with the Jack 10. Anatoly wagging his finger with the ace 7.
Yeah, we can take it.
He's suited.
I think this is another
I'm dead.
blind raise from Nate, if I heard correctly, Ali. This time he actually has a decent hand to defend with.
Turns into an open-ender on the Queen 9-5 board. Breezy kit here for Anatoly. Club-free board texture, no pair,
I'm down.
no future. Yet he bets the 350. That's not going to shed Nate.
18, bro.
18's good. I have 0.
Shit.
We can see how people feel at 10.
Feels as though a check raise was announced there. And
but your 0 is better than
Anatoly dumped it, understandably.
Yeah, nicely played by Nate there, out of position with the open-ender.
Pocket blackjack.
No showdown value in the jack high, and takes it down with a nice check raise.
Yeah, I just learned the banker, you have to fucking pay a tax if you win.
Of course, that's a casino, bro. What do you want?
Well, I don't know, man. I just started playing. Game sucks.
Game is hard, man.
Yeah, man. They win all the time.
The casino?
Yeah,
That's kind of their thing.
They
That's
keep
kind of
winning.
their thing.
That's scam.
What is that, bro?
I don't like that.
So sloppy.
Limp Parade launched by the King Jack of Yasuo.
That's not fair.
Doesn't seem calculated.
He's tricking us. I mean, it's always
Two
calculated.
limpers, he's like,
Elky.
I'll make it 300.
Yeah, it's something about that does.
Spoiling the party with the ace-6 suited.
It doesn't feel very good.
I feel weakness, bro.
The herd called down to just 4 players. 2 hearts, 2 deuces, and a 4 over here. Elky managing to flop the nut flush draw. Anatoly, perhaps the only prospective customer. In comes a barrel of 300 from him, by the way, as he leads into Elky. Atypical approach, and Yasuo, who stuck around with the King Jack, somehow manages to bing a king on the turn. A round of knuckles, and now disastrous board development for Yasuo. Running kings, he makes, forgive me,
for Elky, yeah.
Disastrous for Elky, as Yasuo has made the kings full. But, you know, he sees the 2 pair on board, does Elky. He sees that it's Yasuo who's betting. He could very well have Deuce X combos in his hand, and even the King X, which isn't supposed to be there.
I've been in late 2016.
Especially given that the King of Hearts is on the board. One could understand if a couple of Black Kings rolled off, that maybe he had himself a King of Hearts peel.
I mean, no one back and thought.
I do expect Elky to pay this off, though, as it's definitely not out of the question that Yasuo would be making this bet with an inferior flush. And Anatoly in the middle with just the pair of 4s is calling. Wow, did not see that one coming.
No,
Can I cut you?
this is wild. And by the way, look what it does to Elky. He might be able to get away from this. A bet and a call, one of these 2 guys is supposed to be full.
I shouldn't know what to do.
And you hear him mutter, I don't know what to do.
We have like 7.
Can I get 5 green? No.
Six times.
Take your time. You haven't taken any time on this.
And this is part of the problem in multi-way pots for a hand like Anatoly has. Calling in mid-position with a player left to act behind you becomes all the more trickier with these type of middling hands. But now it's left Elky wondering what the heck is going on.
But you have a flush then? Yeah, okay.
Did he click fold?
I think Elky...
Or did he put chips in too? No, he did, Muck.
Makes a nice fold there.
Yeah, and then he pats. Oh, that's rough, man. He pats Anatoly on the back as obviously he was first to try to bluff catch, and it becomes an expensive proposition. Yasuo runs so good, by the way, in these spots, it seems. I really like his game. Sebastian, I know he's not a professional poker player by trade, and I know he does some things that are unconventional, as do so many of those who are out there lesser experienced in these spots. But in these cash games, he is dangerous, man.
He never has it.
I totally agree, Ali, and maybe some of our viewers from yesterday in the tournament, seeing him go out first might have written him off a little bit, but we were watching carefully, and we noticed that he took some chances yesterday, made some excellent plays that just didn't happen to pay off. He got a little bit unlucky running into some nutted hands from his opponents sometimes. And watching him play yesterday, we both thought that he could be a real threat out there today, and he has proven that. Meanwhile, Anatoly is a real threat, picking up aces here against Nemo's jacks and Sean's king-queen suited.
Yeah, he definitely has done 27.
Brace for impact. Although jacks have found the muck in the face of 4 bets on not one but 2 occasions. One of them already from Nemo. And here's the thing, it's going to be a 5-bet in all likelihood.
Did your glasses just
back to Nemo if I had to guess, although that really does condense Anatoly's range. The thing is, he just paid off there.
Technically, if I get flat,
maybe when the 5-bet comes in, it looks like a little steamy.
just made one here.
Yeah, Nemo is being put in these tough spots with pocket jacks multiple times. The thing is, with Sean's 4-bet here, him only having 4,600 behind, I expect him to essentially be committed and call this off. So maybe Nemo can get away again here correctly.
Like that's like a tournament.
As Anatoly does put in the 5-bet.
I'll take Anatoly.
I take both of them for 25, okay?
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair, I like
Side bets being placed.
Keep it.
Yeah, you can keep it.
Yeah,
For now.
it's right here.
Okay. Damn.
Nemo with only 900 invested makes an excellent fold. Well done. Deja vu for her, but she makes the correct decision, folding jacks again to serious pre-flop aggression. Now Sean probably doing some math in his head here.
Note, by the way, how much more difficult it becomes when you've already folded jacks once to find the fold button again. Granted, with the action the way that it is, it's a bit simpler equation for Nemo, so credit to her for showing proper self-restraint in this situation. This time the fold was correct, although, you know, tough to be critical of the fact that last time it was up against an ace-king suited. Again, Anatoly was the culprit on that occasion and did show it.
I like his handle.
Sean also lays down.
He likes his hand.
As advertised, though, 2 aces.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does look pretty happy.
Great pickup for Anatoly. When you have aces,
nobody can force him to show his hand because he already had the horseshoe. Obviously, a pot like that, a lot of curiosity.
Yeah,
but
no.
He's got the immunity, if you will, to being forced into a reveal.
Something. Or nothing.
To be fair, though, given the action, his holding was, let's call it translucent.
Okay, 200.
We know what it was supposed to be, and indeed it was.
That's a weak call.
Why?
He's on purpose.
yeah, disciplined fold by Sean there after committing the 2,700 with 46 behind. 3 ways here to a flop.
Considerably less exciting pre-flop action, and no interactions worthy of note for the field. Nemo bet 300, Nate. Peeling here. Interesting, given that he's out of position. The 6 does pair, and I think he's going to sense that that is a card that would give him the opportunity to represent, and yet he doesn't seize it. Checking. And allowing Nemo to bet.
Did he rabbit the last
and
card?
just getting away.
Can you show the last card? Okay.
Oh, really? Wow, that's a...
Not quite a Picasso of a pot there, and, you know, a bit surprising out of Nate, who's so sound. I'm not really sure what the plan was.
More than that, we don't know what to do it.
Do we blame the cocktail, maybe, for
I want to go in a sec.
that little adventure?
Yeah,
They don't like
take
that
10.
money.
Definitely a little bit strange there, just flatting with the...
Appreciate it.
Yeah, the out of position check call and then just check fold, especially when a 6 rolls off, I would think that's a card to lead on.
I agree, Ali.
If you're Nate.
I do like leads in those type of situations. Whether you have the 6 or not, the second pair card pairing typically benefits the player who has called.
Yeah, we're good, we're good.
Would have liked to seen him take a snap there after the out of position float.
Nate, it was good playing with you.
Of course, dude, awesome to
Nice
play with
meeting
you.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Of course. I'll see
Oh,
some
Nate,
of
you're
you.
playing tomorrow?
Yeah,
Cool.
you guys playing tomorrow?
Yep.
Sweet.
Run it back.
And the day after tomorrow, we'll stay. Fuck main event.
Alex, how many days are you free?
Free?
No, I mean for like the game, like to keep hosting games. So.
Until the 6th, guys.
Until the 6th. All right, guys.
See you, Nate.
Good luck the rest of you.
Completely, unless I bust too many times.
Pocket tens here for Phil Locke, the party starter.
I don't think so, no.
All right. I'll see you next time.
See you, yeah.
Yasuo
See you, brother.
Take care, bro.
accepts the Evite
Again.
with Jack 9 offsuit.
Oh, of course.
Pocket kings for Anatoly. A spoonful of medicine out of the big blind. He is heating up here at just the right time.
500 white.
3 bets to 1,600.
Greens or pinks in there?
No, nothing. Just blue purples.
So it's
The only,
around,
that's the only chips around, was on 100.
okay, so it's around 10 and you're betting
10 plus
around
the bet.
16, or exactly.
It's a little over.
All right. You gotta see the flop, right? You have a deuce 7, Anatole? Check to see if you have the
Yeah,
deuce
look
7.
again.
I want to adjust my strategy.
Alex, who do you want?
Phil makes the call. Yasuo breaks wide.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
And Locke openly inquiring as to whether or not this pressure is attached to a 7-deuce bounty pursuit. And if it were, this deuce-deuce 8 flop is a problem. So the leveling war will begin. The trouble is, if it is 7-deuce, we're beat. And if it isn't 7-deuce, we've got 2 10s. What does he have?
Yeah, it is really interesting on a board like this how the 7-deuce game does play into the equation. If anything, it actually could save Phil some money despite what is typically an extremely favorable board for his hand.
1 overcard to the 10s now slides off on the turn. Anatoly can continue to pursue value.
I wish I had the knife, the horseshoe knife, huh? Because if I fold, I'd want to see what you have. Oh, ace, queen of hearts, right? You have the ace, queen of hearts?
We can try to peer pressure him.
Can also bribe him, probably.
You can also wait 30 minutes and see the stream.
You know what?
That's like the easiest way to do it.
Great point.
It's true, yeah. I don't have to just, yeah, I don't have to keep paying them just to see it. I can just, I see it in the future.
It's hands like this, Ali, where Anatoly being one of the most active 3-betting players pre-flop at this game can get him paid off.
Locke also knows that Anatoly is a pro's pro.
All right, nice bluff or hand or something.
He's going to take some lines
So
that perhaps others would.
You can keep this like a thing.
Good fold by Phil.
Yep.
And you do wonder if the presence of the deuces played into his mind at all.
I can be bluff. That's basically what I can be.
No doubt.
I'm not sure.
You have to hand it to Phil. He has sidestepped disaster in some of these pots where a lot of other players might have gone broke or at least put more chips in. He finds ways to lose the minimum. It's actually quite impressive.
I mean, it feels like Jack Queen is even a bluff there. I don't even know. You know?
Hope you get rewarded.
You could have ace king of hearts.
Well, you can move that over. I'll put it there.
Sean, suited connector, takes us upstairs, and the rich part of the deck continues to pay visits.
How can I bluff?
Late stages of this cash game, Yasuo on the button.
Could you beat ace queen of hearts? That's over cards, flush draw, a lot of potential.
It depends on the river card.
That's true.
Yeah, that's rabbit the river.
Takes us to the 3rd floor, 800 if you do.
What's the minimum call hand for my spot?
I have no clue.
Minimum core hand?
Minimum?
Yeah, what's the minimum, like, is Jack Queen a call and you just give it
Would
to
he
him?
call the flop with Jack Queen?
Now, I actually really like this 3-bet sizing by Yasuo, in particular against Sean's smaller stack. Again, another indication that Yasuo is very alert to exactly what he's doing at the table with his bet sizings and his play.
And Sean's going to be
But you probably decided
very alert to the fact that he has flopped an open-ender. Yasuo, I believe, checked back this dry board. This is also super savvy by him. And now just a $300 milking on the flop. Thought perhaps Sean would be tempted to turn the open-ender into a bit of a bluff. Instead, he flats, and Yasuo finds a set of aces on the river.
I'm not that tricky.
I read
I'm straightforward.
This one's over.
I know how Elkie told me, you can't, don't worry about jacks when the jacks come.
Ooh, baby.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Speaking of this.
Sorry. You can tell us. You're gonna
Are we
anyway.
potting?
Well, Yasuo's done some nice things on the evening, and that's amounted to a $14,000 plus profit.
Aces, kings.
So we're not done yet. Anything could happen. Lynn got felted for her first buy-in and then bounced back in short order. Elkie joining them up there, and even Alexandra Botez has managed a 5-figure score as things stand. And originally, we thought we were maybe closing in on the end. Word has come down that we're going to play an extra hour.
Hold it.
I was dead.
That's good news for those who are stuck and looking to get out of the hole. And for those of you that are enjoying our stream on the BotezLive Twitch channel or the BotezLive Poker YouTube channel, it's good news for you as well.
5-bet jam. For $800.
I just can't. I just know yes.
I got bluffed, huh?
I'm probably dead. Like,
No, I never bluff.
I love this guy.
That's a shitty hand.
I'm Russian, I never bluff.
Is that a stereotype?
Half Russian.
Half Korean.
Half Korean.
It's cool.
Yeah, Russian is not cool, huh?
No, I mean, it's just a unique mix.
That's a rare one for sure.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm generally not one to make too many predictions, but I suspect this last extra hour is going to be filled with some preemptive 4th of July fireworks. And right on cue, perhaps, ace versus ace violence.
2000.
Advantage Nemo, and she's going to pump it up. This was blind v blind.
Good game, bro.
Yeah, no bull, Elkie.
Let's go, coach.
Nemo didn't even look at her cards. She just saw you bet.
How are you, Mike?
If we mix our
Some stragglers in the mix as well. You know, forgive me, but facts remain that these are the blinds that are squaring off.
Gamble, no future, bro.
But
Yeah, multi-way here. Elkie's hand shrivels up a decent amount. We'll see how he chooses to navigate this out of position against Nemo.
yeah. You want it?
Of course.
I guess. I don't know what you have, though.
5-4.
Well, whatever it is, it doesn't rate to be better than ace-queen, given all the apprehension. That much we know. Nemo doing well to navigate the speech play, and you see a somewhat disgusted depository of the 2K.
Jack 10, I'm supposed to win this one.
By Elkie. They're on their backs, by the way.
No.
Nice, man. Thanks, Elkie.
I thought perhaps Nemo had more betting to do. The collection pot maybe is what we cap. I don't really know the terms and conditions here, but the second time we've seen that collection pot button out there and then the betting be finalized post-flop.
Yeah, perhaps a bomb pot situation is what we may have been looking at there.
Of course, 5K full. 5K.
If it makes 2 and I can lose 5, I will lose.
Also a nice raise by Nemo as well.
Nemo is
Don't want to incentivize
pot champion.
a pair of 10s or 2s or other hands with equity to stick around multi-way.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
So she earns herself a nice pot there.
Thank you.
One pot is hard. What time is it?
9:35.
25 minutes
To what?
till the end.
The third round?
Yes.
Yeah, until we start flipping.
Until we start, whatever.
So
Do you
the
remember
stream
that
will
one
be
game we
finished?
played where they were like...
I don't think the string.
We all go home? No way. We just
talking about the game with
started.
Ivy and Magnus?
Yeah, do you remember that game?
Of course, I
And
lost
then
so
Ivy
much.
was just like behind me.
I lost every flip on Ivy.
Oh God, that would stress me out so
It's a
much.
big hand that she'd want to know about it later.
That's a core memory though.
She's going full?
Just 100?
Yeah. 100 is all yesterday.
2 raises 300.
Jack 9 suited. Yasuo makes it 300. Anatoly, Queen 6 suited. Wants to play pots with Yasuo, I think, but careful what you wish for. Phil Locke, by the way, slow playing the ace queen out of the straddle, failing to improve on the king 7 deuce board. That is a plight that is bestowed upon all holdings here. Yasuo, though, with the betting lead and the aggressive DNA. Fires 200.
Anatoly in position here, sniffing out a bit of a smaller c-bet and turns a diamond draw. But Yasuo's pair of 9s are now best.
You're rich. You're a rich guy. No, you're a rich guy, I can tell.
400 ahead to the river, which does give Anatoly that flush. Normally, it's Yasuo who's spoiling people's outings with these backdoors, but this time, Anatoly with the opportunity as he faces one more barrel, and I'm not sure how I feel about this third and final installment out of Yasuo, not just because of the prospects of diamond combos maybe peeling and getting there, more so because there's a king on that board.
Yeah, okay.
You know.
Yeah, Ali, I'm not sure what this bet is really accomplishing a lot of the time from Yasuo. He has a hand that it would typically prefer to just showdown. I mean, I don't think he's really targeting a 7 with this type of sizing.
Pure pressure. A little bit.
And Anatoly is punishing him here with the raise.
Call.
Wow, and he sounds like he's paid it off here.
Sure has.
And Anatoly's patience, despite getting run over early in the game, is paying dividends here in the last hour as he's finally had some pots go his way, which I think he's genuinely deserved.
16.
And his flat there with the queen 6 of diamonds in position after Yasuo's open, as you touched on earlier, Ali, has paid dividends here.
No future, right?
There you go.
And that's one of the reasons why checking that pair of 9s for Yasuo would have saved him a lot of money. If you do want to call, that's completely reasonable, but save yourself the additional amount and keep the pot a little bit smaller with showdown value.
That's the thing, right?
You still have the horseshoe.
Oh, right, he still has the horseshoe.
So I will never use it, and then I'll keep winning.
Nice.
What a nuts, huh?
Entire table.
Anatoly referring to the horseshoe. He is safe from having to show his hand without someone calling on the river for the time being.
You need more coffee, bro?
2 queens for Sean. Limo got frisky on the button here with the Doyle.
I'm okay.
Everyone's staying hydrated.
She shouldn't be able to take this heat, and indeed lays it down. Nice pickup there for Sean.
Oh my, wait, that's actually really good. What the hell? I'm not convinced. Like, for 200 bucks, you should raise the price on this, Mo. Like, this is worth.
That's pretty much a split. No, I'm out of this. He already took my money.
That, but for more, I'll do this.
Okay.
That was close.
That was really good.
Well, I'm not trying to lead the witness, but she's not here. If you wanted to straddle, I think she's not here.
Oh, sure.
This would be the time.
Why not?
A little leading the witness is okay, but.
That was
Lynn MIA, so her hand gets mucked.
Yep.
C2 straddle.
Sleeper straddle, because she was phantom dead anyways.
What happened?
I mean, okay.
Yeah, I got 9 in, yes.
8-6, that which we're paused upon.
Fold, yes, fold.
Yasuo made it 100. Botez.
First time heads up pot, blind over blind, right?
Books a date.
First time, unbelievable.
Wow.
But in the form of a 3-bet.
So sick.
With this king jack, Yasuo wants to peel and flops the joint. 9-7-5. Bit of a sun run developing in that seat.
2 bets, 200.
Nice check from Alex. out of position here in a board that should favor
Scary a little?
her opponent. But wow, bit of a disaster turn card for her as she turns top pair with a strong kicker.
And yet she faces continued aggression from Yasuo.
No, 2 bets 500. Yes, you're good.
Alex drawing dead. We generally don't peel the flop and then hit one of our better cards and decide it's time to muck.
8 checks.
Ace on the river, perhaps coupled with the backdoor clubs, could spare further carnage. And no,
I have a straight.
I don't think that's a call that Botez makes against just anybody, but against Yasuo, everybody feels like they have to keep him honest. He's just got this die-hard reputation for showing up with dust from time to time there, and as such, when he has the goods,
You didn't show your hand.
he gets paid.
I didn't fold. I showed them and then you dropped them.
Yeah, he should. I thought I was just getting changed for the 5.
Yeah, I agree. I do not blame Alex at all for calling there.
Did I read something wrong? I'm confused.
I thought he was fake saying I had.
I think
Straight away.
I would have also liked to see Yasuo size up a little bit bigger on the
What I
turn,
read was you had a hand. I'm like, oh.
making Alex's decisions a little bit more difficult, whether he has the nuts or whether he has a draw where he'd prefer a fold. But nevertheless, he sizes almost full pot on the river and wins
Not my bad, yeah. It's because
a nice
but then when I threw
pot
it flipped
against
for you.
Botez.
I thought the C2 folded.
No, it's okay. We figured it out.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna keep
Yeah, I thought he
it.
folded, but he
You
had a
folded.
straight. He showed it.
I feel like we played the tournament.
Yeah, some
Players,
of our followers
bigger
commenting in the chat that they thought Yasuo may have mucked his hand, but what actually happened is he showed it
Before you're right. Yeah.
face up to a couple players beside him and then sort of threw it into the middle face down. And
Well,
in a friendly game like this where
Or should I?
the players know each other and
but she wasn't in.
they're not going to try to win pots by technicalities, so good sportsmanship being shown all around here.
No doubt about it.
Right, yeah.
So,
Spirit of fair play.
break.
That's what I did.
How about the split?
I was close, bro. I tried.
I think I'll see. Like,
I think for 200
I'll probably
bucks, I
put like
will not
another
do
2
that,
to.
but for 5,
yeah,
I will.
I think I'll probably put a little bit more on just like insane odds. The world record is not that high though, which kind of scares me. The world record's 25K. Do I think I can do first squat? 26.
Oh, because she was gone and came back. I get it. Yeah.
26K in 24 hours.
You don't have the team number.
I think the guy was probably fairly, because you just can't like, you can't be heavy, right? But I'm not sure, like, I don't know if this is like the mile where someone can run it in 4, like I should be able to do it in 10, or if it's something where it's like, if they can only do 26K, then I'm like drawing dead on 10, but I'll give it a shot. I don't know.
Queen 10 offsuit being given a shot.
Peptides.
It's good stuff.
Sean playing 6s as a 3-bet here. This is very aggressive.
Yeah,
Generally speaking, you would think that he would just be content to flatten set mine. Did King Jack suited just hit the muck?
Donating to my good friend. You can join.
Yeah.
I'm forced to call.
Looks like Phil folded the King Jack suited.
Bad call.
Surprised by that.
No, yes. Whatever you like. Bad call or good call. Bad call, right? I told you.
Ace 5 joined the party and turns into a pair of 5s, lagging behind Sean by a pip.
But like, if
And here,
like, you know, maybe
another example of one of these unconventional lines being deployed by Yasuo. He bets 600. Sean's going to tear.
Yeah, I'll go to failure. Yeah.
Are you ready for the split?
We have massage.
And the 5 rolls off for Yasuo. Again, he continues to run oh so hot at all the right times out there.
I don't know. I haven't done it in a long, long time.
My past stream
Not
does
gonna
too.
lie. Yeah.
Is it all in?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, call, okay.
Wow.
I'm assuming you've never gotten them stopped.
By the way, the excitement with which Yasuo reacted to thinking that Sean was all in is something that wouldn't be lost on me if I were Sean. Double paired board now. So the ace kicker no longer plays. Doubtful that he was up against another 5.
2,000.
6s are a real poor bluff catcher in this spot, as 8-6 and 7-6, which would have been Straight draws that might have been barreling away and bluffing aren't there. And nevertheless, again, we see Yasuo getting paid in spots where we don't anticipate others would. And this is the delightful byproduct of being a perceived aggro, you know, sort of character out there, which is a legitimate perception at times.
It's obvious.
Gamble.
But a term that, truth be told, I first heard when it was assigned to me after, unbeknownst to me, I was playing online against a professional by the name of Chris Vitch, who was making a training video and selected his heads-up match with me to kind of educate people on how to approach playing against a, quote, thinking maniac. So that, to me, is a moniker that is very apropos for the way Yasuo approaches things. It is maniacal seeming, but there's a lot of thought that seems to be going into all of that mania.
That's why I'm like...
Yeah, Ali, and regardless, you know, obviously he's been hitting some cards tonight, but he puts opponents in these tough spots with his unorthodox plays. And, you know, on that run out, it's hard to necessarily blame Sean entirely for calling, but on a different run out where Yasuo does not improve, you know, perhaps it still would have been difficult for Sean to continue. So
You never want to push traffic.
this play really opens up different possibilities, and aggression in poker is just a winning approach.
Running to it, getting it.
Fold.
Pretty weak, bro.
I know. I'll play with your hand.
I'll play with my hand. Yeah. Check.
3 ways to a flop here. Middle pair for Yasuo, bottom pair for Elki. Not much going on for Botez, who was the pre-flop raiser, so I don't mind this follow through here on a king-high board, which often could hit her.
What's going on?
I mean, why not?
She's got company, of course. As both players have a piece. Elki improving to a gutter to go with that 5. A round of checks, and now guess who just made trips? Not that he needed it, he had the best hand, but all of a sudden, Yasuo feeling a bit more like he's closer to the surface of the sun than Earth.
2 bets, 22 bets.
And he bombs it here, betting
And it's only
almost 2 times the pot.
No. I keep it.
Oh.
He's good. I can guarantee he got
Mixing up his sizings, we haven't seen that from him all too often tonight, so I don't blame Elki for thinking about it with the bottom pair, but makes a disciplined fold.
I'll tell you what I had if you have something that you had. I had a 5. You had a 5?
2 in a row? It's for Elki. I told him my uses.
I told you, he got it. What's wrong with you guys?
Yeah, 3 7. Yeah.
Close to 20.
Yeah, basically.
You want to exact count?
Yaz is nasty. In particular here in the cash game, because, you know, yesterday in the tournament streets, it didn't really serve him quite as well. But here, man, I gotta say, he's been holding court. Granted, deck's been kind.
For fame.
Fair, you know, but he's really made the most of all of his opportunities.
I cannot lose it.
Yeah, and, you know, these have included some missteps as well, where he has lost bigger pots too, so it hasn't been all gravy for him tonight. You know, he's navigated some ups and downs.
That's kind of nice guarantee.
But we both had a feeling, and we did look forward to seeing him play today, and he's exceeded our expectations.
Whoa, Dimo, nice.
Crushing it tonight.
Just for you, Elki.
You did it.
I feel so good giving you money now.
Instead of posting for me every time.
Feels such a big edge against you. That's why she even told this one. So that's the sickest thing, right?
I feel like Anatoly developed some edge in like the last hour.
He didn't know he was an actual live player.
Yaz has been living rent-free in some heads out there on the evening, I gotta be honest. Here he is with King Deuce, flops himself a deuce, and is in the lead, and he's just sprinkling chips in. This has become a bit clinical. I don't know, like, he can do it.
Playing limp pots now.
He's just turned into a chip magnet.
Nima, do you go back to Vegas tomorrow?
Yes.
What are you playing next?
Main event, main
Main
event,
event, main event, main event.
Satellite to main event, then main event.
Sure, just by action, just like that, right?
I actually left a bunch of my clothing in the closet because I unpacked for the first time ever, and then I just forgot it all in the hotel room. So I'm going back to pick up my clothing and then fly back to Toronto. I'm not even joking.
What was that? She left her clothes in the hotel?
It's good luck, trust me.
Did I catch that right?
It's okay, it's really fine, but it was just like a.
Felt like catching a couple of
I
nines.
never ever unpacked like. Yeah.
Wait, so then
Very
they
close.
have your stuff?
They do.
10
They
and
do have my
6,
stuff.
6
Yeah, my
both
stuff is
calling.
fine.
Do you want someone to ship it to you?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
It's honestly, I just trust myself to like go back and get it. It's like fine.
I know what you mean.
Where did you keep it?
It's also not like
hotel room.
it's an hour. Yeah, it's not that far.
You still have your hotel
Yeah, I
room
saw the
there?
hotel room. It's just, yeah.
God damn.
I saw Alex and Andrea unpack for their trip, and it's the first time
And
I've
inspired.
ever seen anyone ever unpack for their
It's
trip.
Alex's fault.
Look at how strong this 3-bet from Sean has proven to be. Locke gets out of there with the
What's
9s.
that logic? I feel like I moved.
And Yasuo folds 6s.
I know what you mean.
So, like,
That makes
if I'm
perfect
there for a
sense.
tournament, I'm like, I don't want to be moving out of a suitcase anymore. I want to be an adult.
I felt that way.
And then it turns into a tornado on the third day. So.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure,
I was
Ali,
like,
if
I'm gonna
that
be in Vegas for a bit.
20K
It's fine.
stack
I'm
from
gonna
Sean is
unpack
right. It looks like he's got about
I am actually also going to
6 or 7 in front of him right now.
Get your Don't forget it.
Disciplined folds there from Phil and Yasuo. Nice 3-bet from Sean,
How many luggage?
who has not shied away from aggression
Like
tonight.
case and one like carry on.
One carry-on, one backpack.
Yeah, one
Willingness to
backpack.
3-bet and 4-bet.
No, it's
Just ran
it's
into it a
really
couple
just, like,
times.
3 bags total. But I also,
that's not that much.
But I just was like, you know what? I'm gonna hang up my stuff.
Yasuo with another pair here. Pocket 8s in the hijack.
Dude, this is...
I do.
Her fashion.
Note that he just stepped away from the 6s. You know, just when you think
Hell yeah.
you've got him figured out, he'll just do things that are so unanticipated. It's almost like he's in some flow state and just going entirely with a feel-based sort of vibe out there, which is tough for us to have a finger on the pulse of, you know, through the screen and the monitor, much like everybody else who's watching.
Yeah, it's
10s here for Elke, a round of checks. Now Yasuo with the gut shot straight flush draw.
like you were talking
Note
about.
that Locke's 10s are better.
Creative chess content in 2024.
Yeah.
But your chess content,
In particular, given the presence of the King of Diamonds.
costume get 5 million.
You know,
That's the
right?
thing,
What do I do?
right?
I should just become a
That's the
professional cosplayer.
What's your
So your fashion.
Ooh,
Milena.
I was thinking.
Is this real life?
But I'm actually gonna do a Darth Maul because I got really.
Did Yasuo just shower both of these 10s with a rivered set?
Running hot, huh?
Yes.
Not bad.
Wait, so does your fashion?
3 to a flush, 4 to a straight out there, so he didn't really chase any value, but my goodness.
He cannot
This man
miss
can
right
do
now.
no
I
wrong.
liked like making travel stuff a lot more than poker stuff, but the travel stuff would just get nothing.
But I think with
So-
like travel, well, the hard part is like there's so many people out in the world doing fashion and travel, and there's only so many people doing like chess or poker.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
yeah.
Also, like
In 1
people
week,
immediately
you
showed
can
up.
do squats for a living.
More people are interested in fashion than in poker also.
This is very true. Yes, that's what I've started to realize. Like people like wine, people like food.
I should make some bets on getting to 5K instead. So like, you know, yeah, like 5K spots, yeah. More reasonable. I'd like for you just like waited for me to like come to my senses.
I tried.
Yeah, no, you really did.
I did. I tried asking some leading questions.
Anatoly raising here over Yasuo's limp. Elke with a nice 3-bet in position here.
Like the cool mom.
With the ace-4 of spades.
If I tell her she won't do
And I definitely do not expect Anatoly to fold this hand. We'll see how he chooses to proceed.
Probably fold, right?
No, she's just like really stubborn.
Yeah,
Like, I know she
I'm the
listens
same.
eventually, but like her first instinct would be to do the opposite of what
Yeah.
I think it's also like, well, not that she's a teenager, but like she still has the like vibes of like she wants to rebel a little bit. So it's like, yeah.
And now sometimes I hear her say stuff and like I know it's not gonna work. I'm like,
The ace-4 suited Rebelling against the nines, which hang in there and look up at just one over card. 5 of spade interaction for Elke.
You would do great as a therapist.
And a mother, yeah. Both, yeah.
I mean, that's what mothers are good for.
Yeah, my mom did not ever ask clarifying questions. She was like, don't do this. And then I would immediately go do the thing.
Anatoly's check.
To this day, whenever I feel like
draws a
someone's
C bet of a dime.
anything, unless it's like one of 3 people, my snap reaction is
just
no.
under 1/3 from Elke here. Fairly standard sizing, and Anatoly very reasonably peels.
Yeah.
Wow, what a turn card we have here.
7 of spades, sopping wet as Elke picks up the two-way straight draw, nut flush draw. Anatoly's 9 still technically in front, but note the equities here. Elke with a chunky 29% with 1 to come.
Revenge, like bedtime procrastination, which is when you don't sleep, and that's what I do all the time.
Relatable. Super relatable.
It's like I'm like just, I don't even know, upset, I guess, or about the world, and then I just don't sleep as like revenge because I have to do things during the day. So then it's like, yeah, there's apparently a specific term for that.
Anatoly.
You don't want to sleep.
I've always had
barrels.
insomnia, but like, I guess as an adult without a mandatory.
Did you expect this line?
I'm not gonna get yelled by my parents.
I did not, Ali. This is really interesting from Anatoly. I mean, he's blocking the nuts here heavily with the 2 9s. And Elke elects to just call.
Dad cooked for you, tell you like, hey.
Completely reasonable.
Oh, Botez is great.
Very interesting turn action there. And
wow. 6 of spades on the end. Now, it is a board pairing card, but unclear how many of the full house combos, as played, Elke is going to be giving Anatoly credit for.
So that's being your own boss. So you always have to make yourself do everything.
Yeah. I think he'll definitely be on the value hunt with the nut flush.
I mean, like, but if you like have your
A bit awkward for Anatoly here. He's breathed life into this one.
You have to make your own structure.
Over 10K out there.
I definitely think like not everybody.
He's trying to figure out what exactly is Elke sticking around with. He does unblock the spades.
Yeah, I think
We can certainly see some of those peel
well for this. And other personality types that could just
with
not work for someone.
the flush draw on the turn, combos being a part of the process.
The Elke and Anatoly face off.
Those are the first 3 people in the peanut gallery.
Really?
Been kind of looking at one swell. Very rare.
Anatoly does check, and now Elke says all of it.
You have the knife, don't forget it.
And overbet.
You can knife.
I'll take it.
13-6 into just north of 10.
Just say it.
Ace 4 of spades. Ace 4 of spades.
wow. Wait,
Oh, you had the flush.
And
I had a flush too.
it looks like Anatoly did fold, but the horseshoe got deployed, so ace 4 of spades
Yeah.
is
Somebody uses the knife.
that which is going to leave him feeling pretty good about his decision to muck.
Become a knife.
9s were doomed.
That's what it's originally.
yeah, the quick fold from Anatoly there, very impressive. Obviously, it's a bit of an overbet from Elke, but fairly standard river action, to be honest, given his holding. But impressive that Anatoly gets away from it so quickly.
Find one of those little things on Amazon, something this long, and it's a miniature.
Unlucky run out for him.
I got little earrings.
But to be honest, he ends up losing basically the minimum. I feel like if he check calls there on the turn, Elke's bet is likely going to be bigger than the 2,300 that Anatoly threw out. So again,
Yeah, found the block.
yeah, navigating these difficult spots nicely and losing the minimum when he does get unlucky is Anatoly.
400.
Did you not hear me?
Pardon?
Nemo announces 400 with Queen Jack suited.
No.
Nope. It went straddle, limp, call.
We're not allowed to start our position here. We're like,
Oh yeah.
we're not allowed to do fun stuff in California. Can have it all, can start.
I tried really hard to avoid
Yesterday
saying.
I came late and I wanted to buy for double the buy-in because they were playing
Yeah.
Silingo and they're like, you're not allowed to do any money.
I tried.
Yeah, I tried to buy for double. The buy-in was 3.2K. I wanted to buy for
That's
like.
kind of crazy.
Plenty of diamonds scattered about the field here, and Yasuo has just flopped the boat.
400.
Even he has to appreciate that this is absurd. And Nemo, feeling emboldened by this board texture, asking a question, 2 overs, some backdoor straightiness. Yasuo in no rush to lose his customer.
Just rolls in the call there, one chip at a time.
And somehow is not just fortunate enough to flop the boat, but fortunate enough to see Nemo find a jack on the turn, the card that's going to get her to lose more chips.
On the flop.
This really is a spectacle.
And then the worst hand on the river, bro. Against you.
Yeah.
What is it? The Great Pyramids, Niagara Falls, and then Yasuo in a cash game. Those are the wonders of the world, right?
I think you nailed him, Ali. This is wild. And he just rips it on the turn.
I'll get in line.
Wow. After Nemo's
so nuts,
chunky
man.
bet.
Wait, no, that.
Like, who is just ripping it with a boat here? Is probably what she's thinking right now.
I'm used to like not losing a lot. Because, like,
Did she just say call?
She just pays it off, drawing to 2 outs.
Thanks, bro.
All right.
Not yet, not yet.
That is so much fun to sniff.
5? No, 5.
Here's the thing, man. Like,
Needs a jack.
at some point you expect that he's going to be out of line. At some point you expect that he's going to be abusing all of the run good that he's been showing off over here. And yet, time and again, he just showed up with it. Nemo wasn't drawing dead, but couldn't find the necessary jack. And her entire stack has been polished off and absorbed by Yasuo, who now ascends to almost $40,000.
I was just regretting folding 9-5 this hand.
And for those that might be tempted to be critical of Nemo, you know,
because I won a tournament with that one.
curiosity has killed many a cat throughout the years, and we've all had a little feline in us in spots such as that on nights such as this.
Yeah, you play more, yeah. And also you should if you make it back up.
Yeah, it's so tough, too. I mean, the offsuit jack on a draw-heavy board.
Yeah. No, I
You know, sometimes she could be right there with that call, obviously, and just unfortunate to run into the absolute
I'm donating today. I'm just lucky.
nuts there for Yasuo.
Is crypto at the top right now?
It was 44% VPIP for that. Running over the table.
I mean, what do we say?
2.3 million now.
It just is what it is. The night of Yas.
64.
You're winning every hand against me. What can I do? No, you have King 10 hand.
Yeah, I'm like,
You're ready. But I played Ace King.
Now, we've hinted at the idea that Yas is, you know, experiencing a new chapter right now as a slot streamer, kind of a just general gambling streamer. Throughout the years, I don't know about you, Sebastian, but I've come into contact with some guys who, even though I always preach don't dance with the devil that is the pit in the casinos, steer clear, you're always taking the worst of it in those games, they seem to venture forward and just have some sort of intangible ability to escape getting wrecked and just come back with piles and beat the house repeatedly at their own game, and you just kind of don't know to what to attribute it. And maybe there is something to be said for some people are just a little bit lucky.
Whatever it is, Ali, I'd love to have some of that energy and rubbing off in my way.
Are you kidding me? Sign me up for a little bit of a transfusion. I need some of that blood type in my veins. Blood type L. Lucky.
Yeah, that's quite some castle.
You and I?
No, you ruined it early. I was trying to build. You got me a few times.
Came back strong.
6-4-3 and a couple of spades.
So when did you start making
Decent texture for Sean. He knows it. Open ender and fours.
Maybe 2 years ago.
Were you glad to be dead when you were done?
I was kind of looking for a way out for a long time, truthfully. Like I wanted to go to
ambitiously barreling.
I tried doing Fortnite, but like my community
with the ace queen.
That makes sense. And I tried just getting into like many other games.
Yeah.
But gambling, I did it before I was sponsored, so my community knew I was an actual gambler, and I just enjoyed everything. So once I got sponsored, they didn't care.
That's great.
Just supernatural transition.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Would you ever start doing more poker?
Oh yeah.
Anatoly
Hell yeah. Cool.
took his swing.
Have you played the main before?
Pumps the brakes on the turn. Happy to do the same with Sean, and in slides the deuce to give him the 6-high straight.
I was like card dead for 3 hours. Got transferred to a new table. I was like, you know, they don't know who I am. I all in first hand. He had the nuts.
Damn.
Yeah.
Brutal.
First time. So good.
Yeah.
Do you like cash or tournament more?
Cash. I like both, to be honest with you. Like cash is like more friendly. You know, like, tournament I'm not playing with friends. Like
Yeah, it's all quiet and the.
Slightly over pot here from Sean with the straight.
Here we go.
Now, the reason why Anatoly is thinking here, Ali, is because the front door flush draw did not come in, and this is an excellent card for Sean to bluff at. Should he have missed?
No, the real.
So although when we see the cards face up, it looks like an easy fold. There is some merit to thinking about this for Anatoly.
I just felt like making a hefty donation.
You wonder if the spade did come in, would Sean take the similar type of action?
Before, everyone has an opinion and then.
Anatoly does not have a spade in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll probably make like a. Yeah, I think I want a little more action at insane odds, and then I want some action at like.
And I do really like this sizing from Sean. You know, whether he's got the effective nuts in this situation or a bluff, you do want to put your opponent in tough spots so that they can either lay down hands or pay you off big. So nice bet here by Sean.
Yeah, 26.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to do 40%
to
of
see
the
the
world
hand.
record.
Wow, and Anatoly,
Yeah.
a non-believer clicks call. I think
shouldn't be played.
The thing is,
he just doesn't think one pair, two pair combos should be barreling on the end, and didn't give Sean credit based on pre-flop action and post-flop action, obviously, for having a combo that contained a 5, and that is an expensive bit of curiosity exhibited there by Anatoly.
Everything, right? So it's like.
It is, but credit to Sean, Anatoly must perceive him as a player who is obviously capable of bluffing there.
For me, right?
And
Yeah.
I would agree with him. Sean has shown his willingness to mix it up with all different types of hands, 3-betting, 4-betting.
I could do just 20 minutes or something.
20 minutes of what?
Planking.
Nice pickup for Sean there.
You planked for 20 minutes?
That's crazy.
But I trained for like 3 or 4 months. But the world record is like 8 hours or 10 hours, like insane, something insane.
Bomb pot.
Oh, bomb seat.
The world record
That is sort of the first real misstep that I've seen from Anatoly tonight. Obviously, he had that cooler with the 3s over the queens of Botez, but you can't really fault him for that one. Here we are with another bomb.
Training like that wasn't something my body physically limited me. But then trying to run 800 meters.
2 clubs, 2 5s, and a jack is Lynn. Dances in a multi-way pot that contains Yasuo, so we know who's going to win. I mean, regardless of what anyone has.
Should I bet as much as you want? No? Yeah.
These outcomes are foregone conclusions at this point, it feels like.
Now you bet less.
Oh, but Botez with queens in lock with jack 5.
That does seem like a lot. Yeah,
Carnage eminent.
I don't know if I should try to stack it
And we know the two parties that rate to be a part of it.
Front load it.
You know, by the way, Sean with
a minute for a while.
Really a hopeless queen 8 here.
Really? Okay.
Neither Phil nor Botez.
I'm telling you, the moment you take a break, you're done.
No, I got.
Look to put in the raise. Sean now recognizing that it's
still going to strain your legs.
Time to shut it down.
I mean, she has to take a break. She cannot do 10,000.
Lock.
Yeah, of course. But that's what I mean.
With so much hand, he checks, and this is exactly what he had in mind. A Botez bet.
Really? I don't think my body's going to recover fast enough. Like, what is it going to do in 3 or 4 hours?
You can't even walk out.
I mean, if you stay out for 20 hours, you're going to be fucking tired. I don't know.
I don't know. We'll see.
Not sure, but staying up for
I'll make a
20
highlight.
hours.
I'll have an editor make a highlight.
Lock. Slow played it on the turn, continues to slow play it here on the river, and one wouldn't blame Botez for going for value. That is a very tidy check by Alex that spares her added damage. Do you see a brief little head shake there from Phil? I think especially when he sees 2 queens, he wonders, how the heck did I not get more in there?
Yeah, I completely agree, Ali. Nice check from Alex there on the river. I was wondering if she could consider checking back the turn, but I do probably slightly prefer her line, looking to get value out of different types of draws and then checking back the river just in case she's beat. But this is one of the reasons, I mean, not that I am at all qualified to question Phil Locke's play, but out of position, sometimes it's nice to start getting in value with your big hands, especially when there are draws present.
I think there's a chance.
And in this instance, I think Phil would have likely got one more bet out of Alex.
Yeah, I think I like
on the turn with his flop full house.
But you're delusional.
If the roles were reversed, if Phil was in position position there, I like a smooth call, but out of position, sometimes it's nice to start building a pot in a situation where Alex likely isn't bluffing super often multi-way in a bomb pot.
I know that on average when I make a bet, like, I know on average I'm losing.
It would be a cool challenge.
But it also speaks to the craftiness of Phil, is he really can show up with any hand at any point.
I've done dumber things for more.
How many can you do, Phil? How many spots do you think?
Oh, I can do 18,000, yeah, but I couldn't get the record.
In 1 year.
The world record is what, 26,000?
The record's 26,000.
Oh, that's good.
C9 race, 1800.
Bro, what do you think?
Yeah.
That's a tells, bro.
Pocket kings here for Lynn in the small blind, facing a raise and a flat. Botez speculating with that Jack-8 suited. Third scoop comes in, 1,800 total, and curtains are drawn.
Oh wait, who was? Oh, sorry, never mind.
Yeah, and Phil just folded the sevens there. Was that right, Ali?
Your eyes do not deceive, my friend.
Yeah, a little surprising there. Those are the type of hands where you could stack an opponent, particularly Lynn, who has Phil covered with both of them with around more than 25,000 in play. But Phil has shown a willingness to muck small and medium pairs pre-flop. First time we've heard from Lynn in a while. She has been pretty card dead for the last in recent memory.
I had ace-4 last clubs. Fold, suited?
8-4.
It depends on the mood, but yeah.
36 big blinds, like, it's kind of a lot, right? What is it? Whatever it is.
And look at this, a nice casual 3-bet, whatever this is from Yasso, out of the small, over Lynn's button open.
Yeah, C2.
You know I folded, right?
Wait,
that's
everyone folded?
Yeah.
Oh.
7 is it?
Oh.
Is it 7 deuce or
No.
Nice.
Everyone was ready with money.
It had the 7
Authentic holding that time. Lynn feels good about her choice.
It's cool that you gambled before it was cool to make gambling content.
Wait, what do you first plan on staking?
Huh? Sorry?
What do you first plan on staking again?
What did I first? When?
Yeah.
Here's what, you're probably earlier than me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I joined in 2017.
Fuck.
Dude, I bet like a lot of ETH on like the selection.
Oh, free? Oh, yeah. I already know.
700.
Let's go old school.
All the smart people I know, just like,
Old school.
I think yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, well, I
Grab that up.
rolled a chip into your stack. That's,
C race, 900.
everyone smart I knew just made so much money on that election.
You know, yesterday,
Some fucking hike and stuff.
Sebastian, we talked about the challenges of navigating wreck-heavy fields
Really?
against opponents, you know, who have varying degrees of experience, varying degrees of wherewithal.
27.
And
that got in the way of me putting.
we're looking at Phil Locke, who's a real veteran and a legend of the game.
I mean, even
World Series of Poker bracelet winner.
Is it wrong to call the 6?
Buried
I was gonna.
17,000.
I have to see the flop.
You know,
Now
as
it's
far and away the most experienced no limit hold'em player
for 6 more.
by a mile. I would imagine more experienced than the field combined.
I know the computers like folding that. They don't even want
Small sample, but you know,
Definitely.
food for thought.
He's a total veteran of these types of games, and the fact that he, you know, has been put in some tough spots tonight and is currently down on the game just shows you how difficult it can be to navigate some of this unpredictability by some of these lesser-known players who may be doing some unconventional plays.
Give a reaction when I flop the stone nuts. You know, just be out cool and.
Queen out there, along with a 4 and a 3. Botez with a piece. Second pair, backdoor spades.
Queen 3.
Sean's got it by the throat for the time being.
I did not have Queen 3.
I did not.
Always had the best of it, continues to, and here he is firing.
Alex surely going to peel here with the second pair and the backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draw.
You have the knife power.
She just needs to hope for no ace on the turn.
You might not be.
Only if it sparks your interest.
Yeah.
Phil would never want to influence you.
I wouldn't want to influence you. No.
Yeah, I'm always interested. I'm interested in everything. I think.
It is weird. Sometimes like a $400 pot would give me more.
To the turn we head.
More.
And wouldn't you know it, it's a turn that's going to keep Botez involved. Nut flush draw acquisition.
Because, there's the hand going on.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Sean go big here on this draw-heavy board as the pre-flop aggressor.
Yeah, charge a price, and 5K is what he's come up with. For Botez, she is covered by Sean. Not looking for the time being to play some disproportionately big pot, but not really being given a choice, courtesy of this turn sizing, which is over half pot.
When I had tens, what did he have? 8, deuce, deuce, jack. And it's holding.
I park you in Botez's seat. What are you doing here with 20K back, Sebastian? It's a mandatory call?
Yeah, exclusively flatting here, Ali. I don't think raising accomplishes much other than getting in against a better holding.
And folding is giving up too much equity?
I think so.
Pot laying are just shy of 3 to 1.
In some situations, Ali, keep in mind, of course, she could be ahead here with the pair of fours. Obviously not the case this time.
Yeah, it could be a big diamond draw. Maybe even one that has picked up a straight draw as well that would leave it firing again.
Notice how she is taking a lot of time here for kind of the first time this evening.
Yeah.
And a hush fell over the table.
I think specifically she's considering, if I call this 5, I'll be left with 15 back. The pot will have 20 in it. What happens if I'm unimproved? Am I ever going to get a cheap showdown here?
Is that your hair's natural color? Okay.
I have to dye it. Okay. I've been dyeing it for 20 years. I'm kind of sick of it.
How often do you go?
Once a month. But sometimes, this like a few days ago, so it's good. But
yeah, I was going to say, it
looks... the
looks...
end of the month is not good.
Okay.
First real tank that I feel like we've seen that had this much weight on it.
Yeah, and at this point, after she's taken so much time, Ali, it's likely clear to the table that it's a legitimately difficult decision for her. So using that information, Sean can also start narrowing her range a little bit too.
Well, if you're Sean out there, to what range are you narrowing Botez now? As
you want to.
She continues the tank.
When I'm not with
I would say a hand perhaps like she has, whether it be a spade draw or a diamond draw, or some type of weaker queen perhaps. At this point, if I was Sean, I'd feel fairly confident, if he didn't already, with his extremely strong hand, that he's in the lead.
I'm thinking, sorry, I'm so slow.
Take your time, it's fine. Big hand.
If anybody was interested in seeing Sean's head explode, an all-in declaration from Botez here would probably lend to that. It would be so deeply unanticipated.
It would have been sick, but she does make the play that we sort of expected here, Ali, choosing to call a huge river card coming up here. And what is a $20,000 pot?
You choose.
And that river card is disappointingly black, but not a spade, as Botez is left with just one pair of fours. That said, it is an overcard to the queen. Did Sean just announce all in? Yes, he did. A bit risky business.
Can you please nice?
Botez could very well have had some king high spade combos there.
Sure. Or a jack 10, perhaps, of maybe diamond specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No diamond, like this too.
No.
On the river.
Nice hand, Sean. It's been a while since you won a big one. Yeah. You pretty much give people money until that ends.
Costly pursuits on the turn for Botez as 5,000 shaved off of her stack, putting her into the red. And for Sean, that was a very welcome pickup. Still stuck on the day, however.
As a
Over
cash game
10,000 by our
player, Ali,
In a dream.
when you know the end of the session is approaching, do some of these thoughts potentially creep into your mind that you want to preserve a win or not risk your stack when you're so close to the session being over?
Look, in theory, no. I would love to tell you that I'm completely immune from that. But I love that you asked the question because I think that everybody is susceptible to that sense, you know, especially when it comes to a no-limit cash game
300.
where, you know, you've chiseled, you've, you know, battled, you've compiled, you know, maybe a reasonable win. Maybe you've just finally got yourself out of the hole. And the last thing that you want is to punctuate all of that effort with something catastrophic, not unlike what Nemo experienced against Yas.
Yeah, exactly. And I do wonder at all if that was, you know, playing into Alex's decisions on that hand. Having said that, she played it extremely reasonably, making the call on the turn with the acquired nut flush draw and a pair. So hard to fault her for any of those decisions in that hand.
Some speculation in the Twitch chat that yours truly is guilty of mashing the GG moment button there. We do not have control over that button. Sean, 6 is full of queens.
Full house.
What's up?
Hauling in another one.
Full house?
Pocket eights, right? Something like that. Yeah.
I think production knows better than to actually give me access to any sort of button that would control virtually anything, by the way, because the degree to which I would abuse that privilege would be boundless, if I'm being honest.
You'd be a dangerous man with a soundboard here, Ali.
Oh, my God. A man can dream. Two tens against king 10 here. Elke took us upstairs. Sean played it as a flat. Locke accepts the invitation with the jack 7 suited. Botez goes crab fishing with the threes. Monotone king 9-6 board. Only one flush draw out there, and it belongs to Botez, but it is a dusty little 3 of spades. Sean with top pair, the best of what's around.
Six, 500, 7-4, 8-4.
Now we get so silent. What's going on, guys? Something gets wrong.
And Elke sticks around here drawing dead.
Yeah. More push-ups, squats.
I feel high because I sit near to Elke and caffeine is just like in the air.
Give us a mental hit again. I love that you can't run out of the mental hit. That's like the coolest gadget. It's like, how do the company stay alive? They sell it once and the guy's good for life.
Unimproved on the river, but
It's still in the hand. What's going on?
I don't think Sean
you're
is all too worried as we see him barrel again. 1,200.
Big pot.
And Elke is considering this call in a multi-way pot, which again shows you that these players perceive that Sean could be getting creative here, which again, you know, may have explained Anatoly's ace-high call in a previous hand with him a little bit earlier. This one a little bit more traditional, you could say, but Elke is hoping that Sean is bluffing with some type of missed flush draw or straight draw.
Call. I haven't even seen the action, bro, so I have no clue.
Well, perhaps we consulted the wrong individual as Anatoly
All in, bro. I forgot to do that.
costs Elke 1,200. Note to self, ask someone who's been tracking the action what we should do as opposed to somebody who
I didn't even know you were in the hand, bro.
just spits out call.
Yeah, 4 hours, basically.
Yeah.
Good sport Elke is.
Sean's all right with it.
Yeah, I guess like that.
Have you ever actually been in a cash game where somebody has a coin on the river and
Advice, you know,
looks over at his opponent and says, look, it's 50-50. I don't know. I'm going to let fate decide.
He read his own pamphlet.
For sure, and your heart is in your hands if you're bluffing and they take that approach to toss the coin.
Response on me.
You're almost like, hey, man, think this over. Let's not go to the coin, because if you really put the pieces of this puzzle together, I've constructed this elaborate bluff, and you would be well served to lay it down, sir. Let's not go heads, tails, and maybe screw this up for me.
I know, good now. I have no idea.
Ace King seeks customers, and Botez rates to be one with the Ace 10, at least pre-flop. King 4-4, not sure how much she's going to love this post.
Or all in. I forgot this option.
10 of clubs work in, backdoor Broadway. Reasonably strong ace high.
Although he's really capable of putting on that kind of
600 requested and
to
delivered
going all in.
into the middle.
It's too late to bluff, bro.
Botez now officially draws dead.
So do you play like live in Northern California?
I have before, yeah.
At Bay 101?
Yeah,
Mike's?
Yeah. He wanted to play the Friday game last time. The 20, 40, 80, I think. But then,
Ace 10 loses interest on the turn.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons.
Is the Matrix still open up there? Or did that one shut down?
It stinks like smoke. I don't like it.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't like to play this game, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I've only played like on Fridays, basically.
Yeah,
like,
that makes sense.
Where you had?
Bay 101.
10s?
Like, it's a...
San Jose.
I love you straight through.
King Queen here for Yas, who's quieted down briefly,
The table's burnt.
allowing some other people to haul in pots. Benevolence on display.
Now we have to start playing stand-up game, right?
I didn't realize. 57, 300.
You've been playing the
Lock,
stand-up game all
left brain activity.
Yeah, I know.
7-4 suited on the puck.
Let the guy stretch.
No, it's stretching.
Just alone.
Careful, by the way.
I got 7.
Lock and horns with Yasuo, and he 4-bets
Game with myself. That's
to 900. Not missing a beat.
Really awesome from Yasuo there, recognizing that some of these guys are looking to play bigger pots with him in position as the night goes along. Not always a conventional 4-bet there with the king-queen offsuit.
Yeah.
And he gets that one done very nicely.
Yaz was beating the game for $30,000.
Yeah.
Sebastian, and you know,
I was just hiking.
That's impressive by any metric. We're playing 25-50 here, even with the straddles. 30K is a haul.
And still live there.
3 total buy-ins.
Oh, cool.
I feel like
of profit.
Like Vietnam for a couple of months, like with some friends. Yeah.
Very impressive from him tonight.
Like, because I live in Japan.
Shaping up to be the big winner in this game, but we all know that can change real quick. Although the way things have been going for him, it's hard to see things going south at all. If anything, he might pick up another big one before the night is over.
Queen 7-4. Advantage Botez on the button.
Chinese version of Japan.
Second pair.
Japan, wow.
Yeah, it's like really
Futile 400.
Chill people.
Yeah.
Fired by Phil.
Huh? Yeah.
We low cost of living too. It's like a third in the U.S. Yeah.
Spade rolls off. Board pairing 4.
Yeah, we have a lot of news about Taiwan.
We've seen Phil take stabs with these types of hands, but usually shuts it down after facing resistance.
So no more.
Smartly does
You can't fly direct into
on the river as well. And
currently, of course not.
Botez nicely hunting her value here with second pair with a nice kicker.
Our credit cards are not working outside of Russia.
Because of like U.S. sanctions. Okay, got it.
Yeah. But we are here, so.
It's a fold. Could be a raise. I don't know. It's probably supposed to make it 3K here. I don't know. It's gonna fold instead. Nah,
no 7 deuce?
I mean, I would have to make a move kind of to get things.
You make a move?
No, I mean, I would have to.
You called with a set on the river. Deuces.
Wait, what?
You remember?
Yeah, when it was flush.
How can you make a move?
Well, because the club.
When you make a move, everyone will believe you and fold. That's 100%. Second nuts, I fucking folded.
No, there was a club. Wasn't it a club? The 2 of clubs. So it was 3 clubs.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, I thought it was a flush game. Oh.
You remember? When
No.
you bet and he called with set up deuces.
I'll bet you 10.
Oh yeah, I do remember.
That wasn't flush on the board, right?
Totally. I'll bet you 10,000 at 6-1 odds that it was a flush in the river. You can win 60K and lose 10.
Thank you. Next time.
Yeah, maybe you just say you'll bet him 1,000. I think he's right. I think he's right. Yeah. I think I remember thinking, oh, I don't think he has a flush, and I have an okay ace.
Maybe flush doesn't count.
I thought about raising, but I was like, well, you're just going to get shown
it was a flush.
pain
Okay.
if she has a flush.
Never mind.
Only 3 players in the black, Seb. And deep in the red is one Phil Lock. But he's still fighting out there during this extended play part of the program here in what was supposed to be just a 5-hour.
If you want, I don't want to
Creator Poker Night.
Also brought in a
Ms. Botez said, no, let's run another extra hour out there. The fans in the chat clearly quite pleased with that.
All the hands
As we continue to observe the action-packed part of the program, some highlights
I remember my own.
from these first 5 hours and change.
I even thought it's probably
rolling as
even though the clubs come.
We do get back to live action.
She did. She had an ace. But
I had ace-8 with 1 club. I'm pretty sure.
I was afraid. In that moment.
I think you played it fine.
But I'm never going to get action at 55-1 because it's like the worst odds ever for that's the guy, the jack of spades comes up, squirts lemon juice tonight kind of thing.
I actually bet on 30K on the coin.
Here's we may have another bomb pot here.
Jenna released their coin. Oh. I bet on 10-1 odds that 30K.
See if anybody has anything to compete with Anatoly's top and bottom pair.
Plus 30K down the drain. I really thought, dude, I did.
Lynn sticks around with the open ender, as we would expect.
Wait, what's the attack?
And I was just gonna say, we'll see what happens if a queen does come off, and now she's in a bit of hurt here.
This is a pickle. Can't go anywhere with top pair and the open ender, but Anatoly continues to have the best hand with 7s and 4s. To the river we go. 5 would be the dirty way to do it.
Recommend against it, but
for Lynn instead.
The
ace rolls off.
But I probably could fold flop or turn. It's probably fine.
Quick check, I believe, and
so could call flop.
7s and 4s. Will be relieved to take it down.
Oh, of course.
It's 10:33. Yeah.
10:33?
The best way to do it is just to stay up all night and play.
So, yeah, we'll play till tomorrow, right?
5 a.m. flight is to gamble all night. 100% the best.
We play until tomorrow at midnight. Everyone lock in.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't know if I'm waking.
I don't know about everyone lock in.
You wanted to do a content.
My tank's starting to run a little empty, I'm being honest.
Anatoly.
I don't believe it, Ali. You're used to these 48-hour sessions here at the Commerce in LA.
Will be expired.
That was decades ago, my friend. I'm going to say this, though. Not to marginalize ourselves, but this is a collection of characters who, even absent commentary, the excitement is still quite prevalent. We're not doing heavy lifting. Credit to this lineup that Alexandra Botez did assemble. It has delivered.
Okay, this time.
Still has about a half an hour of opportunity to do just that.
Unbelievable. Oh, shit. What a stupid fold.
And we got our first 7 deuce bounty in a long time. Lynn wakes up with it and takes it down pre. The easiest way to do so to collect what is 1,400.
Shit.
Looks like.
Should 4-bet.
Yeah, I grew up in San Diego.
Or 1,200.
Wow, so basically around this area. That's cool.
Yeah. And then I have a lot of friends in the Bay, and I think I think I'd just get better there.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about moving.
We might have some mutuals like around our age.
I'm sure we have some mutuals. Although we're 3 years apart, 2 years apart.
Yeah.
In grade, yeah.
7 deuce. She got it. No, already. Yeah, we already paid. Again?
Yeah.
7 deuce.
Lynn
Yeah.
with ace king, as he has in a bad way potentially.
Yeah, I
don't know if
know.
it goes all ways. You cannot.
We definitely have some mutuals at Bay 101 too, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. You can.
I mean,
Okay.
I know like.
Oh, bro, you can just
I think
listen.
that's only because like one guy like he played I think one time on stream.
Raise and 3-bet.
What's wrong, bro?
We have seen Yas play these types of hands as 3-bets on the button. But this is one of the problems in choosing to do so. Although it's hard to fault him, Lin being in the cutoff. Definitely a reasonable play for him to 3-bet and also peel here. So we'll see what develops.
Credit, by the way, the sizing from Lin for ensuring that she retains dominated holdings such as this one. But he has been running hotter than the surface of the sun. And here he is with backdoor diamonds and an open ender versus backdoor clubs and a gutter.
I think I should fold in this one.
5 dimes in the middle already.
I mean, actually you had a set, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
But I think I should fold. This was a. Ah.
Can't fold a second.
I can fold. I can, bro. I know I
That's a
can.
long one. I think it'll be. What? Do you think it's a fold? No.
I think it's a
I've ever
fold.
folded
I
like
think it's a fold.
that's that.
Set in that spot.
Quarter pot sizing here from Lin.
I would rejab.
That's my big fold.
Yeah.
A little on the tinier side, but I do not mind choosing to go a little bit smaller. Between a third and a quarter, and wow, what a turn card.
The board?
What is going on?
8, queen, 7, 8 deuce, queen.
Not only does Yasu get there, but Lin spikes the ace. Note, by the way,
Call, check.
given that the multi-raise action came in pre-flop, even against somebody who we know is frisky like Yasuo, Lin hits this card and decides to check it. Now, how big is the bet that she faces? Looks as though it's half pottish.
And everyone's like, wow.
Sub that.
The next king, OG king.
40% territory.
Yeah.
And Lin was just drawn to a chop, needed to find the 10, and instead, an 8 on the river.
It's kind of a. It would be a super wizard fold, yeah.
Yeah.
Not super wizard, just a fold.
Look at that, downplaying the wizard status. That's a genius right there. Remind me not to play big pots with Anatoly.
How greedy will Yasuo be in the face of the 4-bet pre from Lin, which followed through on flop, then shut down, check called, and failed to improve on the river. 7,000. This is no petite filet. We're talking about a ribeye, and Lin says call.
Well, the Nutter Butters even.
And a big bite taken out of her profit by the most profitable of parties on the session, in part thanks to some real run good.
He is running hotter than the center of the earth right now, Ali, and you really cannot fault Lin for how she played that hand at all. Slowing down when she was behind, and hard not to pay Yasuo off, given how he's played tonight.
This is Molten Core Incarnate.
You should bet like 2 big.
AKA Yasuo.
I pay.
I'm jealous, man. I can't remember the last time I ran that good at a table. You know? Part of the reason is I don't allow the deck an opportunity with some of the things that he's crept in with to, you know, pay me a visit like that. I'm just like, oh, I shouldn't be playing this hand. Muck it.
Well, maybe it's time for you to throw the GTO out of the window, Ali, and take a page out of Yasuo's creativity book here, because his play has just bamboozled his opponents tonight, completely confusing them. in addition to it being hit with the deck, has proved an unstoppable combo. And we were just touching on earlier how there was still enough time for him to win another big one, which he just has done.
He's kind of giving everyone the Miley Cyrus here. Came in like a wrecking ball, sort of pot after pot. Ace 8-4 board here, top pair for lock. Best of what's around.
As he did yesterday, and that approach got him to be the first one eliminated from the tournament. But
okay, I threatened to do this on one other occasion. If running sevens or a queen come off on this river, you're in this booth for the run of it by yourself. I'm running out the building. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how I got here, but yeah.
We're safe. No. Trip aces for Phil. Jazz shows the queen 7, by the way. You know that you're running white hot when you're happy to just show the queen 7. You're like, hey, you know, I was out here just heat check.
And he didn't lose any further bets as well. So even though he lost that pot, a bit of a win for him with the pair of 7s there, 2 pair.
3? Fine, yes, sure, I'm in. I never refuse, bro.
He's such a live. You made such a perfect read. He has all the features of those guys that just are, you know, like the table live wizard pro, smart, hungry, endless energy to stay, gamble.
$300, United States dollars. God bless America. Let's go.
A patriotic open from Anatoly in honor of Independence Day and this King 10 offsuit.
That might have dropped out and ball takes over.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Like,
For sure think that, yeah.
You know, right?
I don't
$200. No,
I don't think
What do I
so.
think the odds of Biden dropping out are?
65%.
Why? I'm not able to raise 7
That
this.
Biden drops out?
Yeah.
Like,
65?
That sounds reasonable, right?
Wait, that's
just a
have high
visceral
or-
feeling.
that's like better odds. Like,
No, the betting odds are.
Oh, are you trying to get action down right now or something?
no, I'm just thinking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're playing
That's just a
till
hard
3.
feeling. I don't.
Then we go to the ocean to swim, right?
Ah, yes.
Yeah, it's great actually. Best idea.
Cold plunge, yes.
Then we make the room tour and then come back, right? Oh, 1 hour nap.
I watched it today.
You're awake, so might want to
People
go again.
declined. Yeah.
Really declined, yeah.
I think like
$300 US.
I think
God bless America.
I think Trump has a chance.
God bless America or not?
Joe Biden
I don't think
takes over.
Kamala can win versus.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wait, you think who?
I think Trump takes over.
Yeah,
she wins.
I actually have a bunch of money on Michelle Obama.
Payment from.
Yeah, all my money's on Trump.
Yeah.
I got like, I don't know.
How much?
It's probably like, I'm risking, I don't know, 10 or 20 to win like $1 million or something. on-
Phil just calling with ace jack off out of the small here over the hijack open for Anatoly.
And then like a week after I got it down, Michelle's like, yeah, I'm not running. And I'm like, great.
Would have been a fairly standard spot to 3-bet there with the offsuit version of his holding, but we know Phil mixes it up and
1 to 2.
deceptively plays some of his hands.
On Trump.
Queen 8 deuce. He is unimproved. Can't say the same for Lynn, though, who hung in and makes second pair.
What's going on?
You can set up my
She too defers to the opener.
575.
Deloads action.
Yeah.
United States dollars.
Yeah. It's,
So you can Biden to cover, but
like
you can win for sure.
Yeah. Biden can't win. I saw the debate.
Good to know.
It would be pretty interesting if he declared
there should be solid
pesos on the turn and, you know, maybe went back to like euros or GBP on the river.
Yeah,
Not sure that's allowed.
Would that be verbally binding Ali or?
No.
It would be a lot smaller bet than it sounds like. Maybe you say like 10 million yen and everyone's like $9. Like, are you really that? I don't think that's a legal bet. I really don't know what the exchange rate is. I just know the old yen is a bit light in its loafers these days.
Like,
Would
so, yeah, I think I
Biden
might just get out of my
participate or
position.
he
Good odds.
would Biden participate or he get out?
he says he's staying, but like everyone
It's
thinks
not
that
reasonable
Trump,
for him to say.
yeah. I don't know why they just
No, bro, come on.
didn't.
This is not
I mean, I
fun.
think like,
I think Gavin Newsom won. He would have won. He would win.
Unless you. Oh,
Yeah, he would.
close.
I think you're right. Yeah, it would be like, wow, finally, okay.
Yeah. Finally, someone like.
Yep.
What about football game? I'm gonna put here the football game and some grill and whatever.
A barbecue.
Barbecue, yeah.
Fire hazard barbecue.
You know who won? Brazil, Colombia?
Dude, you can't even.
No one cares, bro. It's the world.
You can't even look. You can't even look at the rabbit.
And Alex with a 3-bet here out of the small blind and is gonna run into it against Lynn's ace king.
You
That's
bet?
some future bets, yeah. Like,
I do like Alex's squeeze out of the small. Just unfortunate for Lynn to wake up with a monster behind her.
Euros with Copa America, like winner of both.
We'll see how big Lynn decides to go on this 4-bet, but I anticipate it'll take down the pot.
Rinsed this UFC.
Oh yeah.
I had such sick picks, but I got rinsed, so.
Oh, you like betting, right? You work with
Heaps of interference. And Lynn 4-betting
How much?
to 4,400. Things getting serious.
Good.
not much, not much.
Yeah, with my friends at PRC, he's gone from like down like 60 all the way to like plus 40.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know how he did it.
Well, that UFC I had, the one in UFC 300.
I have to say, Ali, not like it should be at all a surprise as Lynn takes it down. I've been very impressed with her play tonight. Her sizings, I thought, have been on point. Her hand selections have been good when she was bluffing. She slowed down
Pretty good ace.
on cards that she ended up being behind.
I might have like the guy winning in round 5. 50x.
Like Makachev?
And although she's run into it a couple times, I think she's played an extremely solid session tonight.
So I probably think like, you know.
And you're like not in love with an ace.
Let's go, bro. That's for you. That's for you.
A real veteran of these types of cash
Go
games.
to the ocean. Room tour.
I'll go with you.
Short nap, 1 hour nap.
Huh?
How many days a year do you play poker these days?
Here?
Just like this last in general. How many?
Half of the day.
I don't play much actually. But
So like
anyway.
200?
I didn't look.
No, he's
that
not
was a year?
he's not playing.
No, I played like
30, 50?
maybe like 20.
Guess how old
Yeah,
is he?
maybe
He's
40
retired
days.
many years ago.
40 to 50 days.
Nice.
Blinders?
Maybe less. I think
Elke
Real blinders or fake?
yeah, the real blind
Fake,
raise,
fake,
real blind
fake.
raise.
Fake?
3
says it's a blind raise, and it's coming in from early position. Botez on the button against a blind raise with ace-9. Might have thought about an isolating 3-bet, but instead she flats, and both Yasuo in the big and Anatoly in the straddle hang in there.
I look on the turn if there's no action.
Yeah.
The Robbie
Bet I can have to look.
and an 8-deuce. The former of which turns into top pair on a 2-club board where Botez has second pair. Elke has the flush draw.
Let's see one.
And it is yes.
Don't show me your hand.
You still in?
Who bets 400.
One for 6. Whoa, I have to call.
Elke pleasantly surprised to wake up to the second nut flush draw here after his blind raise.
And by the way, like a lot of chatter is he lets Anatoly sweat his hand and says, oh, so sick, I have to call. Wonder what sort of range that's going to create in Yaz's mind. And for that matter, Botez's, both of whom are still involved in this pot. He bings the flush right away. And now it's a 2 heads are better than 1 sort of situation.
So I don't care about second.
Elke confers before barreling 1,400.
Yeah,
Like, I feel like he's gotten a lot more reasonable over the
for tax reasons, I was very much like.
I have a flush. I'm so ahead for sure.
Like Biden's
So ahead.
insanely high tax rate. I was
So
like,
strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to pay that.
Well, Yaz
I mean, he said like no abortion ban. He's
making that statement and then making this call really opens himself up to being exploited on this river, regardless of what Elke has.
cool for him to have Vivek.
Big time, and I think he just straight up told Elke, I don't have a flush, just
Correct.
so you know.
He capped the hell out of his range, and that's something that could be pounced upon. And by the way, if he does reflect on the statement and decide, oh my goodness, I've capped my range, he could level himself into thinking he has to call a big bet on the river because he might be getting exploited. But instead, he does lay it down.
Yeah.
But he already showed. Why do you use this?
But we didn't see it.
You can ask me. I saw it like on the flop.
Yeah, and that's the problem there, Ali. You know, obviously this is a friendly game. They're playing for some serious money, though. But when you start to reveal the strength of your hand, whether it be with statements like that or sort of tells where you might be taking longer than usual, you do put yourself in some difficult spots down on later streets. And Elke with a nice big bet on the river. Although it doesn't get paid off, I like that sizing. He should do that with his flushes and bluffs in that situation.
Jack 4 off, Robbie.
Yeah.
Like I think you can pick anybody and be
I feel like a moderate woman or something would be like cool or whatever. Raise.
I have deja vu, bro.
Oh, look at this. You're going to 3-bet. 4-bet. You can 5-bet after.
Yeah, sure.
Bet and go.
I only 5-bet. You can 6-bet that.
Yeah.
Raise has been declared.
Do it.
Yeah, do it, bro.
What the fuck? It's so weak.
Re-raise from Lin as they become entangled. Lin picking an interesting one from the button here. The suited one gapper. Bit of late session frisk on display. And look at Yaz. Of course he's the guy that wakes up with the 7 deuce. 4 bets it to 3,000. We've seen jacks hit the bin in the face of this sort of action on multiple occasions, none of which came against a hand that didn't have them beat, with the exception of the ace king, of course. But here, this time, it is the 7 deuce that lurks, and it is queens, which I think is too high up in Botez's range to find the wastebasket.
Yeah, with these stack sizes, Ali, I think I'd expect Alex to 5-bet rip it in here, especially against 2 fairly active players in Lin and Yasuo, having open in the cutoff late position. So Alex does definitely not need to have a hand as strong as queens here. She should feel very strong about this holding.
How much you have behind?
All in announced.
I like your side of the bet.
Listen to me. If Yaz just calls
Your position.
8,000 and change to try to win 200 in bounty from everyone,
yeah.
and really ruin Botez's night.
Yeah.
This would be. Oh my God.
Number 6 actually is the highest score.
Oh my God, he's called. He's called.
We love it. What a beauty.
Okay, this is absurd enough. If he wins this pot, I promise you, I'm jumping straight into the nearest swimming pool, fully clothed.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking a plane out of here if the 7 deuce offsuit cracks the queens.
This is
not sure.
This is a gift. An attempted balance transfer of 23,000 over to Botez. Oh, he runs into a set of queens. I thought for a second that deuce was going to draw live. Is spades an issue?
It's pretty thin. Bang.
No. So Botez can exhale here.
Why the fuck did I call?
Yeah.
Little 20/20 hindsight there. Christmas came early for Alex.
For the donation.
Oh, this guy is quickly morphing into a bit of a legend here, Ali. What a good sport.
Whose 100 is this? Is yours?
I'll take the over on bit of.
I raised 3,000, so
This dude is a stone cold legend.
I'll leave it here and Len decide.
Nice there.
Yeah.
I think all money is here.
Saying thank you to Alex for inviting me out here and
hoping you jammed.
no doubt drawing some attention to my sick poker game.
Shout out to Junkie27, by the way, who braced me for splashdown by advising that the pool is on the 2nd level here at the Commerce. Thank you for the directions.
I really should.
Thankfully, I'm still dry.
I was like, I don't know.
OG Goat said if
Board can just come 6-6.
if Yaz wins, I'm uninstalling the Twitch app.
1, 2, 3.
How do you not love that guy?
5, 6.
Just add Yaz. Feels like the proper ingredient to make any stream great.
If you busted me and then I had to pay you the $200.
I'm trying to be a hero. No, didn't work.
You're my hero, Mo.
This is the castle.
He'd be my hero too.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be like a really thick clip though, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want a hero.
You've had a lot of swings tonight. Like,
Yeah, you had
you've had some wobbly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just like my chest.
I'm just happy I can deliver the puck.
Thank you, sir.
Aw.
No one believe you got it.
Me? Yeah, I know.
Then go.
She kind of has to hide, no?
Should be chop out 7 deuce.
Yeah, it's kind of like.
Well, that was a big infusion of capital to Alex Botez that puts her back into the black with just a few minutes of this cash game remaining. Credit Yaz. No gamble, no future. Battle cry.
275.
Hitch to that 7 deuce. And here he is attached to the button with Queen 8.
Up to 225.
Getting after Anatoly and Elke.
Yeah, so you're up 25.
The former of whom says 3rd floor if you do.
I was in for
Ace 4.
This has got around 20.
His hand.
Yeah.
And he just lays down the queen-8. This is what I'm saying. This is a guy who just called off 8,000 and change with the 7 deuce, hunting the bounties and maybe the glory. And then with queen-8 on the button for a modest 3-bet, he's like, whatever, I'm out.
He's not getting any clicks calling with a queen-8 on the button, Ali. Perhaps that's what's going through his head here, as this 7 deuce has immortalized him into poker lore. No one nicer to donate it to than Alex Botez, the host, the creator of these
Elkie, what are the highest
3 games that we have here at the Commerce this week. Yas got a bit of the Papa Smurf look going on with the different shades of blue.
This is, yeah, you're right. By the way, those sweats, as I understand it, prior to play was kind of hanging out with Yaz a little bit, part of his own fashion line. So he's doing some clothing, and a lot of people have inquired about the hoodie that he's wearing as well. It actually says Mogul Moves on it. I think this may also be a part of said line. I'm not sure, but he's definitely got some flavor.
I've played 1K a couple of times, or like 500 1K.
Yeah, I played 500 one time.
Queen 8-5.
1K.
I guess I played on
Elkie's
high-stakes poker. I
bottom
was
pair.
4-8, and then it was like 4-8, 16.
Best hand.
Of the time, 32.
That play was like 4.
Huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was so naive then. They told me we were going to play 4-8, and it was the 200K min buys. So I showed up with 400K, being like, oh, this is like 500 big blinds.
Yeah.
And then by the time I got there, the 16 was on like most of the time.
Chat stepping in to advise, by the way, that hoodie is part of Ludwig's collection, but the sweats verified part of Yaz's own.
Those guys played those stakes pretty regularly, so it wasn't like that crazy for them. There's like some big private games.
You know, I confess I'm less familiar with the content creator world, which is that in which, you know, many of those who are in the Twitch streets and on Botez's channel, and of course the creators themselves are enveloped in. And I gotta say, I'm incredibly impressed with what they have managed to accomplish. You know, the fact that they're taking the initiative that they have, that they're flexing entrepreneurial will, and, you know, staying out of the office job too. Respect to that, man. You know, that's a life well lived. And it takes it takes a lot of confidence to brave outsourcing your self-esteem to, you know, at some point a group of collective strangers before you're able to build a community of support, you know, and laying it all on the line. So a debt of gratitude and one of respect coming from this corner, and I would imagine I speak on behalf of both of us and many in the chat as well, Sebastian, when I say this with regards to our content creators.
Absolutely right, Ali.
I want to keep it.
Kings don't get the flop there.
It's fine.
He's looking around going, man, Yaz gets paid off with all kinds of crazy stuff. I can't even get somebody to call me pre.
No, but like when you're up against like an overpair, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, but against a range. Oh, yeah.
No,
against
come
a
on,
range.
bro. Who cares about the range?
Against queens, what's 7-2 offsuit? Probably like...
Probably 11.
I think it's 11, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Holy shit.
I've ran 7 deuce and didn't overpair enough times, so yeah. I'm pretty sure it's 11%. Take my word for it, you guys. I don't know many other hands.
Like 30?
I'm not sure.
The worst.
Yeah, I've never had the pleasure of being up against ace king.
Yeah. Wait, actually, like, what did
I ran, yes, like I've called off 7 deuce a fair few times in that exact spot. Which I'm not saying it's good, but I'm defending him because I would do it, and I have done it.
Oh, sorry.
Hasn't it like never been ace king?
Like it has been.
And look, Phil didn't get any action with his king, so he says, you know what? Forget it. I'm just going to call here with the ace king off out of the small blind. We'll see if this pays dividends or causes a problem for him.
I mean, he is dominating 2 other kings heading to this flop, and he finds the ace. Anatoly finds the gut shot straight draw. Dust for Botez.
Expect Anatoly to barrel here, having the pre-flop betting lead on an ace-high board, and he does. Now will Phil come out of his trap? Nope, just calls.
I'm not. Probably shouldn't have called him.
Being told this is the last hand of the night, by the way, so Locke recognizing that he's not going to get out of the hole by nibbling pre-flop and taking it down, looking to create an opportunity for himself to win a much bigger one post, and so far it is paying modest dividends. Anatoly barreling 1,600 with Nothing but the gut shot. A jack, that which he needs to claim victory here. One to come, and that's not a jack.
But I feel like he'd be more like reactive if he was watching, right?
Whoa.
Anatoly gives up.
No, he's just really focused.
As it goes check, check on the river, and I'm told that's going to do it. Sebastian, 156
Also until 11.
total hands of poker here in what was an absolutely delightful and entertaining cash game stream put together by none other than Alex Botez.
Is Jeremy coming?
I invited him.
The second of 3 days of Creator
Are you friends?
Poker Night and Debt, that which was created for
He might like come to Firelight tonight.
Phil Locke on the evening. Nothing he hasn't experienced in the past, though. I'm sure he was still delighted to be a part of this one.
With Jeremy, you never know.
Yeah, Jeremy's the wild card.
Yeah, but if you told, here we go with our final stacks.
Let it make it Harley. If you want to use Harley.
Needless to say, those with the leaner stacks.
Great.
Okay, whatever.
At this point in the night, those who are in the red,
Whatever you want.
Who's Jeremy?
we'll get a look at those final tallies
Yeah.
shortly. The night was fruitful
He's a white Jewish dude.
for
He pulled the like.
Sean and Yasuo, the latter of whom had the highest VPIP, and something to be said for getting out there and playing a wide variety of hands. In order to win pots, you got to be in them.
500K mystery bounty.
Sick.
He's like a professional.
Yasuo demonstrated that to great effect, and this is the look
And it's, yeah, sorry, Trader.
that we're all seeking, the peak at net wins and losses. 4 players in the black. The most modest win came for Lin, who definitely rode the roller coaster. Botez, courtesy of Yaz, manages to find the green, 3,300. Elke, 13 and change. 27.5, the final tally of profit for Yaz, and for Phil Locke, 15,000 in the hole. His was the toughest of outings. I certainly hope all of you enjoyed today's coverage from BotezLive Poker and the Botez channel over on Twitch. On behalf of our entire team here at the Commerce Hotel and Casino and my partner in the booth, Sebastian Crema, this is Ali Najad saying thanks for joining us, and don't forget to come back for more tomorrow, 5 o'clock West Coast time. We're going to do it again, the third and final day of Creator Poker Night. But until then, we say goodnight, and we'll see you tomorrow.
What did you have? Do you have the horseshoe? Horseshoe yourself, last hand. Oh, 2 pair?
Nothing?
Two pair.
Oh, it's 2 pair? Oh, okay, nice hand.
You guys want to keep going? You want to stop?
Sure.
Let's play, yeah.
What do you guys do?
Sean, you want to play another half an hour, something like that?
We can play.
Okay, let's go another half an hour.
We can play 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours,
Yeah,
10
whatever.
hours.
Count a little like wind down.
Stand-up game,
Use our
right?
phones now, though?
Yeah.
Phones off?
Phones now.
Thank God.
Oh, I can get my phone?
We should get our phones.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
no, I'm slot 12. Can you pull my phone from 12?
Can you just bring all the phones?
Yeah, bring them all. What the heck?
Yeah, we'll just bring
And now we're gonna sit in the phones, right?
Well, I need to.
It's so hard to see after
It is. You do have to.
There's too much adrenaline.
It's very true, especially like in tournaments where you get a big stack. You're like, oh.
Don't worry, Mom. My sister and I will sell so many of those sites.